What's going on, internet? Analytic here, aka Dreamz, and I'd like to welcome you to mine, which I call the Notorious Mass Effect podcast, and I am your gaming and music news source, diving deep,
you guys,
into both industries with data-driven analysis to give you a clearer understanding of both cultures. Now, that being said, of course, the Notorious Mass Effect episode 153 has a plethora of topics, but as you can see right here, it is titled, "Is Hollow Knight Silksong the best game of 2025?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Well, some of the other things that's going on is, of course, we're diving into Cardi, as you can see right here, and we're talking about the state of hip-hop, as you already know.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop, like, what's going on?
Onika Tanya Mirage herself has something to say about Cardi B's week, as far as her success, as far as her selling 205,000 first week, or let the Barbs tell it, maybe a little fraudulent.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
All right, let me stop being messy. But that's the last topic we're going to get into for the episode. But of course, we're starting with Cardi in general, as far as her music, and then we're going to dive into Drake and what he's been doing as far as the Iceman rollout, as there's been some very interesting leaks as far as Central C, as far as Kodak, and also going to be getting into Kaisten That's reaction of Iceman. We got into that as well, as when I was covering the Iceman episode 3. Interestingly enough, we haven't seen another Iceman episode since then. I wonder why. So anyways, then we dive into Young Thug, as you already know. The War of Atlanta bled over into September, as we talked about that even more. He dropped his album. What was it? Ooey Scooey or something like that? I don't know what in the world he be titling his albums. It's almost like he hits chatbot GPT and he says, "Give me the worst album title ever," and he uses it. So anyways, UY Scooty, whatever that means. And then of course we talk about Bad Bunny and him being accepted to get into the Super Bowl. As far as industry news, we talk about Nintendo securing their patent, Nvidia buying shares into OpenAI. We're going to get into Hollow Knight, Borderlands, Blockbuster, Limbus Company. Safe to say, we got a lot in store for episode 153. So with that being stated, we got to end with a little drama. You know, funny enough, you take the R in the last A and you replace that last A with E. Safe to say you have Dame and Cameron going at it again.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
Sad day in history, because we have beefs galore for the end of the episode. Dame Dash versus Cameron, Young Thug versus YFN Lucci, or lack of, which lack of, we gonna see. And of course we end with the one and only Onika Tanya Mirage and Cardi B, as they went back and forth, as Nicki Minaj came out and basically said her numbers are fraudulent. I guess the world may never know, as Cardi B putting up 205 first week. I mean, Nicki, safe to say, when it comes to Nicki, she obviously had the bigger first week sales not too long ago with Pink Friday 2. Let me see, first week sales. So Pink Friday 2 had a bigger output and engagement as far as its specific first week, as Pink Friday 2 sold a whopping 228,000 first week. And you know, looking at that and just looking at the 205 number by Cardi, I'm not gonna say it's the biggest difference, but it definitely showcases how Nicki is still the queen of rap.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like,
but I'm not gonna let y'all know. I'm not gonna pick any size, and I'm not gonna pander towards any audience. I'm just objectively laying it out how it is. So as far as episode 153, I did have another announcement, as ladies and gentlemen, a certain someone was invited out to a certain event, right? And I'm not going to tell you what that event is, right? Because, you know, I like to keep surprises a surprise. But as far as the specific event, you know, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because I'm not saying I put it up or anything, but I was just wanting y'all to see something. And this specific event that I was invited to was a crazy opportunity, because I was just thinking to myself, I need to enjoy the fruits of my labor, because y'all been going crazy as far as the support. I mean, insanity. Drop a bomb for y'all. So when it comes to that, I've already been planning on just taking a specific, not like a hiatus, because I'm always working, but when it comes to work, safe to say that the two blended together, as I was definitely wanting to see more of the world, and also this opportunity came up. So the reason why I'm being vague about it is because we will be having an entire vlog as far as in that specific location, and there's going to be other things added to the vlog that I think y'all will enjoy. Let's just say I'm a huge superhero fan, and for this opportunity to come around, especially at this moment in time where the podcast is doing phenomenal. I mean, y'all been supporting and just day after day, week after week, month after month, just engagement galore and increasing every single month. So I appreciate y'all. So this is also going to be a work trip, but also I'm gonna enjoy myself a little bit. But yeah, so this specific event is crazy as far as the opportunity, and of course I'm gonna vlog it so y'all can see the experience. And with that being said, it was another thing I was wanting to get into as far as analytical interactions. I know I need I need like a Boo soundtrack or something, or a Rotten Tomato soundtrack, because guess what? When it comes to analytic interactions or analytical interactions, I may have to retire that segment because it's been too much to keep up with. And at my pace, as far as what I record, as far as covering the entire gaming and music industry, the people who specifically comment on my social medias and my podcast channel, because now it's even grown, even my video podcast channel is starting to get a lot of different comments. So now whenever I respond to y'all directly, just consider that analytical interactions as far as the segment, because at this point in time, we will be here for a whole 2 to 3 hours just breaking down each and every platform as far as the comments, because that's why, you know, to be transparent, that's the reason I did it, to encourage more people to comment, because of the, you know, really nice interactions that we have as far as the gaming and music industry. It's really great conversations back and forth. And one of them, I'll read off right now. One of them was talking about the game we're about to get into. So on my YouTube, so even my YouTube, my shorts on my YouTube, which even that, I didn't even think people would comment that much, but even somebody on that commented on my Ghost of Yote clip, and he said Ubisoft stole the whole flow, not the other way around. That game was garbage compared to Ghost of Tsushima / Yote. And then I responded by saying, yeah, that was the joke. So, I mean, obviously you don't get it out of context. In the clip, I'll talk about how Ubisoft was going to sue Ghost of Yote because they stole the whole flow, but I was making the joke. Man, the clip context, which is why I clipped it like that, he didn't understand. So, so those type of interactions are just, you know, hard, you know, it's not really heavy. It's just more like back and forth banter about the gaming and music industry. I could keep going on, like I said, this would be 2 and 3 hour segment if we continue analytical interactions. But of course, when it comes to the other social media platforms, definitely make sure to follow via my link tree in my bio. But at the end of the day, y'all been supporting so much that I had to go a little Hollywood and end the analytical interaction segment. But just know, I do respond to a lot of different comments. So anyways, that being said, before we get into the episode 153, you already know we have to talk about the music landscape and of course the gaming landscape and see what notoriously is affecting the masses, pun intended. So with that being said, let's start off with albums, which I think I start off with albums. Sometimes I forget. You know, hey, I'm 25 going on 80. I ain't gonna lie to you. So let's start off with albums, and let's do top 10 albums to include some of the hip hop runs, right? Let me see. Okay. So let's start off with hip hop albums and make sure my W Tech guy, can y'all see that? Oh yeah, I can see that. All right, cool. Let me see. All right, cool. So let's start with, let's go to number 10. So as you can see right here, Bad Bunny and his album, Debbie Terrar Mas Photos. It's the 10th most played album in the world. And then of course, surprisingly, I've never covered this artist or this group, but it's P1 Harmony and their album X. Very interesting, but as you can see below, never really seen this music label before. I don't know what subsidiary this is under. Let's do some journalistic research and find out right now, right? What's that? FNC Hello 82. I mean, what in the world? Music label. So shout out to P1 Harmony for currently having the 9th most played project in the world. But FNC Entertainment, often stylized as FNC, and Hello 82 are two prominent players in the K-pop industry. Oh, okay. As you can tell, when it comes to my coverage of the entire genres, I've covered a lot of K-pop artists. I mean, from Blackpink to Jennie, well, Jennie's from Blackpink, but of course, BTS, of course, who else? There's a lot of different groups. There's another one. I forget the other. I mean, of course, K-pop Demon Hunters. I mean, but that's a gift. I mean, that's one of my. As far as this year, y'all really been enjoying the K-pop Demon Hunters support. I mean, coverage. And then trying to see what at the top of my head we had Blackpink. There was another girl group, New Jeans. I think it was New Jeans. But anyways, I'll cover a lot of different K-pop artists. So to see another K-pop artist on this list, objectively having the top 10 album debut, it's crazy. So shout out to P1 Harmony for having the 9th most played album in the world. And of course, we have Olivia Dean with her album, The Art of Loving, which is under UMG. That's the 8th most played album in the world. And then Mariah Carey. Shout out to Mariah Carey. I know she got a little flack because of her Kaiser Nat appearance. I don't know why. I don't know why. I mean, I guess it's because I think Taylor said that she was like the worst guest. I was like, what in the world? Who says that? So anyways, he's really saying she was the worst guest because she was promoting her album, which if you're on a bigger platform than yourself, I would hope you're promoting. But anyways, Mariah Carey's album, Here For It All, had a solid debut at number 7. So it's objectively speaking the 7th most played album in the world. And if you see the difference in shading, you see, well, hold on, let me show this. So this right here and this right here, I'm just making little circles. These are different shades because the all white one has been out for quite some time. I'm partly colorblind, so if it's not white, just know it's his debut. So these are the first week sales. So not to be that guy, but it's only down from here.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
So Here For It All, as far as his debut, rose to the 7th most played project in the world. We'll see if it stays at that metric. Young Thug, he's somebody who definitely can be, I feel like 54,000 first week. It's not the worst for Young Thug. I keep telling y'all about the landscape of hip hop and music amongst all these other genres. So when it comes to Young Thug having the 6th most played album in the world, debuting and selling 54,000 first week, it's not the worst. That it's not as bad as you think. Hip hop is not as popular in the year of 2025. It may pick up, it may keep going on a down spiral, but it's just not the most popular as it used to be. Then we have Sabrina Carpenter, the one and only, with her album A Man's Best Friend, which if you don't know, when it comes to Sabrina, she had the biggest debut as far as a woman artist. And of course, Taylor Swift is going to break that metric. But as of right now, when it comes to Sabrina's Man's Best Friend, when it first debuted, sold a whopping 350,000 first week, which is the biggest as far as for a woman artist. And of course, I think the second biggest was Lady Gaga's Mayhem album. The third biggest was Tate McRae's, I forget what her album was called, but it was Tate McRae's album, So Close to What. And that album came out February 24th. So Sabrina's number 1 as of right now, before Taylor Swift numbers come out, because our first week numbers hasn't came out as of me recording this. Sabrina's number 1, Lady Gaga number 2, Tate McRae number 3 as far as first week album sales. So that being said, shout out to Sabrina for hanging on, or not even hanging on, I mean top 5, and what your album came out, Man's Best Friend. Your album came out August 29th, and it's October 4th, 2025, and you still have the 5th most played album in the world. I mean, that's a huge accomplishment. So shout out to her for putting up monumental numbers still. Shout out to Doja Cat. Now, Doja Cat with her album, I think it's V. I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce that. Released under Sony. That did 56,000 first week. Now, in Doja Cat's case, y'all may think I'm switching up the tune as far as Young Thug, but I do think this is not as great for Doja Cat, because she put out this album as an all pop centric sound. So you would think you would garner more engagement if you're going to completely switch up the genre. And pop usually is more easy on the ears as far as to listen for majority of audiences. So to sell 56,000, let me see, career first week. Using, I'm looking up her career first week sales. But as far as selling 56,000 first week with Vay, I don't think it's as good, because of course, she's had a bunch of other albums in the past, like Scarlet, that had 72,000 first week, and that had Paint the Town Red on it, right? So I thought I was going to do way more, because even before that, in 2021, when she put out Planet Her, it did 109,000 first week. And she's never debuted at number one, by the way. She's never had a number one album out the gate. Planet Her was the closest at number 2, and that sold 109,000 first week. Planet Her. I'm trying to see what beat out Planet Her for number 1. So Tyler, the Creator's, goodness, this man always popping up, ain't he? Shout out to Tyler. I be putting respect on Tyler's name. People be talking about a big 3 putting Jermaine in it for no reason. I think Future or Tyler, the Creator, could take that third slot. But Tyler, the Creator, beat out Doja Cat's Planet Her with his album Call Me If You Get Lost, which debuted at 169,000 first week. So when I say Doja Cat's first week with Vay is worse than what Young Thug is doing, even though it's more technically, it's because of the sound that Doja Cat went with. This is not her natural sound. This is more of a pop centric album. I'm not going to say it's like the Honestly Nevermind for Drake, because with Drake, that was obviously an experimental album. It'd be different if Drake made that song off of Some Sexy Songs For You. What was it called? Like Die Hard or Die Trying? I think it was called Die Trying. That he was supposed to have Justin Bieber on, but you know, he backed out last minute. And he just had Party Next Door sing that chorus. What was that track? Die Trying. Yeah, it's like if Drake put out a bunch of Die Trying tracks on one album. Like obviously you're trying to go for a hit on every single track. And for Vay, I just don't think it hit the metric. But this should show you how much of a high standard I hold Doja Cat to, because it debuted as the 4th most played album in the world, which is still pretty good, because the people above her is really the big dogs in their specific genres. And that leads me into my next point. Cardi B, with her second week, not her first week, because of course, as you can see right here, she is the cover as far as the musical portion of this episode. But when it comes to Cardi B, and I gotta fix this again, hold on. When it comes to Cardi B, I can't even see the thing. Oh, there we go. Oh, almost got it. Okay, there we go. Cardi B, Am I the Drama, having 82,000 second week is very impressive, because the first week was 205,000 first week. Now, of course, a lot of people, as far as I say a lot, the Barbs, they was pointing out this number right here, 9,000. When you first went, when you first went number 1 with 205,000 units sold, it was very interesting how the physical copies was a significant drop off from week 1 to week 2. Now, I'm not accusing her of anything like the Barbs were, but it's just very interesting, right? Because you look at it, I don't know if this does albums. I think it just does singles. I'm trying to see. Let me see. Cardi B, Am I first week sales. When you look at Cardi B, Am I the Drama, first week sale, it debuted 205,000 first week, and what about? Trying to see where the physical unit is at. Because of course we see the streaming and things of that nature, and she sold around 205,000. But I would really want to know about the physical. That's how you know we do this live. You know, we just pull it up, and okay, here we go. So the 110,000. Oh, okay, no, I'm tripping. 90,000 of the 205,000 first week sales debut was pure album sales. Now, I don't want to feed into the barbs. All I'm gonna say is that's a very interesting number, a very, very wholesome number, very round number. And to come to the second week and let's see. As far as it had to be like 10%, right? Let's see, 90,000. Yeah. So to have a 90% drop off in physical units, I mean, come on now. Like, don't make me say it.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
But shout out to Cardi B. Obviously, Atlantic saw the market share, right? Because they currently have 28% of the entire music market share, as you can see in the top left. Once again, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Warner's market share was not that high. I think it was in like the 10 to 15 range. So when Cardi dropped and raised it by a bunch to the 30s when she with their first week sales, I think that helped out Warner a lot as far as the shareholders. And now because of Cardi still streaming well, but then of course the actual physical albums is not as high. The number market share went back down. So all I'm gonna say is, you know, a W for Cardi. I'm not accusing her of anything. It's just one of the biggest dropouts I've seen in physical units in quite some time. Now that being said, Morgan Wallen continues to put BT on the entire music industry. I've heard her say it once before. I'll say it once again. Morgan Wallen, I'm the Problem. It's the most successful album of 2025. Not even Big T. No, not the other one. Which he's not even big, but you get the point. The real Big T, as far as Taylor Swift, not even she can catch up, because of course we only have 2 months left as far as the year. She did drop in October, so technically she has 3 months, because she has October, November, December. So 3 months to try to catch up, and it'll be kind of hard as far as her having the most successful album of 2025, because I'm the Problem has been out for quite some time. Let me see. I'm the Problem. So I'm the Problem by Morgan Wallen came out May 16th of this year. Ladies and gentlemen, it is October 4th, 2025. And it's still the second most played album in the world. So when I say Morgan Wallen is putting BT on the music industry, I'm not just talking. Like, objectively speaking, this album has been either 1 or 2 for this entire year. I mean, obviously it says last week was 3, but that's because last week Cardi was 1. Usually Morgan Wallen is 1 or 2. As you can see, Cardi B's second week is not even beating Morgan Wallen's like 100th. So, yeah, shout out to Morgan, man. He's hey, if only he ain't say the hard ER, right? I mean, how hard is that?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
If only he ain't say the hard ER, maybe he'll get more recognition. But K-pop Demon Hunters, shout out to them. I've been covering them. They've been the highlight of my year, I'm not gonna lie. Especially just finding a new fan base, a new supporting group who really enjoys my out of the box genre coverage, because I really put a lot of effort into these different genre reviews, even though I may butcher names or titles from time to time, especially in my Latin, they're the first ones to let me know. But as far as me butchering names, it's definitely not on purpose. With K-pop Demon Hunters, I put so much respect on their name to the point where when I first talked about them, it was like around the time they actually put out that album, which nobody was even talking about K-pop Demon Hunters. But I was looking at them, I was saying to myself, this is the same team that worked on Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. Are they the reason that trilogy got pushed back? Hold on now.
You guys. I know that ain't who I think it is.
Got me looking at the K-pop Demon Hunter soundtrack team saying,
I know that ain't who I think.
I better not be the reason that Beyond the Spider-Verse got delayed. But anyways, I first started covering K-pop Demon Hunters June 30th of 2025, and I'm so glad I did, as who would have thunk in October 4th, 2025, K-pop Demon Hunters would have had the most supportive fan base. Not the most. Let me stop. You know me. For my OG supporters, come on now. You probably think it to yourself.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn.
Nah, y'all definitely the OG supporters. But when it comes to the K-pop Demon Hunters supporting base of what they've been doing as far as supporting all of my content, and of course the K-pop Demon Hunters coverage, makes me happy that I always dive into different genres and things of that nature and give the respect I feel like they deserve. And as you've seen, it cultivated into them not only being one of the most successful soundtracks, but as of October 4th, K-pop Demon Hunters is unequivocally the most successful soundtrack ever. And of course, it's still the #1 most played project in the world, 703,000. Goodness gracious. and it's been out for a minute. Let me see. K-pop Demon Hunters. K-pop Demon Hunters has been out since June 20th of this year. Insanity. So, and mind you, my first coverage of this was June 30th. So I was early as far as the K-pop Demon Hunters. Obviously I wasn't like before or during, but you know, I wasn't too late. I was way earlier than some of the other platforms who you know, supposedly is a music podcast. But you know, hey, no shade, right? No shade. My fault.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like,
all right, so going back over the top 10, Bad Bunny with his album debut To Raw Mouth Photos comes in at number 10. P1 Harmony with their album X comes in at number 9. Olivia Dean with her album The Art of Loving comes in at number 8. Mariah Carey with her album Here For It All comes in at number 7. Young Thug with the album UI Scooty comes in at number 6. Sabrina Carpenter's album Man's Best Friend comes in at number 5. Doja Cat's album Vague comes in at number 4. Cardi B's album Am I the Drama comes in at number 3. And of course, it's been 1 and 2 for this entire year. Morgan Wallen's album I'm the Problem comes in at number 2, and K-pop Demon Hunters unequivocally is probably one of the most successful soundtracks that we've seen in quite some time. So switching gears from albums that's notoriously impacting the masses, let's get into singles. As when it comes to the singles, let's see if I can find this real quick. When it comes to the singles, you're going to see some reoccurring tracks from, we're going to see some reoccurring album titles, because of course these singles are from some of the albums that was on the list, but for the most part, I mean, it's pretty different as far as the specific tracks, and they're not all just from the albums that we just finished listing off. So when it comes to that, I'm trying to make sure it's big enough. Pause. Hey, yo.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
All right, so the 10th most played album, if y'all can see that, let me zoom in some more. Sometimes I can't tell because my screen's so small as far as what I look at. I'm just breaking the fourth wall right quick, nothing too crazy. So, but I'm pretty sure y'all can see this. So, Die With A Smile by Lady Gaga and Bruno Mars is the 10th most played track in the world. Shout out to them. Another fan base that's super supportive, to the point where I can't give y'all them metrics, but hey, just know I'm a Lady Gaga fan for life.
You guys.
That's all I'm gonna say. Raven Lenae, her track Love Me Not is the 9th most played track in the world. Justin Bieber with Daisies is the 8th most played track in the world. Shout out to Justin Bieber, because of course, when it comes to him, just disregarding my favorite artist request for a feature.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
It hurt my heart that he did not want to give a feature to Drake's track Die Trying, but it's okay, because you know he went on to put out a whole album, right? And music creation mode, and he didn't want to give a feature to my favorite artist.
Is it okay I got my dope on me? I said, what the
So anyways, I guess Justin Bieber kept the dope to himself. So when it comes to Teddy Swims, who objectively speaking, let me look at this list. Yeah, objectively speaking, has one of the most successful tracks of all time. You know, I was talking about K-pop Demon Hunters and Morgan Wallen's album Am I the Problem? Teddy Swims, what he's doing as far as his single Lose Control, is what every artist dreams of. To put out a track and it to get in for that track to get the most love that you expect for it. I don't think Teddy Swims could have had higher expectations for Lose Control and it not exceeded. Lose Control by Teddy Swims is like when LeBron was in high school putting up 80 points a game, right? And then came to the NFL and still blew expectations out of the water. This is exactly the same equivalent, because Teddy Swims' track Lose Control has been on the charts for about 110 weeks, as you can see right here. 110 weeks. And it's still percolating in the top 10, to the point where last week it was number 9. These are some bad circles. I'm gonna actually draw arrows. To the point where it's number 9, but in general, it's usually like it's number 7 right now, but it's towards the top as far as this specific track. Taylor Swift just dropped, so it may drop a little bit as far as it actually holding this top 10 position. But what Teddy Swims has done with his track Lose Control is really just shows you how you put out a track and it's garnered some of the biggest engagement that we've ever seen for a specific track in the past 3 to 4 years. It's really that big. Like we talked about Shabuzi's A Bar Song. We've talked about Lil Nas X, Old Town Road. What Teddy Swims has did with Lose Control. This one track, not even talking about his other tracks, because I think Teddy Swims is immensely talented. Because there's a track with Teddy Swims and Giveon, I believe. Let me see. Teddy Swims, Giveon. Yeah, Are You Even Real? That's one of my favorite tracks. And that came out like early 2025. Yeah, January 10th, 2025. And it's still to this day one of my favorite tracks. Teddy Swims is immensely talented. But of course, when it comes to Lose Control, objectively speaking, that's the most engaged with track. So this track alone, been on the charts for 110 weeks, never leaving number 9, or just never leaving the top 10, is going to feed generations. So shout out to Teddy Swims for making what a whole artist's career makes in one song with Lose Control. Anyways, Sabrina Carpenter and her track Manchild comes in at number 6. Shout out to her. Your Idol, which is the most successful. I'm tripping. No, Your Idol is the. Okay, that's what I was about to say. No, that's still wrong. My fault. Your Idol is the 5th most played track in the world. If you don't know, it's from the Soulja Boys, which is the boy group of K-pop Demon Hunters. And furthermore, during my extensive coverage of K-pop Demon Hunters, Your Idol is my favorite track from the soundtrack. So if you was wanting to know, well, now you know. I've said that multiple times, but I love to, regurgitate it, because guess what? Every time I hear preaching to the choir, can I get the mic a little higher? I think to myself,
You guys.
that's a hit right there. So anyways, Your Idol is my favorite track off of the K-pop Demon Hunters soundtrack, but as far as in the world, it's the 5th most played track in the world. And you have What I Want by Morgan Wallen at number 4. Soda Pop by the Soulja Boys once again at number 3. Ordinary by Alex Warren at number 2. And then, of course, the most popular track in the world is Golden by Hunter / XEJ, Audrey Nuna, and Ree Amy, which is more commonly referred to as K-pop Demon Hunters, because the whole show is about them. So those are just the actual artist names. The main thing I want to tell y'all with this is the definition of golden. You put out a movie, it does well, but then you put out a soundtrack and it does even more numbers, to the point where now the movie, which was really a Netflix show, goes into the movie theaters and puts up monumental numbers. So now you're looking at it, you're thinking to yourself, hold on now. This is the perfect opportunity to have one of the greatest franchises in K-pop history, which is really what execs would call golden.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look.
So anyways, going back over the top 10. Die With a Smile by Lady Gaga and Bruno Mars is the 10th most played track in the world. Love Me Not by Raven Lenae is the 9th. Daisies by Justin Bieber is number 8. Lose Control by Teddy Swims is at number 7. Man-Child by Sabrina Carpenter is at number 6. Your Idol by the Soulja Boys is at number 5. What I Want by Morgan Wallen is at number 4. Soda Pop by the Soulja Boys is at number 3. Ordinary by Alex Warren is at number 2. And then, of course, the most popular track in the world, objectively speaking, is Golden by the K-pop Demon Hunters. Now, of course, switching gears from music, we're going to get into gaming, talking about some of the biggest games that's currently impacting the masses, affecting the masses on different platforms. And of course, they got to start with Steam, as this list is very interesting, because I was looking at it. A lot of people said Marvel Rivals was dead, right? Tell me why they on this list then.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Tell me why Marvel Rivals is on this list if this game is dead. Like, if this game is dead, then I want to know what a game that's not dead looks like. You know what I mean? So, don't mind me. Just trying to be a W Tech guy. Nothing too crazy. Oh, I can click control and I'm so old.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
I just figured that out. I can click control and hold this. That's crazy. All right, anyways, let me see. Let's put it right here. All right, I should be able to see that. Should I zoom in a little bit? All right, yeah. All right, cool. So, starting at number 15, what in the world? Is that Digimon? A little side tangent right quick. One of my favorite childhood shows was Digimon, because I was really into Beyblades and Yu-Gi-Oh! So when Digimon came out, I was also into Pokemon. I mean, that goes without saying. The whole theme song for Digimon, the whole like, what was it? Digimon, Digital Monsters. I thought that was so fire as a kid. All right, my fault. Little side tangent. All right, so we're gonna go from number 1 to 15 because of course sometimes we don't. Well, not sometimes. All the time we don't count Wallpaper Engine. Actually, we can still go up and skip that. Wait, can we do that? I don't know if it works like that. Yeah, it works like that. My fault. I couldn't count. All right, so I gotta compute right quick. You know what I mean? I gotta update my GPU in my own brain. Cause you know I upgraded my PC. All right, my fault. You know.
Shepherd.
All right, my fault. I'll stop flexing on. All right, Digimon story, right? Comes in number 15. We're just gonna call this 15. Actually, we can't do it 15 because if we go that, yeah, I was right. I was right the first time. Anyways, all right, we're going from number 1. I mean, it kills the suspense, but Counter-Strike 2 is always number 1 on Steam. So the number 1 game in the world on Steam is Counter-Strike 2. Dota 2 unequivocally is always the second most played game. Oh my goodness, that 2 is trash. All right, whatever. We just got to stick with that. PUBG Battlegrounds. Why am I writing like this? I need like an actual pen. I ain't gonna lie to you. All right, there we go. PUBG Battlegrounds is number 3 as far as the most played game on Steam. Now we'll talk about concurrent player counts and 24-hour peak, but when it comes to Counter-Strike 2, its concurrent is 829,000. Its 24-hour peak is 1.2 million. I mean, goodness gracious. So it's not really a competition when it comes to Counter-Strike compared to the field, but I will read off the other statistics just for analytical purposes. So Dota 2, the concurrent play count is 475,000. The 24-hour peak is 769,000. PUBG Battlegrounds comes at the 3rd most played game on Steam with 319,000 concurrent players and 557,000 24-hour peak. And then we have Delta Force, which comes in at number 4, has a concurrent player count of 144,000 and a 24-hour peak of 200,000. So shout out to Delta Force. Have I ever talked about them before? Let me see. Delta. Oh, I have. Okay. Shout out to me right now. My fault. So February 5th of this year, I talked about Delta Force, and I got into the sales and review roundup. And, you know, we talked a lot about the extraction shooter and how it's one of the large-scale warfare FPSs reminiscent of Battlefield. So anyways, shout out to them being the 4th most played game on Steam. And then we have Rust. Rust is the 5th most played game with 102,000 concurrent player count, 173,000 24-hour peak. And of course, we're going to skip Wallpaper Engine. Banana. Shout out to Banana, man. Whoever playing this game, that was the worst 6 I've ever seen in my life. Shout out to Banana. Why I keep doing it like that? Sometimes I gotta look at my keyboard. Yeah, that's not how a 6 look on my keyboard. I ain't gonna cap to you. Let's try this one more time. I know y'all enjoyed this terrible drawing, but it's okay. I don't. All right. Shout out to Banana for being the 6th most played game on Steam. 95,000 concurrent player count, 24-hour peak of 97,000. And then we have Apex Legends. Boy, Apex Legends just consistently has one of the more die-hard fan bases when it comes to Battle Royale, because I don't see PUBG on this list. I'm like, oh, never mind, I'm tripping. PUBG was number 3. I definitely see PUBG towards the top every single time. So PUBG, Apex Legends, shout out to them for always having some of the most popular Battle Royale games for Steam. If only H1Z1 could be on this list one day.
Shepherd. Just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
I have a dream that one day H1Z1 will have the loyal fans that Apex Legends and PUBG Battlegrounds has. But you know, hey, they say even though you invent the wheel, there's gonna be people that reinvent it and become more popular for it. But we always remember H1Z1, man. Pour one out for them, man.
You guys.
Pour one out for them. All right, so then when it comes to Hollow Knight, it's the 8th most played game on Steam. Shout out to Hollow Knight. Shameless plug, I actually play Hollow Knight on my Analytic Dreamz video platform. Just type in Hollow Knight Analytic Dreamz with a Z and my gameplay should pop up. I really enjoyed this game. I think Hollow Knight was one of the more captivating games I played in a while. As far as just out the gate, I understood why people enjoyed Hollow Knight Silksong. This game was fire. I think it's because I really like platformers. all of my favorite, come to think of it, some of my favorite games is platforms. I mean, Split Fiction is my game of the year for this year. Last year, what was it? Was it Astrobot? Did Astrobot come out last year? Let's see, Astrobot release date. Yeah, Astrobot was my game of the year, and I think it actually ended up winning game of the year. And then the year before that, I think it was Star Wars. And you know, quiet as kept, Star Wars had great platforming mechanics. Star Wars, it was a Jedi Survivor. No, that came out 2024. When in the world? Am I tripping? Astrobot and Jedi Survivor came out the same year. What was my 2023 game of the year? Because I knew Star Wars. Was it Spider-Man? When did Spider-Man come out? Oh no, because it couldn't have been Spider-Man. Let me see. Oh, Spider-Man 2 was I mean, I'm biased. I'm biased. So Spider-Man is, you know, I grew up on Spider-Man. I think it's the greatest fictional creation of all time. So I'm a little biased when it comes to 2023. But objectively speaking, I think Elden Ring won there, right? Let me see. Let's see if I can find this. What won? Game of the year at the Game Awards show 2023. Because I don't know why I thought Star Wars Jedi Survivor came out 2023. Oh, Baldur's Gate 3 won. And beat the nominees of Alan Wake 2, Marvel Spider-Man 2, and Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, and Super Mario Bros. Wonder. Huh, interesting. Well, anyways, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's probably Spider-Man 2. It's probably I think Cyberpunk was my favorite game in 2023, but it came out like years before. But y'all know the whole debacle with Cyberpunk. I think that was my favorite game because that's the game I was putting my life into that game. Like I had no life. That's the one game, you know, a game is good when, and I'm not, you know, this is not advice. You know, I wouldn't take this, you know, to heart. But you know, a game is good when you just disregard all life responsibilities. I mean, Cyberpunk had me in a chokehold. Pause.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Yeah, Cyberpunk, one of my favorite games of all time. I compare it to Mass Effect, but only the DLC portion. Phantom Liberty, I think, is Mass Effect level of storytelling. So anyways, as far as the rest of the game, it's top tier. But the DLC took it from a 9 to a 10. Why that side tangent happened? Oh yeah, because Hollow Knight. Yeah, Hollow Knight is up there for my game of the year. But it's number 2. Call me biased. I played Split Fiction with my cousin, so maybe that's why it's number 1 for me. But Split Fiction is my favorite game of the year. And once again, I'm a sucker for platforming. And Cyberpunk also has some pretty solid platforming. All right, anyways. All right, Stardew Valley. After that crazy side tangent. Hey, where can you find that? Oh, only here in Notorious Mass Effect.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. Let me get back into it. All right, Stardew Valley comes in as the 9th most played game in the world. 77,000 concurrent player count and 109,000 as far as 24-hour peak. And then Bongo Cat, ladies and gentlemen, when I tell you that I really cover the entire gaming and music industry, I really mean it. As my coverage of Bongo Cat is up right now. I covered Bongo Cat May 26th of this year, and essentially, I called it the ultimate game for people who love cats. And safe to say, it still is.
Shepard. Just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
And then we have Monster Hunter coming in at number 11 is the most played game on Steam. I don't really have too much to say about Monster Hunter. A lot of people say it fell off. If this is falling off, I'm pretty sure a lot of games will load to fall off too. Naraka Blade Point is the 12th most played game on Steam. I swear that's a 2. And then of course Marvel Rivals. Hold up now. But y'all said that game fell off. Anyways, Marvel Rivals is the 13th most played game on Steam. And then of course we have, oh my goodness. Of course we have Digimon as the 14th most played game on Steam. Now usually we skip over another thing. We skip over Wallpaper Engine and there's something else, but I guess it didn't show up for this time. Anyways, shout out to them. I think when it comes to Digimon, them having 58,000 concurrent players, 70,000 peak as far as 24-hour peak is pretty solid. As I really wanted to look at Marvel Rivals because of course, You already know how people feel about Marvel Rivals as far as calling it washed and things of that nature, which, you know, technically speaking, the all-time peak was 9 months ago. Why did I have to show it? Because I was just being petty. So, you know, I do want to be fair and showcase why people say it fell off. But the 24-hour peak is still 100,000. I think that's still pretty healthy for a video game that came out, what? Let me see. Marvel Rivals release date. I still think that's pretty solid for a game that came out December 6th, 2024. It literally came out last year. I mean, barely, but it came out last year, and it's still one of the most played games on Steam. So anyways, going back over the top 14, we have Digimon at number 14, Marvel Rivals at 13, Naraka Blade Point at 12, Monster Hunter at 11, Bongo Cat at 10, Stardew Valley at 9, Hollow Knight Silksong at 8, Apex Legends at 7, Banana at 6, Rust at 5, Delta Force at 4, and then PUBG Battlegrounds at 3, and of course the top 2 that's never changing on Steam. Dota 2, ironically, at number 2, and then Counter-Strike 2 at number 1. So as far as the games on Steam, those are the games notoriously impacting the masses. Now when it comes to Nintendo, I do want to say this. Looking at the actual charts for Nintendo, as far as Famitsu, I don't know why in the world they could include other console games, because it really throws me off. But at least they show me the actual units for these Nintendo games, so it still gives me the ultimate depiction of what's the most popular on the platforms. But Famitsu, please change your site, man. Like, goodness, these consoles being in the midst of this is crazy. So unequivocally, objectively speaking, Mario Kart World is the most played game on the Switch 2. If you was wanting to see the copies, I mean, just look at this. There's a reason why I say Mario is one of the most iconic figures in gaming. Actually, the most iconic. Don't make me have to show y'all my banner once again. Y'all already know when it comes to Mario, I put immense respect on that man's name. You see, he's right next to Notorious as far as the podcast. You know, Notorious Mass Effect just sounds better than anything I could come up with as far as Mario. But Mario Kart World is the most played game on Nintendo Switch 2. Then you have the Red Alchemist. The Red Alchemist, which is the second most played game on the Switch currently. I wish it would just change it. I don't know how to make it where it just changes it. I don't think it works like that. So yeah, we can't do that for every single one. I'm just gonna read it off. Mario Kart World is the most played game on Nintendo Switch with 35,000 copies as far as the specific week, 1.8 million. Goodness gracious, in total. And then the Red Alchemist and the White Guardian is the second most played game on Nintendo, 10,000 copies. Oh, it just came out, so it's 10,000 out the gate. Shout out to them. 9 RIP sequel. I don't know what that is, but it's the third most played game on Switch currently. And when it comes to that specific game, it's 10,000 out the gate. So it just came out as well. Then we have Donkey Kong Bonanza, still making its rounds as it is, what we at, the fourth? 1, 2, I already lost my spot. Yeah, it's the fourth most played game on the Nintendo Switch platforms, more specifically the Switch 2. I think it's exclusively on the Switch 2. It sold 9,000 copies this week, 327,000 in total. So shout out to them for that. And then we have EA Sports FC 26, which is the fifth most played game on Nintendo with 6,000 copies currently, and it just came out on the Switch platform. So shout out to them. So that's the first week. The sixth most played game on Nintendo Switch is Sonic Racing. Hold up now. What's my other screen? Now y'all told me, and y'all made all this noise about Sonic Racing being leaps and bounds better than Mario Kart World, but the sales debuted at 5,000?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming.
And hold up.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
If y'all saying something is higher quality than another game, then why not support it? Is that an abstract concept or something? If I think one game is better than the other game, safe to assume that more people would start supporting that one game that's higher quality than the other to showcase to developers what they should be putting the effort towards. 5,000 out the gate for Sonic. Like I said, Donkey Kong Bonanza, technically they've been out for a minute. Well, not a minute, but you know, they came out May, June, July of this year, I believe. And they sold 9,000 in this week of October 4th, 2025. But you look at the total, it's 327,000. So first week for Donkey Kong Bonanza was crazy to the point where it was number one. It was literally it was the cover of the gaming portion of one of my episodes. And that's because Donkey Kong Bonanza put up some numbers that notoriously affected the masses. When it comes to Sonic Racing Cross Worlds coming out, make sure this game come out. Hold on, is these numbers wrong? I know my numbers ain't wrong, but you know, we got fact check. It looks so bad, I got a fact check. Cross Worlds. Wow.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Now, y'all gonna make Sonic become exclusively a movie character. Because look at this, ladies and gentlemen. This game came out September 25th, 2025. And let me tell you some other games that debuted, not even like selling, just debuted higher than Sonic. The Red Alchemist, ever heard of that? Me neither. Non-RP sequel, ever heard of that? Me neither. And then you have EA Sports and then Donkey Kong. We've heard of that, of course. But seeing the Red Alchemist, Donkey Kong Bonanza, not Donkey Kong, the Red Alchemist and the non-RP sequel, like what is that? Hold on, let me look this up. Non-RIP, no, why do my number not type? Non-RIP sequel Nintendo game. Like what is this? What does this even look like? Ladies and gentlemen, you letting this game outsell Sonic? Shame on you. Shame. Shame. Shame on y'all. I feel like that one meme, just shaming you. Just if you're gonna say this game is better than Mario Kart World, and it just came out, there's two other games I've never even heard of that debuted higher than Sonic. It's actually kind of frustrating. I can't, you know, for me, I don't have no dog. Oh, my fault. I was playing the whole thing. Y'all can't even see it. Should I pull it back up? Yeah, y'all get the point. I have to watch it back. But y'all get the point. Shame on y'all. Shame. Anyways, what was it at? 7? Let me see. Was that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Okay, yeah, we're at 7. Minecraft comes in at number 7 with 5,000 copies sold, and of course a whopping 4 million across the total copies as far as on the Nintendo platform. Crazy day in history. Ranch Stories Let's Grand Bazaar of the Wind has sold, and I did that because it had an exclamation point, just, you know, probably lost in translation. Had 4,000 copies sold currently. Total is 79,000 across as far as total. And then you have Pokemon Scarlet and Violet at number 9 with 4,000 copies sold, and of course a whopping 5.6 million copies on the Nintendo platform. And then you have rounding out the top 10, Super Mario Party Jamboree Nintendo Switch 2 edition plus Jamboree TV coming in at number 10, selling 4,000 and having a whopping 68,000 copies total. So going back over the top 10 as far as the games that's notoriously affecting the Nintendo Switch platform, you have Super Mario Party Jamboree Nintendo Switch 2 edition plus Jamboree TV coming in number 10. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet coming in number 9. Ranch Stories Let's Grand Bazaar of the Wind coming in number 8. Minecraft coming in number 7. Sonic Racing Cross Worlds coming in at number 6. EA Sports FC 26 coming in number 5. Donkey Kong Bonanza coming in number 4. 9 RIP sequel coming in number 3. The Red Alchemist and the White Guardian coming in number 2. And then of course the character, the IP, the brand that's been dominating since it arrived on the Nintendo platform. Mario Kart World is still the most played game on a Nintendo Switch platform. So that being said, those are the games notoriously affecting the Nintendo Switch platform. Now, let's switch gears into Xbox. As when it comes to Xbox, switch my screen right quick. When it comes to Xbox, the main thing you should know is shout out to Hollow Knight Silksong once more. Still being the second most played game on the Xbox platform is a monumental accomplishment, especially because you could also play this game on the Game Pass, which they show you right here. Which we're gonna get into the Game Pass for this next episode. Safe to say, we're gonna see how it plays out right now. Minecraft, of course, comes in number 1 for Xbox. Silent Hill, shout out to them. Game just came out not too long ago. Third most played game on Xbox. Then you have Mortal Kombat 11, bro. What in the world? Is it because it's on sale, or is it just because people love fighting games? Because I'm not mad either way. I love Mortal Kombat. I never want them to suffer as a gaming franchise. I feel like when they first came out, it was a little bare bones, but they picked it back up, and I do believe that Mortal Kombat 11 started to add more things to make it more of a full game. You know, them not having private lobbies at the start of launch was kind of crazy, especially when Street Fighter and Tekken start to showcase what a real fighting game that's fleshed out looks like. But from the bare bones, from the foundational mechanics, it was a fun game to me. And I really enjoyed playing that Sub-Zero. As you already know, I love using the ice clone. I mean, it's one of my favorite ways to make people upset on fighting games. Anyways, Minecraft, the Java and Bedrock edition, comes in at number 5 as far as the 5th most played game. And then Hollow Knight Void Heart edition, which I think is Silksong and the first Hollow Knight game, is the 6th most played game on Xbox. And then rounding off 7 through 10, we have what is this? Ready or Not is still making waves. I'm not gonna lie to you. When it comes to Ready or Not, at first, I'm not gonna say I thought it was a fad, but the way that it's had a long-standing engagement fan base, it's had a long-standing support from its fan base. It definitely is one of the more surprising games to me in the year of 2025, especially with the way that Battlefield is coming. The way that a lot of people say Black Ops 7 is not, it's really fumbling out the gate as far as public perception. I played Black Ops 7, the early access edition. Well, not edition, but I played Black Ops 7 early access like yesterday. As of me recording this, I played it yesterday. And I enjoyed it, but maybe it's because I don't play Black Ops like that, or I just don't play Call of Duty like that. So, with me playing a gazillion games, it's nice to hop into Call of Duty and feel some type of nostalgia-like effect as far as what I'm used to playing as I was growing up as a kid. But nowadays, I play so many different games that when I hop into a Black Ops, I don't know, maybe I just look at it different from people who only play Call of Duty. So, I enjoyed it, but obviously, public perception could be a little better for them. So they come in at number 8. Like I said, Ready or Not is at number 7. Forza comes in at number 9. Shout out to them. And of course, Hogwarts Legacy. What in the world? What happened to them? What made them come back? They put out an update or something? It's the Digital Deluxe Edition. I don't know what they put in this Digital Deluxe, but it's $80, right? So y'all think that's, worth your... Right, it's your money.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
But anyways, that comes in number 10. So rounding off, or going back over the top 10 games on the Xbox platform, we have Hogwarts Legacy, the Digital Deluxe Edition at number 10. We have Forza Horizon 5, the Premium Edition at number 9. Call of Duty Black Ops 7, the Vault Edition upgrade at number 8. Ready or Not at number 7. And then, of course, rounding off 1 through 6 once more. As you can see right here, we have Hollow Knight Void Heart Edition at number 6, Minecraft at number 5, Mortal Kombat 11 at number 4, Silent Hill F at number 3, which is interesting. I wonder if people are gonna start using letters instead of numbers as far as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's pretty solid. It really tricks your mind because you just look at Silent Hill. I didn't even think about the F. Interesting. I don't know. It's just a little tidbit I saw. All right, so third most played game, Silent Hill. Second most played game, Hollow Knight Silksong. And of course, number one is still Minecraft, Java, and Bedrock Edition for PC. But as you can see right here, there's a reason why Hollow Knight Silksong is the cover for the gaming portion of this episode. It's because they've been putting BTA on engagement as far as on the Xbox platform. Now, to be fair, they are not on the top 10 as far as PlayStation. But first, I almost forgot. Got to show y'all the game. Well, should I even show y'all the Game Pass edition at this point? People going on strike. I'm not even gonna show y'all the Game Pass because if what they doing right now sticks, if they keep that price point, man, we're gonna forget about the Game Pass, man. We're gonna get back to just owning games at the full price. So anyways, I'm not even gonna show Game Pass, man. I can't support that. Let me see. So getting into the top 10 for PlayStation, number one, just killing all the suspense. Shout out to Ghost of Yote. I just recently had a little cosplay, just a little one. This is why you should follow me on social medias. But safe to say, your boy turned into a little Ghost of Tsushima, Ghost of Yote boss himself. As you can see right here, definitely make sure to follow me on IG. You see what I'm saying? People commenting right now. Yeah, people commenting as we speak. Non-comments. As you can see right there, people liking and stuff. But anyways, let's see so y'all can play this Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But this is to show y'all my little cosplay right quick. My whole flow. Flows for flow, bar for bar. Like, I think I got the best fit in Ghost of Yote. I think I'm about to be online. Okay, one thing I will say about this playthrough is my mask technically did not mess with the audio too much, so I think they can understand me. Obviously, less than they can now. But it seemed like, because this was live, it seemed like people was enjoying it. I really, that stream did pretty solid numbers, so I think people was enjoying it. Fucking DLC, something like that. And people was responding, so that mean that's the main thing, making sure they can understand me, because I'm not going to sacrifice audio quality for a costume. As you can see, your boy was dripped out a little bit. I was talking to Sucker Punch, you know what I mean? They was like, hey man, we finna put you in the game. I was like, yeah, it's very authentic, you know what I'm saying? So, I can't believe that man pulled out a gun in a whole sword fight. Oh, what happened?
It's about how effective and efficient you can be with your players and use it in.
I'm not gonna lie, that's one of my favorite drops to play while I'm playing games.
Like, come on, bro.
That's one of my favorite drops.
Incorporated in the team to come out as a winner, bro. That's what it's about.
I think this can run on the PS4. What y'all think? Y'all let me know. Given my expert opinion, I would probably say definitely no. People will not let that PS4 go, man. That PS4 came out, what, 2013, 2012? People will not let it go. Hold on now. This song kind of fire. Don't tell me it's going to have an Expedition 33 type of soundtrack. This man a trip. This man crazy. 10 out of 10. No notes. No notes. Alright, so anyways, that's a clip for Ghost of Tsushima. But as you can see right here, it comes in at number one as the most played game on the PlayStation platform currently. And of course, Ghost of Yote is exclusively on the PS5. So can't get it anywhere else. It'll make sense that it debuted at number one. But with that being said, NBA 2K. Oh my goodness, that 2 was egregious. Alright, let me see. There we go. Take our time with it. The 2s be switching me up. 2K26 is the second most played game on the PlayStation platform, seeming as if a lot of people are enjoying that. FC26 is the third most played game on PlayStation. Fortnite is the fourth most played game on PlayStation. Then you have Call of Duty, which of course is being helped out by the Black Ops 7 pre-orders. Fifth most played game on PlayStation right now. And then of course you have EA Sports Madden NFL 26, which is the sixth most played game. And of course, going through 7 through 10, safe to say, Borderlands actually, made a little resurgence as far as being on the top 10. Well, I think it was on top 10 when it first came out. But anyways, what is this, number 5? No, it's 7. Yeah, that's a T. That's not even a 7. I know y'all loving my artistic skills, right? Digimon, what in the world? First we saw it on Steam, rounding off the top 15, and now we see Digimon once again as the 7th most played game on PlayStation. Hold up now.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
I wonder what's intriguing people to play this game more than usual. Interesting. Very interesting. Let me see. So anyways, then we have number 8, Roblox. Oh my goodness. Not even trying with the numbers. All right, here we go. Number 8 with Roblox. Battlefield 6 is the 9th most played game on PlayStation. Shout out to them. They're definitely coming for Call of Duty this year. It seems like the whole public is behind Battlefield to take out Call of Duty for the year of 2025 going into 2026. So we're going to see what happens with that one. But then we have Borderlands 4, which is the 10th most played game on PlayStation. So safe to say, they definitely are pretty ecstatic about the numbers. I don't think I looked at the Steam numbers. Let me see. Because the game just came out not too long ago. Probably like, what, a week or two ago? Because another shameless plug. You know, I played the game. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. I see the video along with the audio. I played the game. And if you just type in Borderlands Analytic Dreamz with a Z, it should pop up. But right now I'm typing in Borderlands 4 to try to give you a head count of the actual game. So as you can see right here, interestingly enough, the 24-hour peak was 20 days ago. And the 24-hour peak is 84,000. Now that's not bad. 84,000 as a 24-hour peak is not bad at all. The players right now, as far as concurrently playing, is 51,000. So it could be better, but it's not. It could be worse, right? So, and honestly, I don't know how they make the top 15 list because it has higher numbers than Digimon. I don't know. Maybe I was looking at the wrong thing. Maybe it's going off for concurrent, but that would make sense because the 24-hour peak was higher. I don't know. Whatever. Borderlands 4 is still doing very well on Steam. So nice to see it doing well on a PlayStation platform too. That's why I like to go over these platforms specifically to showcase every single game has its increase in certain consoles, right? Mario obviously is the king of Xbox. Oh, not Xbox. King of Nintendo. Counter-Strike 2 is obviously the king of Steam DB. When it comes to PlayStation and Xbox, there's really no kings of these specific consoles. It's always fluctuating, right? So getting back into, once I find it, let's see, getting back into, okay, it's right here. The top 10 of PlayStation, obviously going back over the top 10. Borderlands 4 comes in at number 10. Battlefield 6 comes in at number 9. Roblox comes in at number 8. Digimon, surprisingly, probably the most surprising game throughout this whole coverage of the gaming industry, comes in at number 7. And of course, to round off 1 through 6, we have Madden NFL 26, as you can see right here, being the 6th most played game on PlayStation. And then you have Call of Duty, which you know is helped by the Black Ops 7 pre-orders. It's at number 5. Fortnite comes in number 4. That game is never gonna not be popular, it seems like. Which, you know, I don't want to fall off. You know, Fortnite definitely puts a lot of effort into post-launch content, so I'm not mad at them still making an impact in the gaming industry. They bring a lot of money to be a free-to-play game. Let's just put it like that. FC 26, the 3rd most played game in the PlayStation. NBA 2K26 is the 2nd most played game, and then shout out to Sucker Punch Productions for having the most played game on the PlayStation platform, and Ghost of Yotei. So that is, essentially speaking, the most popular games on each and every console, on each and every platform. And with that, we are going to transition into the next episode, which is 153, as you can see titled right here, is Hollow Knight Silksong the best game of 2025?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
But before that, make sure to click my link tree in my bio to access my social medias and follow to keep up on my latest activities. If you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my link tree, as it helps the show overall. Also, make sure to share this podcast, rating this show 5 stars, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. Also, make sure to click that bell icon for post notifications. And with that being said, let's get into the first topic of episode 153, which is the one and only Cardi B.
Well, yes, I am. I'm having a baby with my boyfriend.
Huh?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. How are you feeling about that? And that this will be baby number 4 for you, Cardi.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm actually I'm excited. I'm happy. I feel like I'm in a good space. I feel very strong. I feel very powerful that I'm doing all this work, but I'm doing all this work while I'm creating a baby. Me and my man, we're very supportive of each other.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, that was just Cardi B talking about her great relationship with Stefon Diggs, to the point where she let the public know that she is indeed pregnant by Stefon Diggs.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
And of course, we also want to say congratulations, and hopefully it's a healthy delivery. But at the end of the day, we have to get these jokes off, because of course, who would have thunk that Offset himself was a listener of the podcast Notorious Mass Effect? See, that's why you should rate this 5 stars and share this to somebody who you think would enjoy entire breakdowns as far as the music and gaming industry. But anyways, let's get to our superstar guest, right? Because Offset wanted to come on Notorious Mass Effect and basically give his reactions to this specific clip, because he has a lot to say. So I'm just gonna let Offset take it away and how he felt about the clip.
Congratulations!
Hold on now, what? Nah, bro, you can't be crying on my stream.
Congratulations! Oh my God.
What? Yo, hold up. See, my fault, y'all. I had to get Offset out of the way. I don't know why he came on my podcast crying like that. Like, he sounded like Tyrese for a second, but anyways.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn.
Anyways, Cardi B is putting out her album Am I the Drama tomorrow, and this is a 7-year gap between her debut album, which you already know won an entire Grammy, which is kind of insane, right? It's a Grammy winning album that she put out in 2018. Here we are in 2025, and safe to say the engagement of Am I the Drama is not necessarily the same when compared to her Invasion of Privacy. So the reason why I say that is because the singles for Invasion of Privacy was a lot of hits off of that album. And then you come to Am I the Drama, and safe to say, when she released the features and we saw Megan Thee Stallion, I was thinking to myself, isn't Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B beefing? But then I remembered they totally made a track a long time ago titled WAP.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So as far as the track listing, I believe she's going for a specific feel as far as having already popular tracks on that particular album instead of entirely new music, even though it's a 7-year hiatus between her debut EP and this one. So WAP, and not only WAP, Up being on this album is very interesting. And it's going to be 23 tracks from the last time I checked, and maybe more, maybe less. But as far as the features, that's set in stone. As you have Janet Jackson, Selena Gomez, Summer Walker, Lizzo, Kalani, Megan Thee Stallion, Cash Cobain, and Tyler. So when it comes to that, I do believe having these particular artists on the album is shaping up to at least give us a serviceable project that she put a lot of thought into, which is why I don't know why a WAP or a Up made the album, because it came out so long ago. But anyways, when it comes to Cardi B, I already said in my past Cardi B coverage, as far as when I was talking about imaginary players, I broke down how Atlantic has a new regime. And of course, this is very obvious if you look at my coverage as far as, was it Julie? How do you spell her name? Julie? Yeah, here we go. Okay, Julie Greenwald. I covered this August 20th of 2024. Julie Greenwald to step down as Elliot Grange takes charge of Atlantic Music Group. I broke that down like a kilo of Miley Cyrus.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn.
So that being said, the main thing when you have a new regime is they look at the field, they look at where they're spending money, and they try to have cost-effective cuts as far as marketing budget, and I believe Cardi B is one of those. I do not think that the whole way that she gets around releasing albums is going to work this time, so now she has to put out an entire body of work. Now the rollout has been very interesting as far as it being lackluster, and we're going to see what the first week sales look like, because this is not something that I want to fail. I'm a huge Cardi B fan. You just have to keep it 8 more than 92, especially when I cover the engagement side of the industry. Now, as far as quality, that's a whole nother discussion. I think the album's going to be phenomenal, but I do not think at this point in time it can live up to Am I the Drama. Like, as far as a hiatus, 2018 to 2025, I mean, hold on, let me compare it to gaming, right? GTA 5 release date. GTA 5 came out 2013 and it's set to release in 2026. Now, it may be a far-fetched comparison comparing Cardi B to GTA, but the main reason I'm comparing those two is because the hiatus is hard to live up to the hype that the hiatus built, right? So now you're looking at it from a quality perspective, but subconsciously you're already going to compare it to Invasion of Privacy. People haven't heard, well, I guess they heard tracks from the album because of WAP and Up and Outside and things of that nature. But as far as the entire project, people who are listening right now have already made up their minds, and they haven't listened to the album entirely once. They already made up their mind that this album is not better than Invasion of Privacy. So now, when you're looking at that, I feel like from a quality perspective, it's going to be very subjective and up in the air from the people who's honest and actually gives it a listen as far as trying to see if it's quality, versus the people who are mad at her hiatus, or they're just going to come out and say it's not better than Invasion of Privacy. So now we got that out the way as far as the quality, right? The engagement is a whole nother objective metric. And Cardi B is one of the biggest hip hop stars in the game. So I'm not saying she's going to flop selling like 70 or 80,000 first week. I predict that she's going to do around 170 to 190,000 first week. Of course, I'm open to being wrong, but as far as looking at it, looking at the track list right now, it says 23. It's 21 tracks, including Up and WAP. So 23. Yeah. I mean, also including Imaginary Players, Outside. Well, all the tracks included is 23 tracks. I don't know why I said earlier. I think I said 25. But she's on the Atlantic, like I already said. Atlantic is under Warner. Warner currently has 18% of the entire music market share. So it will behoove them to help Cardi B out as far as analytically on the charts, because there's not a lot of Warner artists in the top 10. You have Gunna, you have Alex Warner, and you have Somber, which, I mean, technically that's a lot if you're comparing it to the field. But then you look at UMG, they have 1, 2, 3, 4. They have the top 4, right? They have 5, 6, 7. They have 7 out of the top 10. And Warner has, well, okay, actually Warner has 2, because Somber is 11, the 11th most played project in the world. So Alex Warren and Gunna is currently the flagship mascots for Warner. I believe Cardi's going to easily debut in the top 10. I think that's a no-brainer, right? But as far as going number 1, K-Pop Demon Hunters currently is still doing 120,000 every single week. Sabrina Carpenter is doing 120,000 every single week. Just so happens, I believe Cardi B would do between 140 to 190,000 first week sales. Now, I know a lot of people are going to look at her last album and say that's a flop, but we really can't compare it to that once again, right? Invasion of Privacy. Let me see, first week. So as far as Cardi B, Invasion of Privacy, it sold 255,000 first week. I think she at least lost 100,000 due to her hiatus. So I'm saying, once again, I think she's going to do between 140 to 190. Even that's a big gap, right? I would say closer to 100. If I had to specifically give like a 10,000 range, I would say 160 to 170,000 first week. I'm open to being wrong, but I bet you it's going to be around that metric. So now, when looking at the debut of number 1 of Invasion of Privacy with 255,000 first week, she can still have that metric of having went number 1, because I do believe if nobody else drops, and if Sabrina or if K-Pop Demon Hunters or if Morgan Wallen doesn't drop a deluxe or a vinyl, she could end up going number 1. And I believe Cardi B is such a darling in the industry that the politics behind the scenes will not let people drop a deluxe or a vinyl like Taylor Swift did every single time in 2024 when a big artist was dropping. Remember when Kendrick was dropping and then Taylor Swift dropped a whole nother vinyl? And remember when Drake was about to drop the Her Loss Deluxe or whatever. Oh no, I think Drake was about to drop Her Loss in general, and Taylor Swift was gonna drop a vinyl saying his loss, like not even a whole new project, just a new title with a vinyl attached to it. And I'm thinking to myself,
You guys. See, that's the problem.
so as far as the landscape, Cardi B is a darling. I think she's gonna get the #1 most played album as far as the debut, which that's a big metric in itself, and she could ride off into the sunset with her tour, because I do not think Cardi B likes to put out music. I believe she was forced to release this album. This album was coming out with or without a rollout. And like I covered back in August 20th, 2024, when I dove deep into Julie Greenwald stepping down as Elliot Grange takes charge of Atlantic Music Group, I specifically broke down why that is. So if you want to look that up, just type in Julie Greenwald Analytic Dreamz with a Z and it should pop up. So anyways, my coverage of that basically is not changing at all. I believe Cardi B was forced, and her old ways of getting around actually releasing an album is not working. Y'all could call Atlantic insensitive for not letting that be the reason why she takes a break. Y'all could probably assume what I'm talking about. But now, Atlantic Music Group is dropping this album with or without a marketing rollout from Cardi. But to be fair, Cardi B still gave a pretty solid rollout as far as going in the streets of New York, saying that she's doing pop-ups. I think she had a pretty solid rollout. And of course, her marketing team behind the scenes got her in front of people who notoriously impact the masses, pun intended. As I think there's a Cardi B interview out right now with, I forget the artist. I don't want to say the wrong name. I don't want to say the wrong name. So Cardi B, we already played the snippet as far as her and Gayle King. But then she also did a conversation with Kelly Rowland. That's like 38 minutes that was released 2 days ago. And it was released on Spotify. So, you know, as far as being on CBS, as far as being on Spotify, as far as being on Today with Jenna and Friends, safe to say that she is laying the groundwork as far as being in front of the masses so they go out and either purchase her album or listen to it. And I think that's going to end up with her having a #1 debut. But I think it's going to be far from the Invasion of Privacy 255,000 first week, which, you know, would still be a dub if she goes #1, in my opinion. So with that being said, that is the overall coverage I have for Cardi B's album. Obviously, we're going to get into it more in depth when the album actually comes out. But of course, fast forwarding from that, I do want to get into some interesting features about this album. So let's do that, starting with Janet Jackson right now.
I love Cardi B and you. Oh my God,
You do. She is funny. I love how, because I like to sit back and laugh and watch, and she's just silly and loud, and she's not shy. And I love that about her. I've never met her, but I've seen her on television, and she makes me laugh.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Janet Jackson talking about Cardi B. Now, you're probably wondering, why did I play that random snippet about Janet Jackson talking about Cardi B? Well, I'm glad you asked. As when it comes to Cardi B and her album, Am I the Drama? Guess who's featured on it? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Janet Jackson herself. And to be fair, I don't know how in the world I found this Snapple fact. My journalistic due diligence can never be questioned, as Cardi B becomes the first woman ever to have Janet Jackson featured on an album. Now, safe to say you don't get facts like that anywhere else except for Notorious Mass Effect. But you know, with that out the way, the main thing I was wondering to myself is, this is a random collab. How in the world did this happen? And I look it up, and then Janet Jackson is a huge fan of Cardi. And of course, as far as in her career, she's pretty withholding as far as her musical offering. So to get Janet Jackson on an album such as this is very poignant in itself, because of course we're going to go through the other features in a second. We're going to get into Selena Gomez being on the album, but focusing on Janet Jackson being one of the confirmed artists on the album, she's alongside Selena Gomez, Lizzo, Megan Thee Stallion, which is not a new Megan Thee Stallion feature, it's WAP. So it's one of the older tracks, because I think Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B is beefing currently, but you know, I don't want to be a chatty patty, right? Even though I just said it. See,
You guys. See, that's the problem.
anyways, along with Kalani, Summer Walker, Tyler, and Cash Cobain, which, you know, to focus on Kalani for a second, you know, I got a little distracted. Do y'all know Kalani has a specific track titled Folded, and she is doing phenomenal on the charts to the point where Folded is the 34th most played track in the world. Now, I know that's very ironic because a lot of people would like to oh, my fault.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
I gotta keep this a PG stream. Anyways, I mean a PG podcast. Let's get back to what I was saying. So Cardi B's feature list, as far as her album, is very indicative of the quality level, in my opinion, and what the effort is as far as being put forth. Now, the marketing rollout is another thing. I believe her going and announcing her being pregnant right before her album is definitely her decision as far as letting people know when she's pregnant, things of that nature. It definitely helps out that it's right before her album as far as engagement, as far as eyes. I mean, she's been trending this entire day. So now, if you're looking at that announcement and that being the biggest engagement factor amongst her being on CBS, I mean, she was on, what was her name? She was on Kelly Rowland's, it was on Spotify's platform, but an interview with Kelly Rowland. Cardi B revealed if she would get married again on Today with Jenna and Friends. Like, she's just answering all the questions in the world, right? And the biggest engagement piece is Cardi B announcing she was pregnant, which of course, you know, is her prerogative. But I think it's very interesting coming right before the album, because no matter how you get the eyes, some say all engagement is good engagement. So as far as the marketing rollout, I think Cardi B had a pretty successful one as far as getting people to know, along with her being pregnant, that she's putting out an album. So the album is 23 tracks and already covered the album in depth. So if you want to hear that, just type in Am I the Drama Analytic Dreamz with a Z and it should pop up. I go in depth about how I feel like the album's going to perform. But now, after getting into Janet Jackson, let's talk about the other interesting feature off of the album, which is Selena Gomez.
I really feel like my album have a little bit of everything, like a little bit of everything.
It does.
Yeah, like
Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. And just so you know, you're welcome. But let's get back to this. Let's focus, guys. Gotta focus.
they have pop.
Yes, the Selena Gomez record.
Yes.
Oh.
That record is jamming too.
Yes.
Wait, hold on. That's what we're talking about today.
Hold on, time out. So I just like to announce that Cardi is singing this record, ladies
Yeah, I
and
do
gentlemen.
see.
And not on one song, not on a chorus, but just one. Like she pops up a couple of times, and I was like, oh, okay, Cardi.
As far as Kelly Rowland giving you, and the cameraman know what he's doing, but that's a whole discussion for another day.
You guys. See, that's the
Let me get back on topic. So as far as Kelly Rowland giving Cardi B a compliment as far as her singing efforts on the album, I think it's genuine. Now, obviously, you know, it may just be PR talk, but I do believe if a singer actually goes out the way to give you a compliment as far as your singing efforts on the album, Cardi B may have did some on the track with Selena Gomez. But anyways, let's keep listening to the interview.
And it comes up again. I was like, oh, okay, Cardi. So she just tapped into her vocal zone. Like, when did that happen? Was that in?
Like, when did that happen? Because you ain't had that. Oh, my fault.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop.
intentional?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like,
Okay.
it's like I feel like when I feel,
Oh, yeah.
Like when I feel like I could sing something, because there's not a lot of records that come by my desk, and it's like,
Yes.
oh, I feel like I could hit this melody. I feel like I could do this little 1-2. I feel
Yes.
like, oh, I could do this 1-2. I'm gonna try my best to do the 1-2, and I did it. So
You
it's like,
did.
yes, it's
You
like,
did. And it
All right. So anyways, this is the interview with Cardi B and Kelly Rowland. For those who didn't know what was playing through your speakers, well, earphones, whatever. But at the end of the day, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because Cardi B just had a whole entire 36-minute interview. Yeah, 38-minute interview with Kelly Rowland on the Spotify platform on YouTube. And then, of course, she went on CBS Morning to talk to Gayle King to announce that she was pregnant. But the main thing I was wanting to focus on, along with, you know, more in-depth coverage of her album, is essentially Cardi B and her list of features that was revealed. Now, if you don't know, she released a plethora of features to be on this Am I the Drama, which is very interesting because, of course, not only do you have Megan Thee Stallion, not only, let's see if I can find this right quick. Why does Cardi B twerk pop up? What in the world? Your eyes ain't even work. What do people be searching? Anyways, and then, because we're on Twitter, so it's not my search engine, you know, just in case y'all wonder. Be like, hold on now.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Anyways, the feature list that I was looking for, let me just go on the IG. Surely she has on IG. Yeah, here it is right here. Why does it pop up? Hold up. Trying to be a W guy. I don't know why it's happening. Okay. So who's the drama? As you can see right here, this is the entire list of features. So you have Cash Cobain. That man everywhere, ain't he? If he's on the Drake sample, which to be fair, you know, side tangent. Drake has his most popular track out right now. And guess what it is? It's the Somebody Loves Me track featuring Cash Cobain. So for everybody, you know, talking bad about that Somebody Loves Me remix, why y'all streaming it? You know, I could never understand. You know, it's like, if y'all don't like something, why support it? Y'all say y'all hate Drake. The Somebody Loves Me track from Drake, Party Next Door, and Cash Cobain is the most successful track currently in hip hop. Come looking at the list, yeah, it's the most successful track in hip hop, period. So I don't know how that works. But actually, let's get back to Cardi B. So that was a little Drake side tangent.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So who's the drama features list? You have Cash Cobain, you have Janet Jackson, Kalani, Lizzo, Megan Thee Stallion, which if you don't know is from the track WAP. I will say that I believe Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion is beefing. Now, obviously, my sources could be I made it up, but let's just say I don't think I did. So the Megan Thee Stallion being interesting on this list because I thought they was beefing, and then you come to realize it's WAP that was already recorded a while ago. So that's very interesting. Then you have Selena Gomez, you have Summer Walker, you have Tyler. And y'all probably wondering to yourself, well, why would they be beefing? Megan Thee Stallion is commenting heart emojis under her picture. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, this is one of the biggest marketing opportunities. And if Cardi B has no reason but to put your single on her album, because WAP is probably her most successful track of all time. Actually, let me see. So WAP is actually I Like It track is most successful track of all time. The I Like It track is hard. But anyways, a lot of tracks off of Invasion of Privacy is hard, but that's besides the point. WAP being her second most played, her most popular track of all time, made it to where it had to be on this album. So why not just throw your name up in there and throw heart emojis to get marketing on your actual account? Because, you know, she has to use the track that you're attached to. So it's not like you can find another WAP. You know, a WAP is really a once-in-a-lifetime type of track. I mean, it had Democrats and Republicans coming out to say this is wrong. This type of music is just salacious garbage for our kids. Like, it had them wilding. All because Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion was trying to tell y'all that they had some.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Anyways, getting back into Selena Gomez. If you don't know, Selena Gomez also had a track with Cardi B back in 2018 titled Taki Taki. So if you want a little inclination of what it sounds like to hear Cardi B and Selena on the track, well, guess what? 2018, they already did it. And it was a huge hit as far as Taki Taki peaking at number 11 on the Billboard Hot 100. So that track out the gate was a huge success, which makes this crossover move for her album make even more success because her second ever collaboration post Taki Taki makes it so that you would think they would replicate that same success. So Selena Gomez, Cardi B being on this album showcases to me that the Imaginary Players track that came out was really Cardi trying to get in her rap bag. I think the album is the complete opposite. Like you heard with the interview with Kelly Rowland, I believe she's going to be singing more. These are very interesting features because of the fact I believe she's going to be singing a lot. I don't think there's one rapper besides Megan Thee Stallion, and that's an old track off of this album. So now you're looking at it and you kind of start to summarize that the entire album is going to be more singing from Cardi. So anyways, that's all I wanted to talk about. That's the main thing because, of course, when you look at Cardi B, when you look at the way that she just goes at her musical creation, you come to find out that all of these puzzle pieces are starting to come together. I believe the album is going to be phenomenal when it eventually releases, but I definitely want to dive into the two most interesting features on the album. So that's why we talked about Janet Jackson. That's why we talked about Selena Gomez being on this album. So if you want to listen to those specifically as far as the Janet Jackson one, just type in Janet Jackson Analytic Dreamz with a Z. Or if you want to hear my overall coverage of Cardi B's album Am I the Drama, just type in Cardi B Analytic Dreamz with a Z. But with that being said, that is the pre-album drop coverage of Cardi B's Am I the Drama. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about my Cardi B coverage in general as far as before the album drops? And what do you want to hear the most as far as Cardi's upcoming album, Am I the Drama, dropping tomorrow. Pop out, brand new body like I'm Cardi. And this is a PG podcast, so of course we're going to take out the provocative words. I'm giving belt out like karate. And she even did the karate ad-lib. Busted for my man. Hold up now, pause.
You guys.
Well, I guess in her case it isn't. Like it's a hobby. Can't be on this what? Because I be on this. I don't understand the provocative nature of these lyrics, so I'm just going to leave it like that. G-lock in my hip. I walk around with a switch. I wonder what type of flow that is. Almost like that's Abraham Joseph flow. Hold up now. Ain't that man married? Anyways, with that being said, Cardi and Lotto have released a remix track titled Time. Now, ladies and gentlemen.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
This track is phenomenal. I love the remix. I love the way that Lotto came in on the track. And of course, the way that she's rapping, switching vocal inflections. I think Lotto definitely realized when it comes to Cardi B, you better show up, especially every single time you're on the track with her, as it's going to sell a lot and you're going to have a lot of eyes on your particular verse. So you probably want to go out of the ordinary to make it higher quality than you usually do. You may have to do 50 to 60 different takes because, of course, this is probably going to be the biggest engagement for your verse that you've received in quite some time. Because I don't know if y'all remember, not too long ago, and this is not like a bashing Lotto segment, because, of course, I'm a huge fan of Lotto. I think she's one of the greatest artists we've ever seen, right? So with that being said, with Lotto and Ice Spice, their track titled Gat, I think I'm saying it right. When that track came out and they ended their nearly, 2-year beef to put out the first ever collab track, I'm not going to say it was a Floposaurus Rex. I'm just going to say that it may have been in Jurassic Park.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So with that being said, the main thing I was wanting to get at is this specific track being a standout, in my opinion, because of Cardi and Lotto giving very infectious verses to the point where I could see this being played everywhere. I mean, this track is a straight up anthem. So if you don't know, it's the Time remix, as Cardi B put on her Instagram. They didn't have a video or anything, but she just put up a picture of Lotto and said, Am I the Drama Time edition is out now, featuring the hottest Mama Sota from the A, and then she added Lotto. So when it comes to that, I do believe Cardi is pulling interesting marketing moves, and deservedly so, because she's put in a lot of groundwork to pull this one, as far as pulling out a very lyrical rapper as far as Lotto in the grand scheme of things in the women rap game, right? So now with them having yet another remix, because if you don't remember, they also collabed last time for the Put It On The Floor Again remix. I think that was, so that was Lotto's track, and then Cardi B hopped on that track and it peaked at number 13 on the Billboard. So now I was wanting to get into a little future chart predictions, because of course over here in Notorious Mass Effect, we covered analytics to the point where we definitely going to get to the bottom of who has the most Notorious Mass Effect. You know what I'm saying?
Shepard.
All right, my fault. So anyways, with that being said, Safe Unequivocally is the most successful track off of Am I the Drama, and that's featuring Kalani. So that specific track is set to be the 20th most played track in the world. And these are future chart predictions for October 4th. So it could change, but it won't change that much as far as future chart predictions. And then you have Magnet, the second most played track off of Am I the Drama. That's the 37th most played track in the world. And then you have Pick It Up featuring Selena Gomez. That's set to be the 39th. Dead featuring Summer Walker with the Nicki Minaj disc. But, we don't need to talk about that.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like,
that's supposed to be the 43rd most played track. Pretty and Petty, which is one of my favorite tracks off of the album. I mean, I think that's definitely fitting for Cardi B as far as her bag and the way she was getting at people on that album. But anyways, Pretty and Petty is the 44th most played track. Hello is the 47th most played track. Bodega Batty, interestingly enough, is the 52nd. So it's one of the more popular tracks out of the entire album. Then you have What's Going On featuring Lizzo being the 59th. Man of Your Word, which is the 66th. Salute, which is the 71st. Shower Tears, which is the 75th. And then, of course, you have Time which is receiving a remix for Lotto that's set to be the 77. So it's not like Cardi took Lotto to put her on a already popular track. I think Lotto's going to help out this track more than she's probably going to get credit for. But anyways, Time, the original version, is the 77th, well, slated to be the 77th. Better Than You featuring Cash Cobain is set to be the 80th most played track. Principal featuring Janet Jackson is set to be the 87th. On My Back, which is definitely one of the most gut-wrenching X tracks we've heard in quite some time. I don't know if an X had put out a more gut-wrenching track in the past 3 years, ladies and gentlemen.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
If you listen to the lyrics and you realize who she's talking about, and then it's not Offset, you kind of realize, hold up now. I know Offset was just listening to that, doing a whole Tyrese impression, because what more do you want from me? That track is insane. So those are all the tracks that's set to be charting and Billboard Hot 100. And once again, that's a future chart prediction, so it could change. But ultimately, those are pretty on the nose as far as chart data. So when it comes to Cardi, she's overall set to do 205,000 first week, and that's the highest projection. So at first, people were coming out as far as different sources saying that she was going to do around 129 to 150,000 first week. I guessed and I projected that she would do around 170 to 190. And of course, on my TikTok, that's one of the clips that actually went up on my TikTok. I mean, not went up, but went viral, semi-viral. It actually did pretty well. Oh, my fault, I was playing it. But that came out. When did that clip come out? That clip came out a week ago, right? So I feel like I was pretty on the nose because I basically said that she's probably going to do 170 to 190,000. Warner currently has 18% of the to 190,000 first week. Of course, so that was a little flash in the past. Y'all can't see it, but that was me in the past. So a week ago, I was basically saying it was going to be 170 to 190 first week, and the highest projections is set to have Cardi out 205,000 first week. So safe to say, I'd be on the nose a little bit as far as what I'd be talking about, you know. So when it comes to Cardi B, I do believe she's a big enough artist to not flop, but also putting out good music, I think, helped to get to that 200 mark and 200 metric. Because at first it was looking like it was going to be 120 to 150. And I think the word of mouth, because I don't think anybody's out here saying the album is bad and definitely not trash, but people are singing the praises for Cardi B because the album is really good. So now people are starting to, okay, I'll give it a try. And then now I think that's what bumped it up to the 200 metric. But that's the highest projection. We'll see what it officially does by probably not this time next week, but probably by like Monday or Tuesday we'll have the official numbers. But it is looking to be a 200,000+ first week sales for Cardi, which is a huge monumental accomplishment, especially for being away for like 6 to 7 years. So coming back to the Lotto track, make sure to click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the Cardi B featuring Lotto remix on the Time track? And if you've listened to the album Am I the Drama, what is your favorite track? And do you believe that Cardi B at this point in time is one of the biggest hip hop stars in the game? Now, of course, I don't want to say I told you so, because I love Cardi, right? And you know, as far as starting off my coverage of Cardi's sales like this, you already know that the Cardi Hive is going to be upset.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
But I'm here to tell you that I am on your side. You know what I mean? I'm part of Cardi gang. What they say, Barty gang. I'm not even a blood. You know what I mean? I'm a whole civilian out here screaming Barty gang. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, with that being said, and of course, I'm part of the Nicki Hive. You know, as far as those particular fan bases, they're beefing like Bloods and Crips. So when chart data, which you can see right here on the Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify, you know, we can't do fake news around here, is projecting that Cardi B's Am I the Drama is aiming for the #1 debut on Billboard 200 with, what is that? 125 to 150,000 units first week. But also, it will mark Cardi B's second consecutive #1 album. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is why you should follow me on social media, because I've been put out this clip talking about Cardi B's album sales predictions, and this is what I had to say. And Cardi B is one of the biggest hip hop stars in the game. So I'm not saying she's going to flop selling like 70 or 80,000 first week. I predict that she's going to do around 170 to 190,000 first week.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
Of course, I'm open to being wrong, but as far as looking at it, looking at the track list right now, it says 23. It's 21 tracks, including Up and WAP, so 23. Warner currently has 18%. Hey, first off, hey, shout out to y'all who's been commenting on this clip, but I like this right here. Somebody put up the clip. Said, Am I the Drama by Cardi B is projected to debut at #1 on Billboard 200 chart with 125 to 150 units sold. It's almost like I know what I'll be talking about.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, of course, there's a lot of reasons why this is the case. Do I believe it would have sold this amount if it wasn't good music? That's why I said the whole under 100,000 metric, because I believe if it wasn't good music, it was going to sell even less than what I projected it to do. And even what I had was a higher projections than what chart data is showing. To be fair, there's a lot of smoke and mirrors behind the scenes to the point where her label, because if you don't know, Cardi B is under Atlantic, which is under Warner, right? Which Warner currently has 32% of the music market share. So if you look at that, and then you look at what Cardi's going to do, it pretty much behooves them to help Warner out on the overall market share because UMG currently has 53%, right? So Invasion of Privacy did 255,000 first week in sales. So the reason why I was saying that she will sell around 170 to 190,000 first week is because, one, I do like Cardi, so I didn't want to lowball her. But at the end of the day, when you take a 7 to 8 year hiatus, you come to find out that maybe you're just not that serious about your musical career, because there's not too many artists that could come back and replicate the type of hype that you had as far as your, I'm not going to say first ever album, but your first ever album under QC, the label, right? And it winning a Grammy, and now you wait 7 to 8 years to put out another body of work. I don't think a lot of people are really receptive to that type of hiatus unless you're like a Rihanna or Michael Jackson type of artist. So anyways, I say all that to say I have listened to the album, and guess what? It's phenomenal. I think the album is tremendous. I like the way she's going at Offset. I like the way that she's going at certain women in the rap game. I mean, she really had a lot to say on this album, which to me makes it a solid body of work, to the point where I was thinking to myself, I was like, wow, this is one of the best albums I've heard of the year. And obviously not. There's a lot of lines that she has that you could just feel like it was written to be delivered in a way, and she wasn't able to actually execute on certain lines. And there's only certain lines, right? There's this one line in particular that stands out where she says, I'm like a Dalmatian. I'm like a Dalmatian, or something like that. Like, it's my spot forever. I'm like a Dalmatian. Whoever wrote that, pretty sure did not intend on the execution to be the way that Cardi B delivered it, right? And no aspersions on Cardi. I think throughout the whole album, she's definitely giving a lot of quotables. That's just one of the lines that stood out, which made it, for me, a lot of the rap albums that I have in my top 5 is The Clips, is Russ. Those are masterclass lyricists. So if I'm looking at Cardi B's album like a hip hop album, and when you have tracks like Imaginary Players, when you have tracks like Killing You, HOES, is a PG podcast. And then you're really cementing the point that you're trying to get across some lyricism type of energy. Now you have to start judging it on the top lyricists in the game, which I think is unfair. But when you do tracks like Imaginary Players, you're putting yourself in a box that you just cannot compete in. But when she has the tracks like Pretty and Petty on this album, Check Please, Principle, those, Pick It Up, all of those tracks are specifically Cardi B's bag, and it's all over this album. So that's why I look past those lyrical blunders, because the whole album has enough of the strip club anthems that I believe that Cardi B needed to deliver. I feel like she delivered with this album. Now, as far as the sales, I already told you, when it came to rap and hip hop, they're having a hard time on the charts, right? The best performer in hip hop currently is Drake, and his track Somebody Loves Me has been out, but his remix with Cash Cobain is currently the 27th most played track in the world. Now, of course, the next artist that we could look at is Big X the Plug. His most popular track is currently the 32nd most played track in the world, featuring Bailey Zimmerman. So you look at Big X the Plug, you look at Drake. I mean, I guess if you want to count Size 7 being just backpacked by SZA, because if you look at the charts, very interesting how none of the Kendrick tracks are left on the charts. I wonder why that is. But anyways, that's besides the point. So SZA just backpacking this man on the Billboard charts. So if you look at it, every track that Kendrick has on the charts is literally with SZA. And actually there's only one right now, which is Luther. And guess who's on it? SZA. And if you look at that particular fact, there's not a lot of hip hop artists in the top 20, top 30 at all. So when I look at Cardi B's sales and I give my sales predictions, it's going off of that fact. It's not trying to say that she's not a great artist. It's just looking at the current landscape of hip hop in 2025 and saying that taking a 7 to 8 year hiatus is not going to make people come back to your music like you think they would. So with that being said, that's the main thing I wanted to get into. The best performing track off of that album, I believe, is Magnet. I'm trying to see if no, it's Safe and Magnet. It seems like Safe and Magnet is the best performing tracks off of this album currently. Don't quote me on that, but I believe it is. So Safe and Magnet seems to be the best performing tracks off of this album. And Magnet is straight fire. As far as Safe, oh, that's the one featuring Kalani. Y'all know my favorite basketball player is Kyrie Irving. I don't know why I wanted to just throw that in there. Just a random side tangent. But as far as Kalani, you know what I mean? Drake said it best. You know what I mean? Hold on. Y'all know what drop I'm about to play. I got to extend it for this because I didn't want to spend too much time on this. But as far as Kalani's track Folded, I say this all the time because I'm a huge fan of Kalani's. I think Kalani's one of the greatest artists that we've ever seen, right? So with that being said, Kalani, here we go. Yeah. Kalani has the 34th most played track in the world with her track Folded. And it just makes me go back to this clip right here.
Right now. We'll fold that up right now.
Every time I see the sales of Kalani's track Folded, I'm just reminded of how everybody looking at Kalani.
Don't get shy now. We'll fold that up right now.
Now, that being said, that's basically what I want to get into. So now let's transition because I did want to touch on both of the best performing tracks off of the album. So now let's get into Safe featuring Kalani. Let's get into the other track, which is Magnet. Now let's talk about this hating. What? Hold on now. It's a PG podcast. But anyways, we're going to try our best. Let's talk about this hating person, ungrateful person. I don't care, met somebody, got to say it person. Fake friend, clown, on the net, kick your friend while she's down. Your loyalty depends who you around. Hold up now. Backdoor HO? Oh no, that's disrespectful.
You guys.
Hating on the low. You shady. You been trash since birth. Mama didn't want you. Brenda's baby. And then I can't even say the rest.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
But that's not it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not it. She literally said something else. She just mad she got a person she be sharing bags with. Not Lil Uzi Smoke. Sad day in history. My person, which is Offset, may cheat, but at least I don't stick. No, what? Hold up now. Now, Cardi B just exploded on this track titled Magnet to the point where it's one of her best performing tracks off of her album. Now, who would have thunk that Cardi B going at JT and seemingly Lil Uzi, because who else would JT be attached with romantically other than Lil Uzi, right? Y'all let me know. So, Lil Uzi catching the most randomest astray because Cardi B's going at JT. I'm pretty sure that Cardi B don't even beef with Lil Uzi like that. But after this line, it's up. I mean, Lil Uzi, unless, you know, depending on how you, hey.
You guys.
Y'all heard Kanye say more wilder things, right? He said crazier things in society. So, you know, however Uzi gets down, to each his own. You know, everybody is you know, it's on planet Earth, you know, you have a lot of free will, right? And you do of that what you will. And at the end of the day, I'm not here to judge. Just stay in your lane, brother. And obviously, I don't think if that's true, Uzi respects being outed like this.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at this.
To the point where some would say,
it's time for a rap battle.
Hold on now. Where in the world? Who in the world just came out of?
It's time for a rap battle.
Anyways, basically what I'm saying is if JT don't come out with a scathing diss record expeditiously, because of course, Cardi B's trying to sell records with her album. So if you wanted to wait after a week and then respond, I think that would be best, especially because of all the marketing strategies trying to uplift the sales. Because if you don't know, I went, your boy went a little viral on TikTok for having this very interesting take, right? Market 170 to 190,000 first week. Of course, I'm open to being wrong, but so he basically said that he's open to being wrong. And then this is why I love the people who engage with my social media clips, because guess what? Dean, shout out to Dean. I'm gonna hit the like button. Yeah, there we go. Shout out to Dean. He posted a picture and said, "Am I the drama?" by Cardi B is projected to debut at #1 on Billboard 200 chart with 125 to 150,000 units sold. And it will mark her second consecutive album. It's almost like I know what I'll be talking about.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So anyways, Magnet is also one of my favorite tracks off of the album for the simple fact that she's going at everybody. I mean, she is not picking and choosing when it comes to who she wants to go at. She went at JT. She went at Nicki. I know a lot of y'all didn't catch that. She went at Nicki. Who else? She went at Bia. That one was more blatant on Pretty and Petty. That one was more obvious as far as her going at Bia. And then, of course, she went at Offset. You know, Offset caught it so many times. Pause.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Offset caught it straight so many times that I was thinking to myself, my brother's had enough. You know what I'm saying? Whole time, he just listening to that. There's a specific track that I just know made his stomach do all type of backflips. Let me see. So it's just one. Let me see if I can find it. Oh yeah. It's the track. Is it with Janet Jackson? I don't know if it was that one. I think it was Janet Jackson. Anyways, she was basically talking about how all the different, I don't know if it was, I don't want to play it because obviously I feel like, well, obviously it'll be copyrighted, but let me see if I can pull this up right quick. Because I think it may have been Trophies. I have to get this specifically because she said something very egregious, and I want y'all to listen to this track because when I tell you, I was taken aback. I was like, wow, I wasn't even in a relationship with Cardi B, and that made my stomach turn upside down. I was like, hold up now. So actually, let me mute the desktop audio. So let me listen to this right quick. I think it's this one. Is it Nice Guy? Let me see. This web browser. All right. Oh, okay. I think it's this one. Nah, Nice Guy is about it's about Offset. I think it's Principal. She said something about Jesus P. Okay, yeah. I think it's definitely Principal. I ain't gonna lie to you. Making a track towards your new man and having that in-depth description of provocative activities, talking about the Jesus piece and the different positions, I'm not gonna lie to you. It probably had Offset saying this right here.
This is all I got.
It's the funniest clip ever. I swear it's the funniest clip ever.
This is all I got. Don't take my baby, okay? I've been away from my baby for 2 months. I'm not doing this because no one's just been away from my baby for 2 months.
Where's it at though? I didn't find it.
$1,000 a month.
Oh yeah, there you go.
What more do you want from me?
This is Offset listening to Principal featuring Janet Jackson.
The amendment. Don't take my baby. I'm at $13,000 a month. What more do you want from me?
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, you wonder why a lot of people aren't having babies nowadays.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn.
Hey, that pain is so authentic, it scared me. And I don't even have any children. You know what I'm saying? I was like, wow, this is the type of stuff men be getting put through. Hey, you know, I'm going to stick to working. So anyways, Cardi B's track Magnet going at JT was beyond insane. And as far as the particular thing she had to get off her chest, like she said at the Breakfast Club that Charlamagne said, you know, no Diddy too.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Y'all really got to watch that Cardi B Breakfast Club interview. Straight classic. But that's the main thing I want to get into. I didn't want to give a huge breakdown because I will be getting into the album in its entirety whenever the episode comes around. Because, of course, I gave a breakdown of the album before it came out. The way I gave my sales predictions, and it was so on point, I was just letting that live a little bit because, you know, safe to say, that's why I always say you should subscribe, rate this 5 stars, share this to somebody who you think would enjoy breakdowns of the entire gaming and music industry, because I be knowing what I'm talking about a little bit. And I look back at this TikTok clip, it's safe to say, very interesting how it's basically on the nose as far as her album selling around a certain metric. So with that being said, shout out to her best performance tracks off of the album being Magnet, and then the other one is Safe featuring Kalani. And with that being said, is it Safe? Where's Kalani at? I don't see Kalani at all on here. Oh, it's right here. I can't see. All right. Yeah. Shout out to Magnet, which is the third track off of the album, and shout out to Safe, which is the 8th track off of the album, being the 2 best performance tracks off of Cardi B's latest album, Am I the Drama. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Cardi B putting out some phenomenal music, but the sales may not be indicative of how high quality the album is? And ultimately, if you've listened to the album, what is your favorite track? Now, of course, I don't want to say I told you so, because I love Cardi, right? And as far as starting off my coverage of Cardi's sales like this, you already know that the Cardi Hive is going to be upset.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
But I'm here to tell you that I am on your side. You know what I mean? I'm part of Cardi gang. What they say, Barty gang. I'm not even a blood. You know what I mean? I'm a whole civilian out here screaming Barty gang. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, with that being said, and of course, I'm part of the Nicki Hive. As far as those particular fan bases, they're beefing like Bloods and Crips. So when chart data, which you can see right here on the Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify, we can't do fake news around here, is projecting that Cardi B's Am I the Drama is aiming for the #1 debut on Billboard 200 with, what is that? 125 to 150,000 units first week. But also, it will mark Cardi B's 2nd consecutive #1 album. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is why you should follow me on social medias, because I've been put out this clip talking about Cardi B's album sales predictions, and this is what I had to say. And Cardi B is one of the biggest hip-hop stars in the game. So I'm not saying she's going to flop selling like 70 or 80,000 first week. I predict that she's going to do around 170 to 190,000 first week.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Of course, I'm open to being wrong, but as far as looking at it, looking at the track list right now, it says 23. It's 21 tracks, including Up and WAP, so 23. Warner currently has 18%. Hey, first off, shout out to y'all who's been commenting on this clip, but I like this right here. Somebody put up the clip. Said, Am I the Drama by Cardi B is projected to debut at #1 on Billboard 200 chart with 125 to 150 units sold. It's almost like I know what I'll be talking about.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, of course, there's a lot of reasons why this is the case. Do I believe it would have sold this amount if it wasn't good music? That's why I said the whole under 100,000 metric, because I believe if it wasn't good music, it was going to sell even less than what I projected it to do. And even what I had was a higher projections than what chart data is showing. To be fair, there's a lot of smoke and mirrors behind the scenes to the point where her label, because if you don't know, Cardi B is under Atlantic, which is under Warner, right? Which Warner currently has 32% of the music market share. So if you look at that, and then you look at what Cardi's going to do, it pretty much behooves them to help Warner out on the overall market share, because UMG currently has 53%, right? So Invasion of Privacy did 255,000 first week in sales. So the reason why I was saying that she will sell around 170 to 190,000 first week is because, one, I do like Cardi, so I didn't want to lowball her. But at the end of the day, when you take a 7 to 8 year hiatus, you come to find out that maybe you're just not that serious about your musical career, because there's not too many artists that could come back and replicate the type of hype that you had as far as your, I'm not going to say first ever album, but your first ever album under QC, the label, right? And it winning a Grammy, and now you wait 7 to 8 years to put out another body of work. I don't think a lot of people are really receptive to that type of hiatus, unless you're like a Rihanna or Michael Jackson type of artist. So anyways, I say all that to say, I have listened to the album, and guess what? It's phenomenal. I think the album is tremendous. I like the way she's going at Offset. I like the way that she's going at certain women in the rap game. I mean, she really had a lot to say on this album, which to me makes it a solid body of work, to the point where I was thinking to myself, I was like, wow, this is one of the best albums I've heard of the year. And obviously not. There's a lot of lines that she has that you could just feel like it was written to be delivered in a way, and she wasn't able to actually execute on certain lines. And there's only certain lines, right? There's this one line in particular that stands out where she says, I'm like a Dalmatian. I'm like a Dalmatian or something like that. Like, it's my spot forever. I'm like a Dalmatian. Whoever wrote that, pretty sure did not intend on the execution to be the way that Cardi B delivered it, right? And no aspersions on Cardi. I think throughout the whole album, she's definitely giving a lot of quotables. That's just one of the lines that stood out, which made it, you know, for me, a lot of the rap albums that I have in my top 5 is The Clips, is Russ. Those are masterclass lyricists. So if I'm looking at Cardi B's album, like a hip hop album, and when you have tracks like Imaginary Players, when you have tracks like Killing You, HOES, is a PG podcast. And then you're really cementing the point that you're trying to get across some lyricism type of energy. Now you have to start judging it on the top lyricists in the game, which I think is unfair. But when you do tracks like Imaginary Players, you're putting yourself in a box that you just cannot compete in. But when she makes, when she has the tracks like Pretty and Petty on this album, Check Please, Principle, those, Pick It Up, all of those tracks are specifically Cardi B's bag, and it's all over this album. So that's why I look past those lyrical blunders, because the whole album has enough of the strip club anthems that I believe that Cardi B needed to deliver. I feel like she delivered with this album. Now, as far as the sales, I already told you, when it came to rap and hip hop, they're having a hard time on the charts, right? The best performer in hip hop currently is Drake, and his track Somebody Loves Me has been out, but his remix with Cash Cobain is currently the 27th most played track in the world. Now, of course, the next artist that we could look at is Big X The Plug. His most popular track is currently the 32nd most played track in the world, featuring Bailey Zimmerman. So you look at Big X The Plug, you look at Drake. I mean, I guess if you want to count Size 7 being just backpacked by SZA, because if you look at the charts, very interesting how none of the Kendrick tracks are left on the charts. I wonder why that is. But anyways, that's besides the point. So SZA just backpacking this man on the Billboard charts. So if you look at it, every track that Kendrick has on the charts is literally with SZA. And actually there's only one right now, which is Luther. And guess who's on it? SZA. And if you look at that particular fact, there's not a lot of hip hop artists in the top 20, top 30 at all. So when I look at Cardi B's sales and I give my sales predictions, it's going off of that fact. It's not trying to say that she's not a great artist. It's just looking at the current landscape of hip hop in 2025 and saying that taking a 7 to 8 year hiatus is not going to make people come back to your music like you think they would. So with that being said, that's the main thing I wanted to get into. The best performing track off of the album, I believe, is Magnet. I'm trying to see if it's Safe and Magnet. It seems like Safe and Magnet is the best performing tracks off of this album currently. Don't quote me on that, but I believe it is. So Safe and Magnet seems to be the best performing tracks off of this album. And Magnet is straight fire. As far as Safe, oh, that's the one featuring Kalani. Y'all know my favorite basketball player is Kyrie Irving. I don't know why I wanted to just throw that in there. Just a random side tangent. But as far as Kalani, you know what I mean? Drake said it best. You know what I mean? Hold on. Y'all know what drop I'm about to play. I got to extend it for this because I didn't want to spend too much time on this. But as far as Kalani's track Folded, I say this all the time because I'm a huge fan of Kalani's. I think Kalani's one of the greatest artists that we've ever seen, right? So with that being said, Kalani, here we go. Yeah. Kalani has the 34th most played track in the world with her track Folded. And it just makes me go back to this clip right here.
Right now. We'll fold that up right now.
Every time I see the sales of Kalani's track Folded, I'm just reminded of how everybody looking at Kalani.
Don't get shy now. We'll fold that up right now.
Now, that being said, that's basically what I want to get into. So now let's transition because I did want to touch on both of the best performing tracks off of the album. So now let's get into Safe featuring Kalani. Let's get into the other track, which is Magnet. You know, I think our fellow correspondent when it comes to Champagne Poppy, pause.
You guys.
should give us an update on this particular track.
Supposed to be the video for this song. Drake even hit Presser like, yo, I'm shooting the video.
He shot a what?
Yo, I'm shooting the video for the song we got.
Oh.
Presser's hype like, yo, bet, lit.
Okay.
All of a sudden, and look at the time. Look at the 10 months.
Oh, I'm looking at the time. What it say?
Up, Drake drops, because this is all I heard.
Oh, he's stuttering. Hold on. We got to give him some time.
Because, by the way, I heard it back then.
There we go.
Because Presser told me he had a song with Drake 12 months ago. And he was like, yo, Drake did the video. I'm like, word? Oh, y'all about to be lit.
This man excited. I ain't never heard this man talk that fast.
I'm about to be lit. Yo, he's like, yeah, yo, Drizzy just did the video. I said, word? Where? It's like, yo, he's in the mall. He did the video for the song. Drake fucked up for this. Drake dropped the No Face video with this.
So honestly, when it comes to this National Treasure unreleased track from Drake and Presser, as you've heard from the #1 correspondent as far as Champagne Papi,
You guys.
the main thing that I would say is when you look at the No Face video, as far as it being the video for National Treasure, it's kind of a far-fetched idea because he shows himself rapping along to the song. Now, maybe I'm mistaken, as far as how the process went. Maybe he shot the video for Presser for like 10 seconds and then got to the real music video. But throughout the No Face video, I mean, he's rapping along to the actual No Face track. So it's hard for me to believe that. But at the end of the day, academics, when it comes to certain Drake information, usually is on point. For this one, I'm a little iffy about it as far as the validity. Now, what's not iffy is that Drake did not want this track to come out. So let's go to our other correspondent for Champagne Papi.
You guys.
And see what he has to say as he was directly confronted by Aubrey Drake Graham.
Yo, I'm on.
You're on stream. Don't talk to me like that, bro.
You don't talk to me like that.
What?
You don't
Why
want.
you say it like? Why you say it so sassy?
Because that's how you.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Hey, I told y'all he's a Drake correspondent. Let's get back to it.
You talk so sassy.
Nah, I'm saying no, bro. Don't talk to me like that.
Then you don't.
I don't even know what the fuck those kids are. Are you crazy?
Wait,
you talking
know
tough?
Those kids are?
Fuck. No, I just asked you who they are. What the fuck?
Well, hold on now. That's not the same voice he was using with Bobby Althoff.
Is it okay? I got my dope on me. I said, what the?
It sounds way different talking to Aiden Ross than he was. My fault.
Can I get the song too? Like.
Yo, bro, shout out to my broski in the background, man. Fuck, man.
Oh, Jordan. Yeah, we got Jordan and we got Combi.
What's good, Drake?
Yo, that's my dog.
Huh? Oh, this is my boy Snaggy too, by the way.
Fuck going on?
Yeah, I know Snaggy. What up, Snaggy?
That's my twin right there.
Hey, we're watching this UFC. Who you got? You got Silver. You got Lopez.
I don't even know what the fuck you guys are talking. I don't even know. I'm in Berlin. What the fuck? I don't even know.
That man is not ready for any conversation.
I've been talking. Anyway, I won't even say that. I'll see you soon, bro.
Okay, pull up on me after tour. Bye, Drake.
All right, Drake. Have a good one, bro.
I love y'all boys, though.
Love you, Drake.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Now, after checking in with both of our Champagne Papi correspondents, we have to say, now when it comes to the National Treasure track, it does seem like Drake did not accidentally leak this to the public because, of course, this was initially revealed for the public on Iceman episode 1. It was the elevator scene, and it was the same beat in the episode 2 outro. So for me, specifically, whenever I was talking about Iceman 3 and how it was going to impact as far as Drake putting out some scathing bars towards a couple gentlemen, right? The main thing, let me see if I can pull this up. The main thing I was talking about was that specific track, which, to be fair, he did actually play that track, but he did not go in depth as far as the rest of the track, right? He cut it off, and then he played some other track. I forget what it was called. But the later bars, which we come to find out, was taking shots at DeRozan, and there's a lot of other bars specifically on that track that I was talking about. So that's one of my favorites out of the reveals through the Iceman episodes. A lot of people listen to Iceman 3, and because of that track getting cut short, like Kyson, that they basically told him that it was straight ASS, which you've already heard what Kyson had to say about Drake. But ultimately, when it comes to that specific track, National Treasure, we now know it was with Presser, but I'm under the assumption that he took that track and added a couple verses to it. Now, of course, my sources are I made it up. But as far as my sources being I made it up, I did talk about how and when Iceman 3 was going to come out. So usually when it comes to this specific things, when it comes to around Drake, I'm pretty on the nose, right? So when it comes to this specific track, National Treasure, there's a lot of other things he's sending and a lot of other people he's sending shots at. I would compare the National Treasure track to a Family Matters type of track, but dissing everybody who's not a rapper, right? Because Family Matters was going at ASAP, Rick Ross, who else? Size 7. There's some other people. Did I already say Rick Ross? I forget who else he went at. He went at a lot of people. Oh, Future, Metro. Oh, The Weeknd. How did I forget The Weeknd? That's the main thing that got his house. Oh, my fault.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Y'all don't even know about that. But anyways, yeah, so he went after every artist on Family Matters. I believe National Treasure will be a direct shot at multiple people who are not artists, such as the one and only LeBron. We already heard the DeRozan diss, and you heard the Kawhi bar. I mean, that's one of the best Drake lines I've ever heard in a minute. And y'all gonna say I'm glazing, but that man said, "Cause why? We must have been dealing in the spur of the moment. Cause why did we think you could get us a ring?"
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
I mean, that's not even a double, triple entendre. That's just masterclass at its finest as far as lyrical presence. Now, anyways, you know, y'all gonna say I'm doing tricks on it, but at the end of the day, when it comes to another Drake bar, don't forget, this man's the same person who said they want me on, they want me RIP on a t-shirt like I'm Hulk Hogan, and then you see how that, you know, that man just works in mysterious ways, you know, obviously, you know, rest in peace to Hulk Hogan. I'm just saying that Drake's a masterclass lyricist. So anyways, enough of Drake glazing. Get back to the National Treasure track. I'm not going to spend too much time on it because it's not out. I usually like to focus on music, and technically it's out. If you look at, you know, the SoundClouds of that nature, YouTube, Twitter, you can find the track in full. I mean, Livingston broke it down like a kilo of Miley Cyrus when he was playing it on his stream. So if you want to hear the track in full, that's what I would go to. But as far as my review of that track, I'm just going to let y'all know that I believe that track's going to be on the album, and it's going to be a Family Matters, but for non-musicians, such as LeBron, DeRozan, Westbrook may even catch a bar, and other people, right? So let's just leave it at that. At the end of the day, we do have a lot of Drake information to get into as far as in the future, because of course he's about to get off tour. If you don't know, Drake is currently on the Some Special Shows for You tour with Party Next Door, focusing on Europe. And as of September 17th, the tour is still ongoing, and it ends September 22nd, I believe. So with that being said, that's what I had up for this whole time. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because I basically have the post up with Drake saying 10 more days left, and that was 4 days ago. So 16, 15, 14, 13. So it ends like on the 22nd, 23rd, definitely 23rd. I'm no mathematician, but I think I got that right. So anyways, his tour ends soon, and one could only assume what type of rollout will happen after Drake gets off tour. I wonder. And of course, Taylor Swift completely took his release date. So for y'all wondering, Taylor Swift just boom ganged that release date. She's the biggest gangster in the music industry, putting up the biggest numbers. She took over October, and guess what? Cardi's about to drop this Friday. Drake really doesn't have a lot of room to work with if he's going to drop this year. So I'm thinking, I thought he was going to push it up, but then I forgot Sabrina Carpenter dropped at the beginning of this month. Not saying that he can't overtake Sabrina Carpenter. I'm just saying that Sabrina Carpenter currently has the second most played album in the world, and her album's been out for 2 to 3 weeks, right? And then, so probably let Sabrina have this month, and then next month Taylor is dropping. So those two women individually take up a whole entire month with the long-term impact of their albums. So I would assume November or December. And with that being said, December would be a great month, I think, because, you know, the Iceman, the snow, things of that nature, it may go along with the weather, but I believe that Drake was definitely trying to drop in October. Taylor Swift got wind of that somehow, you know, and she basically took over that whole entire month. So I thought Drake was going to push up his album. Safe to say that he's not, and I think November and December, if he wants to drop in this year, is definitely going to be release dates for Iceman. But it's definitely finished, and at some point he's going to release it sometime soon. It's just T Swift is actually pulling a gangster move as far as taking the release month from him. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Drake's unreleased leaked track titled National Treasure with Preza, I can't even say his name right. And what is your favorite part about the track? Now we're back again to talk about the GOAT of hip hop, the mascot of hip hop, but also, it pains me to say, the Aubrey Karen of the sport we call hip hop.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Anyways, with all the dramatics out of the way, I do want to let y'all know that when it comes to my GOAT, you know, I don't know where size 7's at, but safe to say, Drake is still putting up phenomenal numbers on the charts to the point where his most successful track is the Somebody Loves Me track with Cash Cobain, that's currently the 27th most played track in the world. Now, I know if you pay attention to the hip hop field, a certain someone just dropped. And when it comes to that, a lot of tracks are going to be dipping because of that specific album making its way to the charts. So as far as future chart predictions, you already know I had to look at it and see what in the world was percolating for the future. Now, that being said, the main thing I see as far as the future chart predictions is that K-pop Demon Hunters is still going crazy. And with that out the way, I think that's basically it. There's really no huge changes. I mean, we probably won't know because it's very early, but Ed Sheeran's Cameraman, Drake, Doghouse is set to be the 99th most played track in the world. Now, I don't mean to laugh, but you know, that's pretty hilarious. Safe to say, I think what Drake is doing with this current rollout is not hitting, right? I said the same thing with Cardi B before the album came out. So safe to say, it could always pull a 360 because when Cardi B was putting out her singles, she was putting out, what was it? Up, WAP, not WAP. It was another one. It was Outside. I think Outside was the one. Yeah, it was Outside. It was Up. And in general, and Imaginary Players. None of those did well on the charts. And then you can't forget Toot It Up, which wasn't really a single, but, you know, Partisan was basically showing his lyrical exercise on the track, right? Which is funny because Cardi B will come out and tell you time and time again that she writes her own raps when in all actuality, she doesn't.
Like, come on, bro. I'm up there.
Like, at the end of the day, if you're out here just lying to the public saying you write your own raps, then why do you have Partisan and Torre credited on every single track?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Like, there's nothing wrong with having people write your tracks for you. That's not the hill you want to die on. It's almost like it's the same hill. You know, I don't even want to, because it's a PG podcast, but let's just say Cardi B's popping a lot of stuff on her album, and this is about Drake. So we're going to get back to Drake in a second. I don't even know how I got off that side tangent, but basically what I'm letting y'all know is that hip hop is not selling like it used to be. Drake is even struggling. He's the mascot of hip hop. If you look at the numbers, he's outstreaming everybody by far. It's not even close, right? So if he's struggling on the charts, safe to say everybody else is going to have the same amount of hardship when it comes to staying on the Billboard Hot 100. So that's the main thing I was wanting to get into. Even Big X the Plug, who is technically the hottest rapper as far as the younger crop, right? His most successful track is All the Way with featuring Bailey Zimmerman. So he sold his soul, made a whole country album, right? Nobody talks about it because nobody wants to keep it 8 more than 92. Big X the Plug sold his soul, made a whole country album for no reason, right? As a rapper. And his most popular track is the 32nd most played track in the world. You would think if you sell out for a country album like that, you at least have 1 or 2 top 20 or top 10 hits, right? But I guess not. So Drake still has one of the more popular tracks in the world, and that's not going to change for the foreseeable future because he is the mascot of hip hop. Now, of course, with that being said, you know, with that glaze out of the way,
You guys. See, that's the problem.
the Triumph Tower by Drake and Central C is what I'm currently covering as far as the leaked track. And what I do have to say about this particular track is that obviously it's not better than Which One. Which One is way better, but to me, if Drake would have took Face First and extended that into his own track instead of, it seems like it was 2 tracks into one, Which One and Face First. If he would have took Face First and kept that vibe throughout like a 3 or 4 minute, I think it would have been a better track, a better single. But I don't know what it is about switching the beat so often. It loses its luster if you don't do it right. Because now it feels like 2 tracks into one instead of you actually switching the beat because you had something else to say. So that being said, this particular track, Triumph Tower, I'm not going to get into the messiness of it, but there's a particular someone out there that, you know, supposedly broke Drake's heart. I don't care that much, but at the end of the day, a lot of people do. And I do believe when it comes to Drake and that particular girl, it is a lot of interesting references to her on this particular track. So that's why I'll leave it at. I'll let the OVO stand-up dive deep into whatever, if you actually figure out what I'm talking about. As far as the track, it's solid. It's not blowing me out of the water. I wouldn't be surprised if this was just a warm-up from Drake and Central C before they got into which one. So with that being said, now we're going to go from this leaked track into the other one, which is Drake and Kodak Black, Skies Parted. Getting into Drake and Kodak Black, Skies Parted, just coming off of the Drake and Central C leaked track, Triumph Tower, is very interesting because if I'm looking at it, right, I think these tracks are never going to see the light of day. So for it to leak in this particular fashion, it's very interesting because Drake wants to drop his album in October. But when it comes to that, Taylor Swift already took over the whole month. I mean, she's literally dropping at the first Friday of October. I would have advised for Drake to drop his album a month earlier. But guess who dropped in September alone? We had not only Sabrina Carpenter, but we just had Cardi B. So September, October seemingly is booked as far as music. November, December, we already know Mariah Carey is going to knock a lot of tracks off of the charts when the music starts to get a little bit more festive, right? And not even just Mariah Carey, the other artists who make a lot of, who already have Christmas anthems, Christmas classics, would probably take a lot of the current music off of the charts. So it'll be very interesting if Drake wants to go head to head with Taylor Swift, or if he just wants to wait and blame the leaks on furthering his project into 2026. So looking at it from a bird's eye view, the main thing I would say about these leaks is that I don't think these was going to be on Iceman anyway. I believe that these were from For All the Dogs. If I had to pinpoint it to a specific album, I think these was from For All the Dogs. And now that you look at it, as far as the lyrical quality, as far as the specific references he's making to certain women that he's been messing with, it all makes sense, especially nowadays if you put the puzzle pieces together. But hey, this is not a relationship podcast, so we're going to stick to straight music. Another thing I was wanting to get at is that Kodak Black and Drake are not on the greatest of terms. I remember when Kodak basically wanted Drake to put out his feature on his album instead of Kodak putting out a Drake feature on his album. Why? The world may never know. It's probably one of them glitch for the twitches that Kodak took, right? So as far as the deliverance of their first ever feature, because I don't think they've ever had a track together. So for it to come out like this and for it to leak, you already know that we're probably not ever going to get a Drake and Kodak track. It's probably never going to happen. A Drake and Kodak track, yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, it's never going to happen. So leaking this makes all the sense in the world. It's very low quality, which is very interesting. I don't know why it'll be low quality if you're going to leak it from your camp. Because, you know, a lot of these are under the guise of, oh, it's just like, we don't know who came out of nowhere and took the leaks, right? As far as the Iceman leak that I already covered on my podcast, I forget what that particular track was called. But I think it was, let me see. Yeah, it was National Treasure. That one was definitely going to be on Iceman. It may still end up being on Iceman. That's the only track that I've heard as far as leaks that's 100% going to be on Iceman. Now, how do I know? My sources are I made it up.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
But, you know, if you look at my previous coverage of Drake, you can see that I've been getting a lot of things pretty correct. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how, but I just get them correct somehow.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So anyways, that's the main thing I wanted to get into. It's really not a big deal. Drake's camp basically leaked the whole Kodak verse because guess what? It helps for publicity. I know y'all see the pictures that Drake is putting up. He has a very interesting way to keep himself in the media loop. You would think he's just at the top just off of pure coincidence, right? Of course not. This man puts on his calendar. He looks at his calendar and he thinks to himself, oh, is it time to put out another pic? And guess what? And then this happens.
Is it okay I got my dope on me? I said, what the
So Drake knows exactly what he's doing. Every single time he looks at his calendar and then he has that circle on a specific date and it's time to give another look as far as to make the media people mad.
Is it okay I got my dope on me? I said, what the
That's what I picture him saying in each one of these pictures because it's just straight up ridiculous. But anyways, I didn't want to spend too much time on these leaks. Just wanted to let y'all know that it is out there on whatever, well, I guess not any platform because it's not on DSPs and it won't be. But SoundCloud, Twitter, YouTube, you should probably be able to find this track before they take it down. So that being said, because you know he's still beefing with UMG. Y'all probably forgot about that, but yeah, he's still heavily beefing with UMG, so they're gonna take it down at some point. But with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about these leaks from Drake as far as Triumph Tower and of course as far as Skies Parted? And at the end of the day, do you believe that Drake will release Iceman in the year of 2025? Ladies and gentlemen, Master Splinter is at it again, as not only is Pee Wee Roscoe on the list, Gunna, Migos, Pierre P. Thomas, YSL Woody. I mean, this list goes deep. What Side 7 say? I can go further. I promise.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
And last but definitely not least, Lil Durk and Kendrick Lamar himself.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I just know that as far as the diss track closing arguments by Young Thug, Fonnie Willis was essentially in the courtroom saying to herself,
He's been so good today. He really has. You have been the perfect gentleman.
Young Thug is currently being the perfect gentleman for Fonnie Willis. And you're probably thinking to yourself,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
why are you saying Fonnie Willis is appreciating Young Thug at this very moment? Well, I'm glad you asked. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get to the diss track in a second, but there's a lot of other details that make this more poignant as far as the highlight of illegal activity. Yes, ladies and gentlemen.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Here is the problem, as when it comes to Young Thug, if you don't know, this man is currently under a specific thing called a plea deal. Now, what does that mean? You might ask, right? I'm no expert lawyer, right? But some would say that as far as looking at his plea deal, based on the YSL RICO, mind you, which is why he's even in the free land being able to do what he wants. Essentially, the plea deal has a lot of interesting lines, such as restrictions ban contact with YSL affiliates or co-defendants, right? Except for Gunna and his brother due to contractual reasons, right? But then it seems like Woody, Yak Gotti don't really quantify what the probation line was saying he should avoid. And if you don't believe me,
Gunna wreck, Yak wreck, Slugger wreck, Woody wreck. Fuck that nigga Obama, he still mad by baby mama.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
you know, as a law-abiding citizen, it's very intriguing to see people who break the law fall into the same mousetrap. Now, isn't that a crazy coinky dink?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
At the end of the day, that's only one of the reasons I'm saying that this is a huge deal, regardless of how it came out. Because, of course, people are going to say, oh, it was a leak. There's no way Fonnie Willis could cook something up to put Young Thug back in prison for a whopping 20 years. Because if you don't know, if he violates his probation, there's a 20-year backloaded sentence. Now, as far as the war, as far as the war in Atlanta, which a lot of people is calling it, I don't understand how 20-year backloaded sentence doesn't take you away from acting out as far as looking at the time you could possibly serve. Because if I'm looking at it correctly, right, if you're doing certain actions in this diss track, which I think is fire, by the way, like, you know what I mean? Don't stop me as a law-abiding citizen. I am loving the circus. But at the end of the day, somebody has to call this out. Because if you're really looking at it from an actual fan perspective, then you're probably understanding that Young Thug is risking a 20-year backloaded sentence just so people don't call him a rat.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
And it's very interesting as he also has an interview with Aiden coming out soon. But besides that, let's put that to the side because right now we're specifically focusing on the diss track titled Closing Arguments. Ladies and gentlemen, Fonnie Willis may actually use this track in her closing arguments.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Anyways, exhibit number 2. Isn't that how they say it in court? Anyways, there's another line in the plea deal, right? It says the deal mandates Young Thug to refrain from advocating, glorifying, or promoting gang-related activity. Hold up, man, I was talking.
I'd rather keep on spinning. If you kill one of my dogs, shit, I'd rather never end it.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
You know, sometimes covering the sport of hip hop, I look at the entire landscape because I cover the entire landscape of music. And I just realized, you know, other genres, I don't know if I just haven't dived deep into certain genres, but it just seems like the IQ and the wherewithal to not break the law when you're making millions of dollars off music is just not there.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
So anyways, as far as the deal, before I was rudely interrupted by Jeffrey, the deal mandates that Young Thug refrains from advocating, glorifying, or promoting gang-related activity.
Niggas, it only cost 300 bands.
Hold on, he said what?
Fucking bitch. If you win a nigga twin, they would've tried to squish your kids.
Okay.
Pussy.
Okay. I don't know how that would like take away from the probation line. Like, there's nothing really in this song that I think could really end him up in.
Trying to find no parking spot, I'd rather keep on spinning. If you kill one of my dogs, shit, I'd rather never end it. Nigga, get your homie touched and it won't cost me JC Penney's.
Not gonna lie, that is a fantastic line. But guess who also thinks it's a fantastic line, ladies and gentlemen?
Well, you don't want to talk to me, man, and you feel more comfortable talking with her?
He's been so good
Okay.
today. He really has. You have been a perfect gentleman.
This diss track from Young Thug titled Closing Arguments is proving how much of a gentleman Young Thug is. He literally handcrafted the perfect argument for Fonnie Willis to put him back in prison. And I never advocate for black men to be put in prison, but we did talk about all the way back, when did I cover this? As far as him being released, right? When Young Thug was released off of the YSL RICO and he came out with Business is Business, we talked about how there were certain things he couldn't talk about. So he was rapping about his luxurious lifestyle, staying away from the gang activity and alluding to any whacking or slime or taking people out. And it just so happens that the war in Ratlanta was all it took for this man to revert back to his old ways, which is very much a shame, right? So now, diving into the actual diss track, you're probably wondering to yourself, why in the world would he co-sign this? Well, of course, they are basically releasing this under the form of a leak. So technically, if they go to court for this, that's going to be the argument. I don't think it's a great one, but hey, we thought the YSL RICO counter argument from YSL and Brian Steele wasn't the greatest, and he still got off. So you never know how that goes. But 2015, just know that Gunna met Young Thug, and that's when it all happened. Because of course, as far as this specific episode, I just wanted to let y'all know that the war in Ratlanta is going to go down in the history books for an indefinite amount of time. Because from a 2015 to 2025 buildup, this is almost a Drake and Kendrick type of buildup as far as a decade worth of animosity, and now is bled over into it spilling out into the masses to see what Young Thug was feeling towards people. I mean, he was saying all type of things. I mean, at one point on one of the phone calls, he told his manager or whoever that Kendrick Lamar is too sexy to not be posting on Instagram. Now, this is the amount of information that we have that we know that Young Thug is saying this on the phone call.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Now, there's nothing wrong with a phone call, but the main thing was the interrogation back in 2015 that basically had Pee Wee Roscoe in the crossfires as far as the Lil Wayne bus shooting, right? So there's a lot of things that goes into this diss track that's going to make it iconic. I believe the diss track as a song is fire. I like when people put their personal experiences into the music, but you have to keep in mind when you are not a law-abiding citizen and now there's restrictions to your musical offering, you cannot go around that by saying it's a leak. But to be fair, Fonnie Willis and them, they've been leaking a lot of information as far as different phone calls and things of that nature. At first, I thought it was Gunna's camp. And then, of course, now we come to realize that it really doesn't make any sense for Gunna to expose himself for having fake streams, right? As far as exposing Young Thug, that's one thing. But if you're going to expose Young Thug for exposing you for having a fraudulent number one, as far as you versus The Weeknd, all the way back in, what was it, 2023, 2022, I forget. But when DS Forever came out and The Weeknd's Dawn FN came out, and surprisingly, one of the biggest upsets in hip-hop history that we now have figured out is fraudulent, which is insanity, right? Same thing that Drake was talking about with the red button, but that's neither here nor there, right? Fraudulent streams ended up getting Gunna the number one spot over The Weeknd, and safe to say Young Thug coming out saying he spent $50,000 for him to get that number one just is a huge blemish on the entire music industry.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at that.
So at the end of the day, when looking at this diss track, there's no lyrics up because, of course, you know, I work around the clock 24/7 because, you know, somebody got to love their job, right? So I don't know what people who usually run the lyric websites are doing, but they just not up to snuff. So on NME Plus, for my NME Plus subscribers, we're going to be breaking down the song line by line because it's not out on DSPs. It's a leak. So technically, it's not put out by any major label. We could cover it and things of that nature. So, if Young Thug goes the route of calling this AI, I think that would be the best argument. And hear me out. AI has evolved so much that that would be an actual argument that you could use if, actually, it's a stretch. But hey, Brian still cooked up better than that and got Thug and had Thug walk away free. So this is definitely escalating the rift in the Atlanta rap community because, of course, the war in Atlanta is a phenomenal name, by the way. And essentially speaking, the Atlanta rap scene is being ruined as we speak. I think the only thing that could counteract this is Future or 21 Savage dropping a project or saying where they stand on the matter. Atlanta used to be perceived as the most camaraderie type of rap scene in the world, which is why they was blowing up, right? Young Thug, 21 Savage, Baby, Future, they had hits from all over Atlanta as far as superstars in the rap game. But now, I don't think it's only because of Young Thug. There was a lot of other things that went along with it. You know, as far as Metro Boomin and the whole thing that he started with Kendrick. Some Atlanta rappers, I'm not going to say who, right? And I'm just going to say my sources or I made it up. Some Atlanta rappers wasn't really messing with the fact that they let Kendrick say all of that about the big three for no reason. Because really, if you look back then, there was really no reason. Drake didn't call out Whitney yet. They were just trying to get him on first-person shooter. Kendrick jumped out the window, said, I hate all y'all. There's no big three. There's just big me, right? And to do that on a song with Future and Metro on it, when Future is arguably the most influential hip-hop artist in the past 20 years, a lot of Atlanta artists had a problem with Kendrick saying that on a track with Future and Metro. If you're not following me, then you're just going to be lost. I'm not going to spell it out. There's certain superstars in Atlanta who do not think that move was the greatest. So anyways, with that being said, Young Thug is essentially going to follow up this alleged diss track via an interview with Aiden Ross, I believe Sunday, so September 7th. We'll see if that ends up going into fruition because this diss track, even though they're saying it's a leak, this is going to cause a lot of turmoil to the point where Brian Steele may go bald by the end of 2025. There's only what? Because this month, so there's September, October, November, December. There's only 4 months left in the year. By the end of the year, I kid you not, Brian Steele may lose all of his hair because of what Young Thug is putting him through. The things that Young Thug's been saying, the things that he's been tweeting and deleting, he's been crossing the line. He's been really tiptoeing. But the one time he did cross the line is when he had a tweet and delete. I forget what it was. But Young Thug basically came out and essentially, I forget exactly what the tweet was. I don't know if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, yeah. So right here. So Young Thug, back in November 2024, deleted his tweet dissing Gunna. Stop acting like we friends. He tweeted that out. Stop acting like we friends, and then deleted it. Why do you think he deleted it? You think somebody got in his ear and probably told him, hey, you have 20 years on the back end, my brother. Do you want to really violate your probation just over a petty beef? I guess so.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
And then, of course, when people was advocating for Gunna, saying it was all part of the plan. And then Young Thug came out and named Gunna in Little Baby track, says he's only worked with him for Troop. Gunna responds in Prototype, calling tweet a typo, basically insinuating that the November 2024 tweet was really from Thug and it wasn't like no hack that he tried to prove, like, because there's a lot of things he's doing to get around the plea deal. He can't really elocute like he would like, so he does these roundabout ways of getting his message out there, which is still breaking the law, right? But with Young Thug's power in the hip-hop game, some would say that he could get away with it. We just seen what happened with Diddy as far as him and what he's gonna get as far as a lighter sentence, because he beat the racketeering charges, right? And he was only, well, I say only, he was guilty for the transportation for prostitution charge or something like that. Anyways, he wasn't, he was found innocent for the racketeering charges, which would have held like life. So with Young Thug, he got off on similar charges. I think he did have to say YSL was a gang, but nonetheless, a huge plea deal was given to him for him to be in the free world. And despite of that, he still is risking the 20-year backloaded sentence because of the plea deal, right? So it's very interesting. At the end of the day, I don't like getting into just, oh, did he snitch, did he not? But this is attached to music. So guess what? We're going to cover music. I mean, some would say we may have a...
It's time for a rap battle!
Hey, hold up now. Who in the world? Hey, go over there. What? Who's over here saying something like that? Ain't nobody like...
It's time for a rap battle!
I don't think Gunna's going to respond. And for people who's wanting a rap battle, I do believe at the end of the day, Gunna and Young Thug could have one of the greatest hip-hop rap battles from a Sonic's perspective, right? Sonically, it could be pleasing because I'm not gonna lie to you, this alleged leak from Young Thug as far as closing arguments is straight fire. And as far as him leaking this and basically copying how Fonnie Willis' team has been leaking information to showcase how Young Thug is out here basically talking about everybody and their mama, one of my favorite groups of all time literally had a skit on this, and I thought this was perfect timing because, of course, who else would be able to capture this type of energy except for these people? Because when it comes to this, I think a lot of people was letting the fact that maybe the government is messing with Young Thug, they was sweeping that under the rug. And I think it needed to be called out. And of course, y'all know I'm a huge RDC fan, and safe to say, our worlds are intertwining once again as they are right here breaking down how the government is literally leaking the Young Thug calls to make him look bad. So here we go right here. Shout out to RDC. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio.
Buddy talking about Iceman. Ain't nobody waiting for no Iceman to drop. They waiting for the spider. Shit, fuck around and call that whole spider.
First off, the way he's like fast talking, if you listen to Young Thug calls, I don't know how in the world this man be talking that fast. I'm like, he has all the time in the world, no pun intended, and he's speaking at two times speed. Like I'm thinking to myself, come on, man. Like, what in the world?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
This man definitely has the most fluent speech for somebody who mumble raps. But anyways, with that being said, let's get back into it.
Buddy talking about Iceman. Ain't nobody waiting for no Iceman to drop. They waiting for the spider. Shit, fuck around and call that whole Spider-Man.
You tell me that's not going platinum first week if we drop?
See?
That's not touching 100K first week, bro.
That's not dropping 100K?
No.
Oh, Drake this?
Bro, everybody coming at Drake, bro. No,
exactly.
Yeah,
that could be true. I mean, shit, I got him talking shit about Beyonce.
Now, hold on, let me look at this list. I ain't really look at the list like that. There's a Michael Jackson diss, RDC diss. Oh, that's funny. Lil Baby, the 7th. Yo, come on.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Kai Cenat diss, Chris Brown diss, Outkast, Beyonce diss. I ain't gonna lie, that Kai Cenat one, Drake may cook that up himself, but that's a whole nother discussion.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
All right, let's keep going. Which I think the Tyler Perry diss would be about. Probably be like Soulja Boy in that Breakfast Club. You know what I'm saying? Stole my whole swag. Bar for bar, flow for flow. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Outkast, Chris Brown.
Let me hear the Chris Brown. Chris Brown one?
CB need to worry about Genuine, cause that's the discussion they having. They talking about CB or Genuine. Which one y'all picking? CB or Genuine? I got Genuine personally.
Chris Brown or Genuine?
Nah, you got the speech patterns down and everything. This is crazy.
Genuine. That's what niggas talking about.
I really don't know. I don't think so though.
But that could go gold in the streets though.
That sounds random as fuck.
That's what I'm saying.
It's random.
Hey, bookmark that.
Tupac.
That nigga this Tupac.
Tupac.
Play that.
So see, what niggas not understanding is that Tupac shit was fake. He just an actor. He wasn't really with the gangster shit. He was just bald headed.
No, okay. I get the point, right? I'm gonna finish this out. There's only like 33 seconds left.
Bro, nigga, everything Tupac talked about was being a thug. What you mean?
Ooh, I got one that's gonna go diamond.
Man, shut up. Come on.
I got one that's gonna go
Niggas can't just say they gonna go diamond. What you mean?
Yes,
I'm not here to make jokes, Mark.
I ain't gonna say nothing too much. I ain't gonna say too
Everybody can name a Michael Jackson song, but who Michael Jackson put on?
No, wait. Jump that right now.
You can't name one person Michael Jackson put on. Who? Goddamn Chris Tucker? Come on now. Ain't nobody watching no Chris Tucker no more. That was back in the days, Rush Hour. That's the last time we seen Chris Tucker. I'm telling you right now, the Jackson 5, nobody checking for the Jackson 5. They checking for the Atlanta 3. Me, William, and Savage.
I love the callback to the other one, talking about when people from dangerous cities, but they sound sweet or whatever, the king of pop stuff. Anyways, I told you I'm a real RDC fan. Anyways, with that being said, that's the main thing I wanted to end with, because ladies and gentlemen, people think it's a joke. Whole time, government trying to have Young Thug locked up for 20 plus years. So safe to say, when it comes to this Ratlanta mantra and him being perceived as a rat, at the end of the day, all I want to ask Young Thug, I want to ask Jeffrey. Hold on, what's his man's real name? Young Thug, real name. I want to ask Jeffrey Lamar Williams II, is being called a rat really worth it to risk 20 years on a back-end sentence?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Young Thug's latest diss track to Gunna and a plethora of other people titled Closing Arguments? And do you think at the end of the day, Young Thug did all that snitching just to snitch on himself and finish his career in the end?
You know they have that one. You know they have me since 6 o'clock and I haven't ate. You want some food?
You want some food?
They still ain't giving
Do
me.
you want some food? Okay, we'll get you some food.
I told them.
Yo, you can't make this stuff up. Hold on. This is my favorite right here. This is my favorite.
Understand it?
Not your attorney.
Feel more comfortable talking with her?
He's been so good
Okay.
today. He really has. You have been a perfect gentleman.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, when I tell you I've been having a ball dissecting this 2-hour audio clip like a kilo of Miley Cyrus, I was sitting back thinking to myself,
you guys, see, that's the problem.
See, if you're going to allegedly break the law, then when it comes to in a 2-hour interrogation clip that you know could surface at any moment, because this was back in 2015, right? For the alleged shooting of Lil Wayne's tour bus, which I've talked about a lot, but you know, I guess people don't really care about people committing crimes unless it's somebody they don't like, right? So anyways, all jokes aside, I don't really care too much for the snitching allegation, which is why I didn't cover it at all. I am a Hall of Fame pocket watcher, and ladies and gentlemen, after I heard this clip, I knew we was about to have a ball.
And honestly, earn a #1 album over the weekend, my boy. I paid for that shit.
You what? Hold up now. Don't tell me you said what?
Never said that to him. I never told him that. You know, 'cause we just got the plug on that. Like,
What type of plug you talking about, my boy?
you never earned a #1 album. I spent 50 extra grand buying motherfucking streams.
50 what?
Buying streams for you. For you to beat weekend. Like, and Cash know the same plug, so Cash could have did the same thing. But Cash like let it go. Cash just like spat down, like, man, let the nigga on the win. I ain't stunning shit.
That is insanity. Ladies and gentlemen, he said he paid $50,000 for Gunna to get a #1. Now, of course, I talked about this when it initially happened, because I was like, no way in the world is Gunna outselling The Weeknd. But he ultimately did, and I think that's one of the biggest upsets in music history as far as when Gunna went #1 with, what was it called? Drip something forever? I think it was DS Forever. Let me see. It was the one with Drake on it. Obviously, you already know what Drake does as far as sales. I'm not saying that Drake helped out, because of course you already know how he feels about bots. I mean, just ask Size 7 fans. So as far as DS Forever, right? That came out 2022. As far as let me see. As far as The Weeknd had an album that came out around that same time. I think it was Dawn FM. Let me see. Dawn FM. Okay, that came out also around the same time. Because the main thing I was wanting to look at, yeah, okay, so both of them came out around 2022. Now, the main thing I was wanting to look at was the first week sales of that. Because if he said he spent 50,000, I wonder what 50,000 gets you in first week sales. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's look that up right now, shall we? So, as far as Hall of Fame pocket watching, just know that's what this entire segment is about. Because we're going to get into Lil Baby's deal in a second. Funny enough, this is all coming from Young Thug that says he does not snitch. And whole time, he must have not thought that the police was listening to his phone call so they could release it to the public. Because, you know, as far as him making a mockery out of Fonnie Willis and her prosecutors, safe to say they was going to get their get back. You know, they was going to be, pun intended, spinning the block as far as trying to get Young Thug after he made them, made a mockery out of them, you know, via Brian Steele. So as far as the actual breakdown of DS Forever by Gunna, of course, and Don FM by The Weeknd, is very peculiar once you hear Young Thug say he spent 50,000 for his album to go #1, because if you look at it, it starts to make a lot more sense. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to album sales by Don FM, it tracked, as far as the first week sales, 14,000 actual album sales. And then for Gunna, DS Forever, it was 4,700, so 4,700. But where it gets interesting is the total units as far as first week sales. DS Forever sold 150,000 for first week, and Don FM by The Weeknd sold 148,000 first week. So you're probably thinking, what is the difference between Young Thug paying 50,000? How did he ultimately surpass The Weeknd if The Weeknd basically more than doubled his album sales and actual units when it comes to the physical purchase, right? Well, if you look at the streaming equivalent units, Gunna DS Forever did 144,000, which is 193.5 million on-demand streams. The Weeknd album Don FM did 131,000, which is approximately 173.04 million on-demand streams. So safe to say that 50,000 came in the form of him having more on-demand streams, because guess what? Young Thug said himself that he paid for it.
Back down, like a player. You know, but he did a little deal. He got some little signs for a little nigga from his hood, whatever. Did the same shit, but he did a deal where he took their money. So these niggas, some young niggas too. These niggas like 17, 18, like real kids, baby. The oldest one of them probably be 18. The oldest one, no, probably about 20. The oldest one probably be 20. It's like 5 of them. They probably like 16 to 20.
And what's so funny is Young Thug really does not do any interviews, so to have this amount of audio footage leaked is insane.
Atlanta ain't heard of them. They done did like 3-4 shows in the city.
So anyways, I'm trying to have him talk about the 50,000 again.
Pay for that shit. I need the money, whatever you want. Just on some we brother shit. Like nigga, I know you can't go nowhere in this world and get no $20 million check from no label. You're not doing numbers like that. You alright, but you ain't doing that like that. You know? Like, the #1 album you just had right now, I paid for you to have a #1 album. You didn't.
So he's talking about Gunna's DS Forever when battling The Weeknd Don FM. I just read off the numbers, and this is Young Thug talking about how that happened.
You didn't, you know what I'm saying, honestly earn a #1 album over The Weeknd, my boy. I paid for that shit.
How much you pay for it?
I never said that to him. I never told him that. You know, cause we just got the plug on that.
No, but how much you pay for it though?
You never earned a #1 album. I spent 50 extra grand buying motherfucking streams.
Not 50 extra.
Buying streams for you. For you to be weak. Right. And Cash know the same plug, so Cash could have did the same thing. But
dang, he said somebody else knew the same plug. I wonder who that plug is. I bet you UMG just knows that Aubrey Karen Graham is going to put that in his next lawsuit. Ladies and gentlemen.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
Sad day in history when at the end of the day, Drake's whole lawsuit is about the inflation of numbers. And here is Young Thug speaking on certain people that they know that, you know, for some reason, you send some money and they rise up on the charts. I wonder what other rappers are doing that. But, you know, all jokes aside, I'm going to be honest for a second. As far as impacting the masses, right? And a lot of different artists in the game know this, but a lot of people don't as far as on the outside. Every company, whether it's Apple, McDonald's, Disney, they have a marketing budget. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you already have people who support you and now you have a marketing budget, what do you think is going to happen, right? Marketing budget could entail a lot of things, and that's where I'm going to leave it at. Because as far as being taken seriously, for some people, a marketing budget is necessary. For the ones who don't want to succeed, it's not necessary. So do with that information what you will. Anyways, with that being said, Young Thug said he paid $50,000 for fake streams. I thought that was insanity, right? And as a Hall of Fame pocket watcher, after hearing, because I listened to all of these interviews, because of course, Young Thug doesn't do interviews. So with these clips, these audio clips, and it being leaked, I wonder who leaks it, right? I could probably guess who leaked it, probably Gunna's camp. But as far as Young Thug and what he's getting at, he's basically telling on himself, but also revealing a lot of things that we did not know we speculated on, especially when we talked about the Migos and Lil Baby beef. We kind of speculated on Migos being upset that Lil Baby is the newest golden boy in QC, as far as him being able to drop whenever he wants to, and Migos not really doing the numbers of Lil Baby, which to this day, no matter how successful Migos was, they definitely laid the foundation for a future QC artist. Lil Baby, objectively speaking, is the most profitable artist QC's ever had, and they had Migos for quite some time. If you really wanted to look at it, before we get into this clip, quality control music is what I'm speaking on. Their artists, Lil Baby, Migos, Lil Yachty, City Girls are the top of that. As far as revenue earned, they are the top. More specifically, Lil Baby estimated to have around 100 to 150 value for QC as far as quality control. Migos was set to have around 70 to 100. So it's not like night and day as far as Lil Baby and Migos, but there's a significant gap to where now the animosity starts to be build up between the Migos and Lil Baby, and then the whole Offset and Lil Baby thing happens, right? Lil Yachty is estimated to have around 20 to 25 million as far as value for quality control. And then the City Girls, they was actually set to have around 10 to 15 million. So they was actually pretty valuable as far as for QC. I know people like to make their jokes, but they was actually really valuable for quality control. And if you don't believe me, as of right now, you can literally look up the deal between QC back in February 2023, where QC was literally sold to a South Korean music giant, Hybe, and the deal reported around $300 million. Now, ladies and gentlemen, where do you think that money was coming from?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So Coach P cashed out. Hybe paid $250 million in cash plus $50 million in stock to P and Coach K, who retained control. This sale elevated QC's global reach, backed by Hybe's worldwide infrastructure and Scooter Braun's leadership, which is why my coverage about Lil Baby, I tell you, I love pocket watching. My coverage about Lil Baby, as far as his album, I talk about how it actually performed better than a lot of people thought it would have. Because if you look at Wham, that came out this year, it's one of the best performing hip hop albums as far as first week sales. Now, as far as overall, I already said Drake, Kendrick, Big X the Plug. As far as actual longevity on the charts, those are the three artists in hip hop. So that's out the way. Looking at the first week sales, Playboi Carti is obviously number one. I've already went over it before, especially, you know, shameless plug to my Gunna breakdown. Just look up Gunna. I talk about the whole industry not too long ago. What was it, August 30th of this year? Yeah. Talk about Gunna. I label it Gunna, aka the biggest gangster in ATL, sells 81,000 first week. I basically used that to go over the whole hip hop industry. But when it came to Lil Baby, a lot of people forget that he sold 100+ K his first week. So Lil Baby's still a big dog unequivocally. But of course, the people backing him, as far as Hybe, that just spent $300 million, if this is your cash cow, if this is the LeBron of your franchise, guess what? You don't want him to flop at all, because what does that say for the rest of your artists, right? So the main thing I wanted to get into was this clip, because if Young Thug's talking about this deal behind the scenes, safe to say that he knows the actual numbers. So if he's saying actual numbers as far as Lil Baby's deal, then we can basically estimate that when that deal went down, Lil Baby accounted for over half, well, approximately half of that deal going through, as far as $300 million going to Coach K and P.
Do you think he's gonna give you 75 to 100 million on that deal? Be all the way real. I talked to Wham on the phone. I said, what you think he gonna give you out that money? I said, you think he gonna give you 75 million or 100 million?
This man Young Thug love snitching. He do it for the game. You know what I'm saying? He trying to be like Bird and Magic. Y'all, my fault. Let's get back into it.
He like, shit. I'm like, be always real. Do you think he gonna give you 75 to 100 million on that deal? Be always real. He like, hell no, I don't think that nigga gonna do it right like that. But Scooter Braun offered Wham 150 million. Scooter Braun told Wham, I want to buy your rights. So I'm gonna give you 150 million. Wham tell this nigga, nah, I'm cool. I gotta bring Pete to the meeting. Man, that nigga went straight around Wham and called Pete. And
You know what that reminds me of? I thought he was back in the interrogation room.
We'll talk with her and Wham.
He's been so good
Okay.
today. He really has. You have been a perfect gentleman.
That's how the internet is reacting to all these audio clips. Like, hold on now, he's been such a great gentleman. He's telling us the whole music game. Ain't that about a, you know what I'm saying? Ain't that about a...
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
If you're wondering, I just dropped my phone. But it was my other phone, so it's cool. I ain't flexing. I'm just letting y'all know what it is. With that, let's get back into it.
the whole label from Pete. The whole conversation started from Scooter Braun trying to buy Lil Wham, trying to buy him out of the deal too. He wants to buy Wham out of the deal. Like,
For how much though?
Wham like, shit, you gotta talk to P.
I gotta talk to P?
You gotta talk to P about that.
Nah, bro, tell me how much you was gonna make.
P crossed that nigga head red hot, worst way. I'm on the phone with Wham, he just like, man, that nigga Scooter Braun try to have the same deal with me, the same meeting with me. I tell that nigga, I ain't really doing that without P, you know, I'm just solid.
What?
Man, P go take the meeting without Wham. And get the business done.
Dang.
Once a nigga get the business done for $300-400 million for sure, but
300-400. Hold up now. Did he just say the number, ladies and gentlemen? That is insane. At the end of the day, when we're looking at this as a Hall of Fame pocket watcher, I'm not gonna lie to you. Little Baby being worth this much, and then the perception of the internet saying that he fell off. If that's falling off, I want to fall off tomorrow.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
If falling off is being one of the most profitable artists from the same label that had the Migos, we're talking about legendary Migos run, and you still the most profitable on that label, and people on the internet saying you fell off, that's why people time and time again say that the internet is not a real place. Anyways, the main thing I wanted to get into was exactly that. I wanted to break down the overall evaluation of QC because I'm a Hall of Fame pocket watcher, and the deal between the South Korean music group HYBE, you know, led by Scooter Braun, and of course them buying QC for around $300 million. Like, you know, Thug just said, it was $300 to $400 million. So now, as far as a bunch of reports coming out, which I talked about in the past, of it being around $300 million, now we get another confirmation from somebody who's in the game. That's why a lot of these audio leaks is so valuable, because Young Thug doesn't do interviews, yet he's one of the more prominent artists in hip-hop history, right? So getting back into the snitching stuff, because, you know, that's basically enough for my pocket watcher segment. The main thing I want to say about this whole crazy debacle that's basically a circus on if he snitched, did he snitch, like all of the clips from the 2-hour video. I mean, it's hilarious, right? I mean, come on now, hold up.
Really has. You have been.
He's
been so good
Okay.
today. He really has. You have been a perfect gentleman. Well, you have.
See, look at this. So anyways, as far as all that and all that hoopla, that's how I quantify all of this. This is how I describe it. Because who in the world wakes up from the 9 to 5 and says, man, I wonder if Young Thug snitched today? Like, come on, man.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Like, it's really not that serious. Let's get to the business side of things. That's why I wanted to break down the Lil Baby stuff, because that's a huge lucrative deal that went down. And those take years to basically construct and break down how much you're going to get out of a $300 to $400 million deal. So anyways, that was the most exciting part for me. But let's get back to what people like, the negativity, right? People can care less about making money. Let's get back to if Young Thug snitched or not. So the funniest thing about the snitching allegations and what I would say about it is when 21 Savage, who seems like the most solid person out of the group of gangster rappers, right? I say gangster with quotation marks because in 2025, boy, I mean, if you ain't seen enough information on what ends up happening if you stick to the streets being a rapper, then I don't know what to tell you. I mean, if Lil Durk didn't tell you, if Young Thug didn't tell you, if Boosie didn't tell you, oh, y'all didn't hear about Boosie? Hold up, let me see. Boosie arrested. So 5 days ago, Boosie officially pleads guilty to federal gun charge. What does that mean? Let's see what that means right now. Boosie is pleaded guilty for federal gun charges, right? And ultimately, he was taken to court. And I'm trying to see what is the sentence. Let me see what is okay. Pleads guilty for okay, yeah, this is what I was looking for. So Boosie is scheduled for sentencing on November 21st. Per his plea agreement, the government is asking for a 24-month prison sentence, though the decision will ultimately be up to the judge. They do say that the maximum sentence for the charge is up to 15 years.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
Now, of course, if the government is asking for a 24-month prison sentence, I would say 15 years is a lot, right? So basically what they're saying, like 2 to 15 years is what Boosie's looking at. Just the 15 is going to run with the headlines because nobody likes to read the details, right? So people are going to just look at that and just think like, oh, the streets is over, which it is. Lil Durk's going to be locked away for life. Boosie, we don't know how much time he's going to get. A lot of other rappers that, you know, I just don't want to make this morbid, so I'm not going to say their name, but, you know, them passing away due to unfortunate events showcases how if you're a street rapper, safe to say there's only 2 outcomes, right? And the glorification of street rappers is what makes this so intriguing to the youth to come up and repeat the same pathway of either in prison or passed away, right? AKA killed. So 21 being the voice of reason, talking about this whole snitch debacle because Young Thug wants to go at Gunna 24/7. He basically brought up how Young Thug's brother is a snitch. He's like, hold up now. You're not really keeping it P all the way across the board because didn't your brother snitch?
I don't know though. Like, man, bro, you seen your brother P?
Oh, hold on now. See, that's why I love, well, pause with the love.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
This is why I like when people with logical minds come into the fray while speaking to gangster people. Because gangster people will have you thinking you supposed to kill 12 people, and then when you get booked for it, you supposed to sit down for all them years, as far as 50 plus years, time and time again, because you know they're not going to run it consecutively, right? So at the end of the day, they make you seem like if you catch all them bodies and you saw me do it, you supposed to sit in there with the same amount of time as me, because guess what? That's keeping it gangster.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So 21 Savage is like, hold up now. You mad at Young Thug? I mean, you mad at Gunna, but didn't your brother do the same thing?
Man, bro, you seen your brother P?
Most definitely. I love the silence after that. 21 Savage is like, hold up. It's like, am I talking? Hold on. This Young Thug, right? This Young Thug on the other side of the phone. Yo, you see your brother plea? Oh, just silence, huh? He don't want to respond to that, huh?
Bro, you seen your brother P?
Most definitely.
Silence.
But he said you told him to do that.
21 Savage really. What the little girls be saying? Clocking that T. Only reason I know that because my sister going to college. They be saying clocking that T. You know what I'm saying? Clocking that T. You know what I mean?
Man, watch out.
Look, he's like, hey, bro, come on, man. We ain't coming with all that logic, bro. You know we gangster rappers, you know what I mean? What Rollo say to academics, bro, you using too many big words, bro. You got to dumb that down.
Man, oh God, that's what he telling the street.
Man, oh God, he kept. On that same God, he kept. Man, he coming to nigga.
Got him stumbling and everything. Young Thug don't even know how to address that. So his brother snitched. Brother came out and said, oh yeah, Young Thug told me to do it. As you can hear on the call, obviously Young Thug said that's cap.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
So that's how I feel about the whole gangster situation. I believe everything about the gangster rap persona and the ecosystem is fraudulent. That's how I feel. So when it comes to that, I want to stay on my soapbox because y'all already know how I feel about gangster rappers in general. There's a reason why my favorite rappers are like Big Sean, Russ, Drake. Like, I mean, obviously, you know, when it comes to Drake, a lot of people be like, oh, he acts like a gangster, but come on, man. Like, yeah, y'all know Aubrey. Y'all know Aubrey he ain't out here sliding on nothing. You know what I'm saying? So never went to prison. I don't even think Drake has a mugshot. Does Drake even have a mugshot? Let me see. Drake, because you know all these gangster rappers need a mugshot. I mean, I think if you don't have a mugshot, your effectiveness as a gangster rapper goes down by like 70%. Let me see. Drake mug shot. Drake doesn't even have a mug shot. It's like some fabricated stuff. Y'all want to see the mug shot that he has? This is the only mug shot I can find. Toronto police. Look at this. Ladies and gentlemen, when I tell you that was a whole photo shoot with the OVO stand-em, this is not real. I don't know why in the world he has this. It's funny though. Like at the end of the day, Drake doesn't have an actual mugshot, and there's a reason for that. Like if you want certain dollars as far as sponsorships, it seems like a mugshot is a necessity as a gangster rapper. I mean, have y'all seen Lil Baby's mugshots? Oh, they be hitting like that. You know what I'm saying? They be hitting like.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Let me see. This is probably why Lil Baby was 150 million as far as being the most profitable artist. Let me see. Is this his mugshot? This look kind of crazy. This actually his mugshot? Dang. This boy look like he did it. I ain't gonna cap to you, bro. Look at this right here. Nah, this mugshot look like he did it. Whatever he was accused with, he probably did that stuff. I ain't gonna lie to you. Goodness gracious.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Yeah, that's the face of a man who did it. He looking at that like, hey, bro, I did it, and so what? Do something about it.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
So anyways, that's probably why Lil Baby's gangster career is so effective. But at the end of the day, my favorite type of rap is obviously the rappers who talk about their life in the music, but it doesn't, coincide with killing people and stuff like that. It's all about introspection, evolution, stuff that gangster rappers, I mean, as far as the brain cells, it doesn't really compute. So at the end of the day, that's how I feel about Young Thug snitching. I could care less. But that's why I dived into the Lil Baby deal, because I think that's the more interesting details that came out of this. I was not going to cover this at all until I heard Young Thug talk about Lil Baby's deal, and he actually gave a cosign and solidified what the rumor reports of. So now I had to dive back into what I was previously talking about in the past and bring up those numbers again, because it seems like Young Thug is making the correlation. Anyways.
Wham tell this nigga, nah, I'm cool. I gotta bring Pete to the meeting. Man, that nigga went straight around Wham and called Pete and bought the whole label from Pete.
And you know what's funny? Young Thug's not even under QC, which makes me think that this whole interrogation was just a little prep time. You know how you're in the gym getting some shots up before the actual game? This interrogation room was just the warm-up until he had the pillow talk with Mariah the scientist and whenever this came out, and basically let her know what was going on behind the scenes, was really snitching for the love of the game.
He's been so good today. He really has. You have been a perfect gentleman.
So with that being said, after covering The Perfect Gentleman, I just want to let y'all know, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Young Thug and him ultimately revealing a lot of things in the hip hop game and just the music industry in general, as far as all of the smoke and mirrors that's going on? And at the end of the day, I mean, if you care about it, do you think Young Thug snitched?
A lot of these niggas end up in gangs. Like, baby, I'm sorry, I wasn't gonna fuck them bitches, but wham, pick up the phone, wham, pick up the phone, wham, I'm calling you on a block number. Yo, wham, that 504 number, that's me, wham, pick up the phone.
But then, you know what I'm saying?
Wham,
like,
God told us to forgive.
Like,
forgive me, wham, where is wham?
Ladies and gentlemen, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because this is straight comedy. Now, like Gucci Mane, 21 Savage, Future. I mean, he was talking crazy to Future, but as far as all the jail Atlanta, is that what Young Thug should call it? Anyways, let me see if these people have a podcast on. As you can see right here, the war in Ratlanta.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Of course, I titled my episode The War in Ratlanta because of what's going on right now. And it's just crazy how we're still going into this not deep into September, but, almost at the halfway point of September. And we're still dealing with this. So Young Thug seemingly has a lot to get off his chest. And it seems like he lost Mariah the Scientist, which, if you don't know, Mariah the Scientist is actually, she's performing similar to Gunna, as far as having a phenomenal 2025, as her track with Kali Uchis, Is It a Crime? It's the 84th most played track in the world. And then Burning Blue, which, everybody be talking about, and we're going to get to in a second, as far as Glorilla, her track Burning Blue is the 42nd most played track in the world. So if I really wanted to break down the numbers, everybody seems to be doing well as far as Gunna as far as Little Baby, as far as Mariah the Scientist, it comes back to a certain individual seemingly not gaining the wave and momentum that he thought he would out of the gate. And why? I think it's all because of him and his stance on being a rat. Now, that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Young Thug apologizing and going on a whole apology tour? Do you care, or are you like,
whoop-de-doo? If we beat these folk, whoop-de-doo, we beat them. We go forward.
And at the end of the day, do you think that Wham should pick up the phone? Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because right now we're playing the trailer for Bad Bunny's announcement for the 2026 Super Bowl halftime show. Now, with that being said, that's essentially the trailer for Bad Bunny announcing that he will be a part of the Super Bowl halftime show. And the first thing I was thinking to myself,
but then, you know what I'm saying, I was like,
because at the end of the day, when you think about the different type of bunnies that the NFL was trying to accomplish, how ironic that they ended up with Bad Bunny.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, obviously when it comes to the Super Bowl, neither of them will comment on this, but as far as reports, Taylor Swift ended up turning down the Super Bowl and Adele. And when it gets interesting is when you specifically focus on Taylor Swift, as reports came out that she was demanding certain things that the NFL refused, such as payment, ownership of performance, and promotional rights. Because if you don't know, people perform on the Super Bowl stage for free. If you didn't know, well, now you know. But Taylor Swift wasn't having any of that, as obviously over here at Notorious Mass Effect, of course, for myself calling myself Analytic Dreamz, we have to get into analytics, as it was ironically very dreamlike, as Taylor Swift boosted the NFL to approximately $331 million, to the point where merch sales, viewership, media exposure, all of that was uplifted by the one and only Taylor Swift, which is why I consistently say that she is the biggest gangster in the industry, because as far as exposure and engagement, she's unequivocally the biggest artist in the music industry. Now, that out the way, as far as NFL and Taylor Swift viewership, 123.7 million total viewers, and it surged up 8% from 2023. And among that, it was women/girls that helped out that metric majority, as 58.8 million women tuned in, which is a 9% increase and the highest ever for women. So when you look at Taylor Swift's impact on the NFL specifically, and you look at them announcing that she may have turned down the Super Bowl yet again, because they've been asked her, right? If you have the biggest musician in the world and she hasn't been on the Super Bowl stage, safe to say that she's, the higher ups at the NFL have already thought about inviting Taylor Swift. She just declined it. And diving into it further, when it comes to Taylor Swift's leverage and the numbers that I already went over, she was wanting compensation because of her already objectively seeing the metrics as far as how people was turning out to come to Kansas City games, well, the Chiefs games, and of course the NFL viewership in general, as far as people watching from home. And when you look at the beauty and health brands that targeted the NFL because of her bringing her demo to their viewership pool, you come to realize that not only did Taylor Swift help out the NFL viewership, but she helped out specifically with an audience that the NFL lacked, right? So anyways, with the Taylor Swift glaze out of the way, the main thing I was wanting to get into is, of course, the details surrounding Bad Bunny performing at the Super Bowl halftime show. Because when it comes to the 2026 Super Bowl halftime show, we all know that Jay-Z is ultimately over the entertainment portion of the NFL. And usually I have the actual title that he has, NFL. So what are they going to say, like tight end? Hold up now, pause.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
My fault, that was a Diddy joke. Anyways, when it comes to Jay-Z, he is involved with NFL as the head of Roc Nation's partnership, which includes producing the Super Bowl halftime show. And under this partnership, Roc Nation serves as the NFL's live music entertainment strategist. So if you wondering, or you wonder why Kendrick Lamar was able to perform the pedophile anthem on one of the biggest stages in sports, well, now you know. It's safe to say that just maybe, my sources are I made it up, right? But just maybe, Drake and Jay-Z might be at odds at this very moment.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
And when it comes to that, you've had The Weeknd perform on the stage. You've had Kendrick perform not once, but twice. Because don't forget, he popped up on the Dr. Dre Super Bowl performance. And then you come to realize that not only did Kendrick end up performing the pedophile anthem on the biggest stage in sports, but then when you look at Jay-Z in general, as far as him going out of the way to have certain acts on the Super Bowl stage, it's very commendable in my opinion. But of course, once you have a performance like that, now the NFL steps in. They're like, hold up now. Hold on now. We got to get another artist that's going to be more palatable to the masses. So, of course, they went to the artist who they preferred, which was Taylor Swift, which was Adele. And guess what? Both of them declined. So, right back to my earlier sentiments, even though they went after certain bunnies that is considered the baddest, they ended up with Bad Bunny himself.
But then, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
So when it comes to Bad Bunny's political and cultural impact, obviously this is not a political podcast, but whenever it comes across as far as me covering music, I do have to speak on it because I do feel like it's very important. As one of the main reasons that Bad Bunny did not tour in the U.S. and literally canceled his Debbie Terrar Mas Photos tour in the U.S. specifically is because he feared of ICE raids at his concert. Want to let sprinkle a little silence in them. So when you come to the NFL, actually letting Jay-Z have Bad Bunny perform at the Super Bowl is very interesting because an insider source came from Jay-Z's camp allegedly and said that Jay-Z demanded that the NFL chose Bad Bunny after being turned down by Taylor Swift and Adele, and essentially he wanted to be and showcase the proud, powerful, and the proud and powerful side of the Latinos in America, especially with Donald Trump expected to attend. Now, it's not a political podcast, of course. I'm just laying out the facts so you know exactly what all the surrounding detail is about this Bad Bunny pick. So when it comes to why Bad Bunny canceled his U.S. tour, his U.S. leg of the tour, and due to fears of ICE raids at concerts. And then when it comes to Jay-Z's camp, because somebody's leaking this information. Obviously, Jay-Z's not going to come out himself, but he's going to have people speak for him. So when the insider sources from Jay-Z's camp comes out and says, and this is an insider quote, which I don't even know how that's possible if it's anonymous. But anyways, quote, this is Jay-Z's ultimate flex. Come February, they're talking about Bad Bunny, but they say he'll play for the world with Trump just yards away.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
So, with that being said, this will be the 7th halftime show overseen by Jay-Z since Roc Nation partnered with the NFL. And going back to Jay-Z being over the live entertainment, now that you know, as far as Jay-Z being the main proponent, as far as who picks these performers, it makes sense why we've had a Rihanna, why we've had a Kendrick, why we've had The Weeknd. We would have had Kanye if he didn't go crazy.
You guys.
But when it comes to that, also had Usher, Dr. Dre, Shakira and J-Lo. You're probably thinking to yourself, man, there's a lot of R&B and hip-hop acts. Well, now you know why.
Sounds like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
So specifically getting back into hip-hop, let's talk about White Tank Top. Goodness, I keep forgetting his name. Kendrick. Let's get back into Kendrick. As when it comes to Mr. Duckworth, he had his whole Super Bowl set leaked by the one and only Academics. I don't know how many McDoubles and bottles of Hennessy this man was off of, but he was boasting with the most egregious smile because of him being able to successfully leak Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl halftime set. Because of course, that was in the midst of his victory lap as far as going at Drake. Now, that being said, let's play, I'm just going to play this for a little bit so y'all can see this man talk off of 50 McDoubles and 20 Hennessy bottles.
Y'all niggas suck dick.
Oh.
I told y'all what's gonna happen.
Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Yo, sometimes, I think about letting people know that I name myself after Academics as far as my name being Analytics. But I think people who are connoisseurs of Academics and of course my content, safe to say that if you don't see a difference, if you don't hear a difference, then there may be something wrong with you. But anyways, let's get back into he is still one of my main inspirations as far as covering music. But as you can see, we have very different ways of covering stuff nowadays.
Nigga like, yo, nothing bigger than the chat, nigga. Let me tell you, I got that nigga Kendrick's fucking Super Bowl.
I don't think he could get any closer to the camera, by the way. Now, there's Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, but do it at your own risk. Do it at your own risk. So let's get back into it.
A nigga who worked at the fucking arena is a chat nigga.
Oh.
Fuck who, nigga's label's tight to me.
What? Why you say it like that? He said it like Carl Anthony Towns. And after all that, I was like, hold on, what in the world? After all that, how you gonna go on the whole rant and then switch to Carl Anthony Towns? I don't understand. Anyways, let's get back into his rant.
We gonna work it out. Can't beat the chat. Stop it.
All right, so anyways, that's basically it. He's basically boasting about leaking Kendrick Lamar's whole Super Bowl set. And if you don't believe him, or if you want to see proof, safe to say that every single time you look up Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl set leak from before he performed, it doesn't show up. It shows this right here. But you will be glad to know that, of course, I did my journalistic due diligence and found it myself, because I was like, I know it has to exist on the internet somewhere, and I finally found it. So this is exactly what the leaks look like in the beginning. Let me see if I can find this. So essentially, this is what it looked like as far as when it was leaked allegedly from academics, because I don't know if he's still going to be sued by NFL. You know, I ain't trying to help them out. But it does seem like, see why this not okay. As I try to be a W Tech guy, let me try this. So I have the actual picture of the Super Bowl. So Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because we're about to show the leaked set list, and we're gonna show the leaked actual stage. See if I can find it. Okay. Here we go. Okay. All right. So this came out right before his performance. This entire thing was leaked. So you have the leaked set list. Let me take myself away so you can see the. So as far as Kendrick, as you can see, this whole list was pretty much on the nose, as the GNX trailer song going to Squabble Up essentially was the way he started off, because he had the GNX teaser, and then of course he had Squabble Up, then he had Humble, then he had DNA, Euphoria, Man at the Garden, Peekaboo, Luther, All of the Stars Now Like Us. Literally, this was a 1-to-1. So academics did successfully leak his set list. Very petty, I don't co-sign it, but whenever he talks about certain things in the music industry, he's usually on the nose. You know, whenever he finishes talking about black men getting locked up and police body cam footage for like 16 hours, that 1 hour of music coverage, music industry coverage by Livingston is some of the greatest coverage. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. It might as well be Stephen A. covering sports. So he broke this down like a kilo of Miley Cyrus and basically showcased how this was his set list. And can I draw on this? I don't think I could draw. Y'all see it? It's to the left. It's to the left of Kendrick. So and you could tell it's his leaked set list because nobody's in the stadium. They're basically prepping. This is how the prep looks before the actual show. So yeah, it's actually kind of crazy. Academics did say he was going to get sued. I don't know if that actually came into fruition. I wouldn't be upset with him. Well, I don't know. I mean, I'll never advocate for anybody to get sued, but that is crazy to leak somebody's whole Super Bowl performance. You only get that once as far as a solo act, because he was on there twice, but the first time was under Dr. Dre. So that's the main thing I wanted to go over. It's always a huge impact when an artist performs at the Super Bowl, which is why NFL doesn't like to pay people to perform, and which is why some of the top musicians that are still making the biggest bucks in the industry sometimes turn it down. But as far as the 7-year run, I will say Jay-Z's had a great run of picking artists. Now, of course, it's been reported that they asked Drake to perform at the Super Bowl halftime show and he declined, but that was way before the Kendrick and Drake stuff, and before, you know, Drake and Jay-Z became mortal enemies, because, you know, Drake hates everybody who co-signed that pedophile anthem. So with that being said, getting back into the 2026 Super Bowl halftime show, it will be happening February 8th, 2028 at Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara, California. And when it comes to Bad Bunny, his Puerto Rico residency just ended after 31 days. Goodness. It ended September of this year, and his upcoming tour is in the Dominican Republic. Once again, he canceled his U.S. leg of the tour because of the ICE raids. It's not a political podcast. I'm just letting you know the state of the economy, the state of the world, really. His upcoming tour is 24 dates. It starts November 21st, and it's in the Dominican Republic. And when it comes to that, I think that this will be a fantastic Super Bowl performance. Bad Bunny is one of the biggest musicians in the world. His album, Debbie Terrar Mas Photos, which that album is the 11th most played album in the world. And I believe that album came out January 2025. Oh, no, January 5th, 2025. And it is almost October 2025, and it's still the 11th most played album in the world. So safe to say Bad Bunny is one of the biggest musicians in the music industry. So I think it's going to be a great performance. I don't really have any particular tracks I would want to hear from Bad Bunny. I'm a huge Drake fan. I do feel like their collab as far as Mia with Straight Heat had Drake singing in Spanish and stuff like that. But, I don't want to, y'all going to be saying I'm glazing Drake again.
You guys.
So anyways, when it comes to that, I think this is going to be a great show. I've never seen fully a Bad Bunny show. I'm excited to see what he does on his short time on the Super Bowl stage, because of course you already know the Super Bowl halftime show is not that long. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Bad Bunny performing and being announced to perform at the 2026 Super Bowl halftime show? And ultimately, when it comes to the political surroundings of Bad Bunny performing in front of Trump, what do you think the dialogue will be around Jay-Z picking the first headliner ever as far as solely performing in Spanish? Now, before we get into Nintendo basically patenting the ability to use buttons while playing a video game, filing for a patent related to summoning / battling mechanics, we have to get into the update on Nintendo versus Power World.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Because it's a sad day in history, as I have to give you an update. Obviously, there's no conclusion as of yet. But with the lawsuit ongoing, I wanted to give you the up-to-date details about the lawsuit currently. So Nintendo and the Pokemon Company filed a lawsuit in September of 2024 against Pocket Pair.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
The maker of Power World, accused in the game of infringing on patents related to Pokemon mechanics.
Shepard.
Such as capturing creatures.
Shepard.
And smooth switching of riding objects.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Well, let me tell you what's going on. During the ongoing legal battle, Nintendo surprisingly altered the language of one of its patents. Hold on now. Adding vague and complex wording potentially to complicate the lawsuit and avoid claims of invalidity.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
The state of gaming is very reminiscent of the state of hip-hop, and I ain't even going to tell you why. Actually, I will. As far as Side 7 and the lawsuits that he's currently under, one could compare that whole situation. Obviously, there's less dollars involved as far as Nintendo and Power World. But as far as the action of suing your opponent, safe to say hip-hop and gaming, y'all got that in common. You know what I'm saying?
But then, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
So when it comes to when it comes to Nintendo suing Power World, it's very interesting, as Pocket Pair responded by modifying Power World's gameplay, removing and changing contested features, but they denied infringement and argued that the patents are invalid.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
And then finally, to summarize this before we get into the up-to-date story, Nintendo also obtained new patents in 2025 covering mechanics like summoning creatures to a fight, escalating the case, and essentially that's what brings us into today's subject, which is Nintendo currently having both patents granted as far as smooth switching of riding objects and summoning of battling mechanic. Now, when it comes to that, that means that the lawsuit that's ongoing with Power World is very much escalating, because Power World is going towards a 1.0 release, meaning it's not even out yet technically. I mean, it's out, but technically they're saying it's in pre-access, early access, something like that. They're basically saying the game's not out. It's the same thing as like, what was it called? The Multiverses with Superman, Batman, Bugs Bunny. same situation. The game's technically out, but it's not out. Make that make sense. But anyways, when it comes to Nintendo being granted for both patents, safe to say that their lawsuit towards Power World is going to be in their favor, and Nintendo is ultimately going to win the lawsuit, and Power World is basically going to lose its way of earning a living.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So, as far as the dollar amount, I don't know if it's actually been cited. Oh, it has. Okay. So, the lawsuit, what in the world? Ain't no way that Nintendo is suing for $65,000. Now, what in the... Now, obviously, for the average human on planet Earth, $65,000 is a lot of money. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just go to Nintendo. Let's just say net worth, right? Nintendo, as of right now, is worth, is that right? 101, hold on now, ain't no way. $101 billion. And safe to say, 65,000 off of a lawsuit win is very petty. What say you?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
The way that Nintendo's going at Power World right now is very reminiscent of hip hop, but it's very unfortunate in the same light, because why are you doing this to Power World? What did Power World do to you? I feel like Tyrese, when I was covering the future updates for the company of Power World, when I was, shameless plug, when I was reacting to Power World, if you just type in Power World Analytic Dreamz with a Z, my reaction to the updates for the company, it was very indicative of what we're talking about now, because of course I feel like they're going through the Tyrese meme. They're looking at Nintendo saying, what more do you want from me? Because what in the world does Nintendo want from Power World other than to shame them for, may or may not drawing heavy inspiration from the game? Because 65,000 measly dollars, right? 65,000 is very minuscule to having 101 billion market cap. Now, maybe they see Power World as a threat. I will understand that. But at the end of the day, Nintendo really is just going at them for no reason, it seems like. And for them to come out with Pokopia, which I also had a reaction to, another shameless plug, just type in Pokopia, Analytic Dreamz with a Z. Essentially, when I was covering that or reacting to that video, it was very apparent to me that they was ripping off, I might add, Animal Crossing and Minecraft. So now you're ripping off other games, but you're still suing Pocket Pair, the creators of Power World. And then now with your grants, as far as your patents for summoning and battling and smooth switching of riding objects, very vague, I might add. That's why I started this off basically saying that Nintendo's patenting the right to use buttons playing the video game, because this is insanity. Like I said, when I was breaking down the Nintendo and Power World lawsuit, it seems like a lot of this jargon is very vague, and interestingly enough, it really complicates the lawsuit as far as them winning it. But now with the patents being granted, that's the main thing I wanted to get across in this segment, because that's basically showcasing and giving and foreshadowing what's going to happen in the future. Because now that those patents was granted, I think Power World is going to unequivocally lose in the courtroom via the lawsuit. So it's strengthening Nintendo's case. It's potentially threatening any type of innovation when it comes to the monster taming and the summoning style of game, right? It's indicative of when, I forgot what company did it, but it was the Nemesis system. I forget exactly who made it. The Nemesis system was in Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War, but it was patented, so nobody could use that system again, right? I forget who made the Nemesis system. Obviously, it was in the Shadow of Mordor game, but I forget who. Let me see who made it. The Nemesis system was made by Monolith. Okay, so when it was patented, safe to say the innovation just stopped right there, because of course nobody wants to be sued like we're seeing with Power World right now because of them using what could be considered a Nemesis system. So now any type of monster taming and summoning style of game is going to be looked under a Pokemon clone. And we already seen what happened to Power. So a very sad day in history, as Nintendo, I think, is stopping creativity, because of course, even though Power World had a lot of heavy inspiration off of Pokemon, I still believe it had enough as far as unique factors to be its own game. It's almost as if H1Z1 patented the right to have a bunch of people go on the map and loot to shoot it out to see who could come out on top, king of the hill fashion, right? Then we would have never got a Fortnite. We would have never had a PUBG. We would have never had a PUBG. We never had a Fortnite. We would have never had a Warzone, Apex Legends, because H1Z1 would have had the right to battle royales. Now, that's just a vague comparison. The reason why I'm using it for this is because the vagueness of summoning a creature and using creatures as flight, as far as transversal, literally it says, quote, summoning and battling mechanic, quote, smooth switching of riding objects. I don't know about y'all, but it seems very vague, right? And now that they was granted access to both of those patents, it's just getting spooky in the gaming industry, because who in the world wants to make a monster summoning type of game when these type of vague patents are made by Nintendo? So very interesting. That's why I compare it to the Battle Royale, the evolution of it, and put it in that light, because when you stagger innovation, that means you can't go from an H1Z1 to a Fortnite. That means you can't go from a Fortnite. I mean, it's nothing as popular as Fortnite, but you can't go from a Fortnite to an Apex Legends, like something that's a Battle Royale, but very different from Fortnite, right? So I think it's staggering innovation, and ultimately is one of the craziest developments in the gaming industry, especially for indie devs. So that being said, mainly I just want to let y'all know that Nintendo is the bad guy in that situation. And at the end of the day, will they end up patenting using buttons to play video games next? So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias what do you think about Nintendo having both patents granted, and what do you think this means for the innovation in the monster taming and summoning style of games?
Thank you. I am here at NVIDIA headquarters in Santa Clara with the CEO of the world's most valuable company and the CEO and president of the world's most valuable private company, Jensen Huang of NVIDIA, Sam Altman, and Greg Brockman of OpenAI. So let's
Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because of course, when it comes to these three gentlemen right here, well, they're not showing it right now, but when they go to the wide shot, you'll see them in a second. Of course, let me just go to the wide shot. All the way to the left, you have the one and only CEO of OpenAI. And then next to him, you have the well, I didn't even say the first name, Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI. Next to him, you have Demis Hassabis, I think that's how you say it, the CEO and co-founder of Google DeepMind. And then you have next to him, Jensen Huang, I think it's Huang, the CEO and co-founder of NVIDIA. Now, why this is so important is because of NVIDIA announcing up to 100 billion with the B, $100 billion investment into OpenAI. And before you say, hold on now, that's a lot of money. Well, I will have you know, when it comes to these particular companies, safe to say, OpenAI is valued at $500 billion. Google DeepMind is valued at $3.08 trillion. And then you come to NVIDIA, and then you know they're making a little bit around $4.3 trillion. So when it comes to this huge partnership, some would say this is one of the more monumental moments in technological advancement history, because the amount of money that these three companies have, and for them to come together like this, that we're going to break down more in depth after listening to the CEOs of these respective companies, is very groundbreaking and important, especially if you care about technological advancements in society. So anyways, we're going to let them break it down, because I'm pretty sure they could do a little bit better as far as announcing why, or explaining why in the world they decided to partner up better than I can. So let's get to it right now. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio.
Over several years, the investment's going to come with the gigawatts, one at a time. You're telling me, you guys, as quickly as you guys can get it done. Jensen, first of all, set the stage. Why?
This is the biggest AI infrastructure project in history. This is the largest computing project in history. Well, the reason for that is because computing demand is going through the roof for OpenAI. You know, ChatGPT is the single most revolutionary AI project in history.
Look at him trying to be humble. This man invented, well, I'm not going to say invented AI, but basically invented one of the more groundbreaking AI technological advancements ever. Not him specifically, because that was Sam Altman, but you get the point. AI in general may be one of the best inventions that we've had in human history. And I know y'all may be saying, oh, the light bulb, oh, the car, the automobile industry, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, advancement has to come from somewhere. And AI, unequivocally, is one of the more modern day, groundbreaking inventions that we've seen in quite some time. People been hinting towards as far as flying cars, oh, the iRobot films with Will Smith. I don't know why my brain went to that. But as far as AI advancement, you already know it's scary capabilities. And chatbot GPT, OpenAI is ultimately showcasing what that looks like in modern day, and it's not magic. Tony Stark will look at this back in 1990s and he'll say, that is witchcraft. But nowadays, people just see it as reality. So let's get back into it.
It's being used everywhere, every industry, every country, every person practically that I know uses ChatGPT. The computing demand is going through the roof. And so this partnership is about building an AI infrastructure that enables AI to go from the labs into the world. This is about the AI industrial revolution arriving.
And you're probably thinking to yourself, what in the world? Why is the stock price jumping like that? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get into that deep dive in a second. But, you know, to highlight that specifically, the stock of NVIDIA rose 4% on announcement day. And I would know because I had a little bit of stock into it. You know what I mean? Drop a bomb for that one. You know, drop a bomb and actually investing and having it pan out like this. I was a part of the GameStop investment. Remember when that blew up? I pulled my money out expeditiously. I'm glad I did when that boom happened. And then coincidentally, I had my money in NVIDIA. It's almost like the Notorious Mass Effect being an informative podcast pays dividends. Who would have thunk?
You guys.
Anyways, let's get back into them explaining this monumental partnership.
It's a very big deal.
$100 billion, a lot of money. Sam, Greg, you guys are used to dealing with a lot of money in big projects. So Sam, I think it was just 8 months and a day ago, the initial Stargate announcement talking about the overall move that OpenAI.
Hey, first off, I gotta get my jokes off. Why in the world are they copying my leather jacket?
Shepard.
No, hold on now. Because, you know, if they gonna copy my leather jacket, they better wear the N7 logo with it, because we're all Mass Effect fans out here.
Shepard.
Now, I know what you're probably saying. There was leather jackets invented before Mass Effect, but don't nobody care about all that. Like, come on now.
Shepard.
All right, I'm going to chill out. I just had to get my jokes off. Let's get back into this very serious, groundbreaking technological investment as far as partnership.
Is making in building out this capacity. Where does this fit?
So as Jensen said, building this infrastructure is critical to everything we want to do. Without doing this, we cannot deliver the services people want. We can't keep making better models. And now that we really see what's on the near-term horizon of how good the models are getting, the new use cases that are being enabled, what people want to do, this is like the fuel that we need to drive improvement, to drive better models, to drive revenue, everything. So this is helping us get to a world, along with our partners at Stargate, Microsoft, Oracle, where we can build out increasing amounts of infrastructure to deliver on what the world is demanding out of these services. There's like no partner but NVIDIA that could do this at this kind of scale, at this kind of speed. It's really like quite incredible. But this will expand on the Stargate ambitions and let us push further and further. We have found every step along the way that we did not quite set our sights big enough, given the market demand. So this will help us push towards that next level. The compute constraints that the whole industry has been, and our company in particular, have been terrible. We're so limited right now in the services we can offer. There's so much more demand.
Keep in mind, I know his company is hugely successful, but next to these individuals right here, 500 billion compared to 3 trillion to 4 trillion, you know, let's just say it's little money compared to them. So he's definitely speaking from a place of, we're looking for somebody to help us out. I'm pretty sure he shopped around this idea to a couple companies, but none had the capacity or the financial abundance to go at the partnership like these two gentlemen, as far as the CEOs of these companies, could do for open AI.
And then what we can do. And as we look forward another year or 2 years, if you have, you know, let's say it takes 10 gigawatts of compute or 5 gigawatts of compute, you could choose one of two things. You could choose to cure cancer by having AI do a bunch of research, or you could choose to offer free education to everybody on Earth. No one wants to make that choice. And so increasingly as we see this, the answer is just much more capacity so that we can serve the massive needs and opportunity with this.
Now, there's only a minute left, so I'm going to keep pausing. But essentially, what I'm adding is something to think about for the future. The first thing this man said is cure cancer and free education for the masses. It's almost like what I said earlier is true about AI being one of the more groundbreaking inventions that we've seen in quite some time. But anyways, let's let these gentlemen explain it some more.
Greg, one way of measuring that demand is the number of users that OpenAI has. ChatGPT says somewhere between 700 and 800 million. How quickly are you growing? What's the technology that you guys need to bring to bear, from NVIDIA included, in order to satisfy that?
Yeah, so 700 million, growing extremely quickly. Like, I think that ChatGPT has grown from nothing to that scale, and it continues to grow faster than any product in history. And really, the reason we were able to make this breakthrough and serve it to the extent that we have is by leveraging NVIDIA's platform. Like, we've worked together very closely since Jensen actually hand-delivered a server to us back in 2016. And we were just doing some math earlier. I think that this deal is really for like 1 billion times more computational power than that initial server. And so we're able to actually create new breakthroughs, new models, to be able to actually solve problems like create cures for diseases, and to actually be able to empower every individual in business, because we'll be able to reach the next level of scale.
Thank you. I am here.
All right, so that's basically the explanation. And of course, when it comes to that, the main thing I was wanting to get across, especially with this partnership, is that now diving into the depths of the actual deal, when it comes to NVIDIA, basically putting, I'm trying to make sure I switch the scene. Yeah, there we go. NVIDIA announcing up to $100 billion investment as far as OpenAI is very interesting, because you're probably wondering, well, why would you do it? They basically explained it. But as far as the infrastructure scale, like he said, like Sam was saying, 10 gigawatts of NVIDIA AI systems planned for OpenAI. And then as far as deploying the second half of 2026 on NVIDIA's Vera Rubin platform. And then Jensen, NVIDIA's CEO, basically said that 10 gigawatts equals to 4 to 5 million GPUs. Goodness gracious. And it equals to NVIDIA's full 2025 shipments, 2 times 2024 output. And that's essentially showcasing why this is such a monumental partnership, because they're basically helping each other grow to new heights, right? And then ultimately the energy equivalent power from New York City on a hot summer day, as far as the mayor's office of climate and environmental justice confirmed. So when it comes to the cost estimate per gigawatt data center, there's 50 to 60 billion and 35 billion in NVIDIA chips / systems per gigawatt. So it takes a lot of money to do this type of project. And of course, what better partnership and what better way to get this across than for these companies who's worth trillions of dollars? Well, you know, except for OpenAI, you know, they're worth 500 billion. That's still a lot, but I just, you know, still gotta let you know, playing with multiple trillions is a little different than 500 billion, but that's just me. So anyways, getting back into it, Nvidia recently invested $5 billion into Intel, and they acquired 4% stake, and then Intel stock surged 23%. So when it comes to Nvidia, safe to say, me already being a proponent of Nvidia, basically because of my PC and things of that nature, as far as me covering the entire landscape of gaming and music, what I use to cover it, I come to realize, I was thinking to myself, Nvidia has its hands on everything. So of course I invested. And then here comes this news, makes me feel like I know what I'm doing a little bit as far as my investment portfolio. I would show y'all, but hey, that's none of y'all business.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. So anyways, getting back into the overall strategic significance, Nvidia becomes OpenAI's preferred strategic compute and networking partner, and the partnership, of course, cements Nvidia at the center of the AI boom, not just as a supplier, but an investor. So with that being said, we also wanted to talk about the statements and goals, but we already played the video as far as the people respectively explaining why they partnered with each other in the first place. So we don't need to go over that. As far as the global expansion, NVIDIA plus Abu Dhabi announced the first NVIDIA AI Technology Center in the Middle East. So NVIDIA is making all type of moves. Ultimately, when you look at the scale with NVIDIA playing around with $4 trillion, $4.3 trillion, can't forget the 0.3, but fueled by the AI chip dominance. And of course, now that is having this open AI partnership, safe to say that NVIDIA is definitely going to dominate the technological space because of the way it's able to advance compared to its competition, right? So that's the main thing I was wanting to get across. I think one of the things I did want to correct, because I'm pretty sure when I first popped it up, I think it was the wrong person I said, because I got Sam Altman-Jensen, but it was this, which guy was it? It was the bald-headed guy. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. I was just trying to, he actually has hair. Man, where in the world? Why I say that? My fault, man. Hey, you hanging on, man. You still got a little bit up there. All right, pause. What's this man's name? So I'm trying to see. So we have Sam Altman, we have Jensen. So they let Jensen speak, they let Sam speak. And then I think they let the other guy speak at some point. Yeah. Greg Brockman, the OpenAI president. My fault, brother. I think I got your name wrong. I don't know who in the world. I said at the beginning, I just wanted to correct this in the same segment so people don't be like, oh, you got the name wrong. Be like, hey, you ain't listened to the whole video. So I corrected myself. Demis Hassabis, it seems like he's definitely the CEO and co-founder of Google DeepMind. He's not in this video. So as far as the picture, safe to say I use AI to get the picture and descriptions of these people because I already had the full deal broken out, but I wanted to know who these people were because I just found this as soon as I recorded. But this is actually, so correction, this is actually Greg Brockman, OpenAI president. And you only know I corrected that if you stay to the end. So if people complain, hey, you know what I mean? That just means they ain't watched the whole video. But at the end of the day, this is a huge accomplishment. Like I keep saying, as far as the development of the technological space, NVIDIA, OpenAI, having this type of partnership is a huge accomplishment because, of course, if you have trillions of dollars to play around with, such as NVIDIA, these type of partnerships make sense along with the Abu Dhabi expansion, along with them investing into Intel. What was that at? Yeah, NVIDIA recently investing $5 billion into Intel. All of these moves by NVIDIA is basically shaping up to make them the ultimate company when it comes to the standard of technological advancements, which is why I invested in them in the first place. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about NVIDIA announcing up to $100 billion investment in OpenAI? And ultimately, what do you take from this monumental technological partnership? Now, of course, you're probably saying to yourself, why in the world are we covering a game from 2017?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Well, I will let you know when it comes to Hollow Knight Silksong being one of the more coveted releases, you also have to remember that the Hollow Knight franchise as a whole has earned over a whopping 15 million copies as of August 2025. And of course, those analytics came from Bloomberg and interviews with the developers of Team Cherry, which, speaking of them, let's talk about the overall creation of this very successful franchise. As when it comes to the developers, Team Cherry, which is in Australia, and Ari Gibson, William Pellin, and Jack Vine were the leaders of the developer team of Team Cherry. And then as far as Hollow Knight, the concept began at 2013 Ludum Dare Game Jam, if I said that correctly, but the Kickstarter raised $57,000. So that being said, it originally came out on PC February 2017, and then following up the PC version, Switch, PS4, and Xbox One versions came out in 2018. And then of course, it is playable on PS5 as far as backward compatibility. Now, as far as a 2017 game being talked about in 2025, that's because of Hollow Knight Silksong. That is set to be one of the most anticipated sequels in quite some time because, of course, as far as 2017 all the way to 2025, safe to say that the avid fans of Hollow Knight have been waiting for quite some time. So as far as this being one of the most anticipated sequels, you do have to keep in mind that Silksong also faced a lot of delays, repeated delays since its announcement. Basically, GTA levels of delays. Just think of that in their fan base. Because, of course, as soon as the official release date was set, it was starting to rise up the charts like hotcakes as far as pre-orders, to the point where I believe Silksong doesn't come out to September 4th, 2025. And it's already the 5th most engaged with game on Game Pass as far as trending. Now, as far as trending, I don't know if it's like a 1 to 10 as far as the, actually, how many is up here? 4, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I don't know if it's 1 to 10. It seems like it is because Gears of War Reloaded is the first one you see on trending. And I believe going all the way down to number 10 is Hell Let's Loose. So I think it's in order. But if it's not, then it's just one of the most anticipated games on Game Pass. But ultimately, I think it's listed out as far as numbers. So I'm going to say it's the 5th most engaged with game on Game Pass. Because, of course, that just means people have the subscription. We really don't know how many dollars are being put on the game currently. As when I looked at PlayStation, when I looked at Xbox as far as top pay games in the top 10, I didn't see it on either or PlayStation or Xbox. But I still would assume that a lot of people are definitely clamoring for it. As when I first reviewed Hollow Knight Silksong as far as August 27th of this year, as far as my reaction to the release trailer, safe to say that trailer is doing phenomenal on YouTube. I think it's one of the most engaged with videos on YouTube. Actually, let's look at it right now. So as far as Hollow Knight Silksong, it's been, let's look at the trailer. As far as the Hollow Knight Silksong trailer, it did about 3.5 million views. As far as, oh no, that's 3 years ago. I'm tripping. Okay, so that makes it even more crazy. Because 3 years ago, Xbox released the Hollow Knight Silksong trailer, right? That did 3.5 million views. Team Cherry, 10 days ago, just released the updated release trailer for Hollow Knight Silksong. And guess what that's at? A whopping 4.7 million. So when we talk about the Hollow Knight franchise, safe to say that their fan base and what they've been doing along, as far as like keeping them engaged, because if you don't know, as far as 2017 to 2025, to still have people excited for the sequel is a huge accomplishment, and it's not accomplished by a lot of games. Let's just put it like that. If you take a huge hiatus, I would expect at least 50% of your audience to lose interest. But as far as Hollow Knight, seems like they haven't. So Silksong is looking to be a success, but overall, let me just give people who are not even aware of this franchise what it's about. So as far as Hollow Knight, you do have to keep in mind that even though you may not be aware of this game, just know it did sell 15 million copies as of August 2025, and with 12 million of those sales occurring in the 6 years that followed, as far as the announcement for Silksong in 2019. And as far as it being one of the most successful independent games ever, that is the label you should give this franchise, as it is definitely deserved and earned that. So Anyways, the reason why people enjoy this is because essentially when you're looking at the combat, the progression abilities, your charms, a lot of people are enjoying the 2D Metrovania plus the Souls-like element because, of course, you're using the nail, which is a sword-like, melee in 4 different directions. There's a soul meter as far as focusing on casting spells with vengeful or spirit. And then you have your advance as far as the nail arts, which is cyclone, slash, and pogo attacks. And then the progression abilities, you can unlock new areas. The abilities unlock new areas like Mothwing Cloak, Dash, Mantis Claw, Wall Jump, Monarch Wings, Double Jump, and then the Crystal Heart Super Dash. So safe to say there's a lot of mobility in this video game. And as you can see right now, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify, we're currently playing Gaming Bolt's 15 things you need to know. So they're basically showing a lot of the different gameplay as far as Silksong. So you can see it for yourself on Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. But anyways, with that being said, the world is non-linear exploration, 150 plus enemies, and 47 base bosses plus DLC. And we're not talking about Silksong. I'm just talking about the original franchise. And then we're going to get into Silksong. So as far as the DLCs included, we have the Hidden Dreams DLC, the Grim Troop, Lifeblood, Godmaster, and then it added bosses like Nightmare King Grim, and then quests like Godseeker. Nightmare King Grim, and then Quest, Godseeker Mode, and then Charms. So a lot of people are going to be thinking, well, how long is this game going to take me to beat? Because whenever you hear Souls like, you just know that they're about to push you through you know what.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
I know everybody is talking about how Souls like is happening every other week, but I feel like that's not true because as far as very solid Souls-like games, there's not many that comes around because there's a lot of attention to detail that you need for these particular games. Now, a lot of developers think they could just make Elden Ring in a year, right? A lot of developers be like, oh, what's so hard? Just make the boss more difficult. Be like, no, my brother, that's just not how it goes.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
So anyways, as far as the main story, it will take you a whopping 25 hours to complete. That's if you skip all the side content, right? The main story plus side content will take you around 35 to 55 hours. And then, of course, when it comes to 100% completion, it will take you at least 50 plus hours. So when it comes to a lot of people being completionists and wanting to have every single achievement in this game, I do believe that at the end of the day, you have to keep in mind that it's all based on your skill level. No matter how good or bad you think you are at a game, you should lessen or add time depending on that. Because if you're bad at a game, it may take you a little longer than the average 25 hours to just run through the game. But if you're really good at it, then I would assume that the average play time is probably around the amount of time you're going to spend on it. Because everybody knows whenever you get stuck on a boss, that individual boss fight is basically dependent on your skill level as far as how much time it's going to take you. So every single Souls-like game can have different run times for different skill levels. But you already know that. So anyways, as far as Silksong, getting back into Silksong, while a lot of people are clamoring for this specific addition to the game, and let alone it being one of the most anticipated sequels, it's also, we already talked about the delays, right? I even talked about it being initially announced in 2019, and then here we are in the big 2025. So with that being said, September 4th is when it comes out. It's a day one on the Xbox Game Pass. I keep telling y'all, when it comes to the Xbox Game Pass, it's one of the most lucrative and cost-effective ways to be a gamer in today's economy. Xbox Game Pass, and this is not even like no promo, anything. I'm just trying to save y'all some dollars. You know what I mean? When it comes to revenue, if you just want to spend it on multiple games, safe to say that Xbox Game Pass is the best route as far as playing a lot of games for way less than the price than if you would have paid for those individual games as far as the full $70. So anyways, actually let me see Xbox Game Pass 2025 prices. Let's just look this up right now, right? because sometimes I get the I give an estimate, but I forget the exact price. So the Game Pass Core is $10 a month. Game Pass Ultimate, which is full access on console and PC, day one releases, online multiplayer, etc. Right? EA Play, cloud gaming, that's $19.99 a month. And then PC Game Pass, which is PC library access plus EA Play, is $11.99. So when you look at that and you think of a particular game and how much it would charge you for one AAA video game as far as $70, the Game Pass is there's not even words I could use to describe how much bang for your buck you are getting as far as a max $19.99 month subscription. So, well, $19.99 a month subscription. So y'all get the point, right? So with that being said, that is Silksong. That's my Hollow Knight deep dive. So when Silksong comes out, just expect it to blow up on the charts because a lot of people really been waiting for this game for a minute. And it's safe to say that Team Cherry, even though they delayed the game, as you can see right now, the game is looking solid, and ultimately it probably would keep Hollow Knight fans and captivated for some years to come. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Hollow Knight, Silksong? What do you think about the franchise as a whole? And if you're a huge Hollow Knight fan, will you be playing Silksong when it comes out September 4th? It is finally time to get into the review and sales roundup as far as over at Notorious Mass Effect, because the masses are currently not having the same experience that I'm having.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
What is going on is that the masses has nicknamed this game Stutterlands 4.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
But as far as my personal review, which you can check out over at Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify right here. If you type in Borderlands 4 Analytic Dreamz with a Z on Spotify, my gameplay will pop up. And obviously, when it comes to my personal sentiments of playing the game, I enjoyed it. And of course, when it comes to me playing solo, I had other homies who was also playing the game. And I would just imagine that if I had fun by myself, as far as the engaging combat loot, as far as all the guns feeling amazing, and then the story was serviceable as far as getting you from point A to point B. Now, you come to realize if you was to add more people and play along with other guys as far as who's also playing the game, you'll probably enjoy it even more. So for me, my personal review is I enjoy the game. So with that being said, the main thing I want to get into after talking about, well, before talking about the sales and review roundup, is how the technical and optimization issues for this particular game has been the main focal point for a lot of people in the gaming community. As they said, there's a lot of issues with stuttering, shader compilation as far as crashes, FPS drops, even with the RTX 4090, memory leaks. A lot of consoles players are coming out saying that it's locked at the 70 FOV, missing motion blur toggle, and occasional crashes, which, to be fair, I never had a crash personally playing the game, but I was watching other playthroughs, and for some reason they just kept crashing all over the place. Now, they was playing with other players, so I think that led to their issues, but of course there's no excuse. So a game, AAA game that's asking for that has a $70 price tag, and that's for the base edition, it should not be stuttering when playing with other games when that's the main focal point of the gameplay loop, right? So them nicknaming this game Stutterlands 4 is beyond comical, but of course we have to move past that and get into the overall review and sales roundup of the game. So starting with the sales, this game has been doing and performing phenomenally, as it's the second most played game on PlayStation. As far as Xbox, I didn't see it in the top 10, nor is it trending on Game Pass because it's not on Game Pass. But it is the third most played game on Steam, with the Steam numbers having 178,000 people concurrently playing the game right now, an all-time peak of 304,000, and 24-hour peak of 211,000. Now that is phenomenal, especially for what it's technically not a single player game, so a multiplayer game like Borderlands 4. If you wanted to know specifically what this type of game is. Just know when it comes to Borderlands 4, you're gonna be doing a lot of multiplayer content, and of course it's out on the PS5, Xbox Series X and S, PC via Steam/Epic. The main story they're saying will take you around 20 to 25 hours, but of course when it comes to completionists and side content, it'll take you between 60 to 170 hours. Safe to say, this is a ginormous game.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
And also, when it comes to the overall sales for this particular game, when it first came out, it sold around 1 million copies in its first few days on Steam. And then as far as other consoles, I do believe when it comes to Borderlands specifically, in 48 hours is the fastest ever in the franchise as far as reaching 5 million units worldwide. And then also, as far as revenue, it garnered a whopping $150 million, even despite the controversies. So a lot of people playing this game is enjoying it, but of course the technical bugs seem to be making the headlines for some reason. As if a game keeps breaking, and of course, I didn't even bring up, what's his name? Randy Pitchford? Yeah, I think that's his name. I didn't even bring up Randy Pitchford because that man said the most egregious thing possible when addressing the bugs and glitches, right? He came out, and I don't know if he's a CEO, the boss, he's the Gearbox boss. So the Gearbox boss, Randy Pitchford, that's obviously behind this game, he has some pretty interesting things to say. And he admits that Borderlands 4 is not up to stuff as far as the optimization, right? But then he went on to say some interesting things. He said, quote, "Everybody that's ever done anything goes into it like, I want to do the best job I can and try hard. Whether you're drawing a picture with crayons at 6 years old that's going to go on the refrigerator to being the Beatles and writing Let It Be." But that's not it. He went on to say some more things. And it's very interesting how he went on to say this particular thing. But let me say it right now. Quote, "And so I just think we don't worry about the hate. That's actually a different form of love, huh? If someone's commenting, they're invested, man. They care. They've spent their time because it takes time to post it. It takes time to stop our day and get involved in something. So I use that as fuel. Let's make more. And all of us should do that."
I know that ain't who I think it is.
But that's not it, ladies and gentlemen. He had one of the more egregious points even after that, to the point where I thought it was a fake quote. This man, basically, I'm trying to see, where was that? Because, yeah, here it is. So him responding to the criticisms for the PC engine, right? And this is Randy Pitchford. We're talking about the boss of Gearbox coming out saying this. He essentially said, quote, "Code your own engine." Oh, you don't believe me? Hold on, let me bring up the article. Oh, you must thought it's fake news over here. Hold on, let me switch this. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Ladies and gentlemen, we finna zoom in on this. So, just in case you don't think we making stuff up, this man said the most egregious thing possible. On September 13th, Pitchford took to Twitter to address complaints about poor PC performance. What did he say? He probably said something like, "Oh, I love the fans. We're working so hard to optimize it. So sorry for the issues." Did he say that? Oh, I don't think so. This man came out and gave a sarcastic reply to a user and challenged them to, quote, as you can see right here. Let me just highlight the quote. "Code your own engine."
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
And not only did he say code your own engine, he said show us how it's done.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to focus on that because that's beyond atrocious and beyond dismissive to the masses who pay money to play your game, right? Telling somebody to code their own engine is literally like going to McDonald's, asking for a burger. They give you some fries and some chicken nuggets, and you ask them where the burger at, and they tell you, guess what? Make your own burger.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Like, hold on, that ain't how it work. Like, we paid a hard-earned money. We want the product that we paid for, right? But obviously, Randy pitched for it, could care less. So anyways, with that being said, let's get into the overview of Borderlands 4 after talking about all the sales and things of that nature. Even with the boss coming out saying the most asinine things possible, Borderlands 4 is still the third most played game on Steam. Obviously, like I just said, it wasn't on the top 10 on Xbox, and it wasn't on Game Pass because it's not available on Game Pass. But as far as PlayStation, it's the second most played game on PlayStation, so that's a huge accomplishment. And when it comes to the overall concurrent player count, it's 178,000 people playing concurrently on PC specifically. So the sales are doing phenomenal. Let's see how long that lasts, especially with the optimization issues and people coming out to call it Stutterlands 4. Now, that's a beyond hilarious name, but let's get into the actual details of the game. So now when you look at the pre-launch controversies, when you look at the pricing being $70 with the Super Deluxe Edition being $130, but it's less than the DLC for a Borderlands 3 $100 Ultimate, which is very interesting. I think the post-launch game plan via Randy Pitchford, he essentially told critics to build their own engine and get a refund. So when it comes to post-launch content, we would be hard-pressed if they even get to that.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Now, when it comes to my main enjoyment of the game, I really like the gunplay once more. The biggest thing that stood out to me as somebody who's partly colorblind is the setting. I love the vibrant setting. I love the aesthetic, because when you go for too much of a realism type of game, 20 to 30 years from now, you're going to look back and it's not going to be realistic at all. Honestly, it's going to make it even, it's going to be even more of a detriment to the overall graphics of the game because of it not having the realistic graphics that it was going for back then. So now, when you go for this aesthetic, it reminds me of, and this is going to be a random game that I'm going to throw at you, but it reminds me of the Spectacular Spider-Man game. I think it was that one. It was the one where it was like a comic book Spider-Man game. So, let me see. I don't know if it was Spectacular Spider-Man. It was one of them. How did I forget my own, my favorite fictional character? Spider-Man, Spectacular, game, Venom. Let me see animated. Let me see if animated pulls it up. So, that didn't pull it up at all. Okay. Well, it's one of the animated games. It's the only animated game that looks like it's straight out of a comic book. I'm not talking about Web of Shadows. I'm talking about Wolverine. Let me see if that pulls it up. Yeah, it's not pulling up. It's just pulling up Spider-Man PS5. I forget what that game's called, but y'all know what I'm talking about, right? The Spider-Man game where the ultimate focus was making it look like it exactly came out of a comic book. So, it's titled Ultimate Spider-Man, not Spectacular. My fault. But this game right here, which is a straight up classic. If you never played this as a Spider-Man fanatic, I ain't gonna lie to you, this needs to be on your bucket list to just understand the greatness of this character, right? I always say Spider-Man is the greatest fictional creation of all time. This is one of the greatest video games for this specific character. It never got a sequel, but you know, sad day in history. So, that type of aesthetic is timeless. You go back to that game, you're never going to be like, oh, it's not realistic enough because of the actual art form that it was going for and accomplished. I think that's the same scenario with Borderlands 4 currently. Playing the game, watching other people play it, one thing is for certain. The setting, the world of Borderlands 4 may be the best looking world in 2025. And I know Expedition 33 fans are going to be like, what? I know somebody's not giving kudos of aesthetic over Expedition 33. Well, yes, I am. I just feel like overall, Borderlands 4, the aesthetic, the open world, because Expedition 33 technically is open world, but it's not as expansive as a Borderlands 4. And of course, when it comes to that, you have to obviously keep in mind that Expedition 33 had 33 people on their team, right? Their dev team. Borderlands 4 had a way bigger budget, a way bigger team developing the game. And for them to have a same aesthetic as far as intriguing factor, like an Expedition 33, I'm giving a nod to Borderlands 4 as having the greatest looking open world game in 2025. So anyways, that's a huge compliment in my opinion. So when you're looking at it from that perspective, I think at the very least, it's worth a try if you're a huge Borderlands fan. So now, let's get into some of the gaming conglomerates as far as their specific reviews, as IGN gave Borderlands 4 an 8 out of 10, essentially saying, quote, blasting through hordes of psychos with a friend or three feels as awesome as it ever has. Borderlands 4 keeps that feeling fresh by continuing to iterate on the silly weapons, praises the wacky arsenal and co-op, but notes rocky PC performance, which we already talked about, bugs and invisible walls hindering exploration. Then you come to GameSpot, giving this game a 7 out of 10, saying that the core, bread and butter, rewarding loot and satisfying shooting. And I can personally attest to that. That's one of the main things I felt playing the game. Every single weapon felt phenomenal. Even the weapon that, I humorously did not like, as far as the reload button being throwing the gun and shooting it to explode. That gun also felt, those type of guns still felt well as far as shooting and the handling of it. Polygon gave Borderlands 4 an 8 out of 10. Games Radar Plus gave it an 8 out of 10. PC Gamer gave it an 8 out of 10. I'm going to read off PC Gamer's review. So PC Gamer said, a big step up from Borderlands 3. Tight and responsive gunplay. Hold up now. Commends improvements over the previous entry, but criticizes performance woes like bugs and frame drops that choke your GPU, suggesting patches are needed. So unlike Randy Pitchford, when he just said build your own engine, PC Gamer is actually giving the actual solution as far as Borderlands Team Gearbox coming out and actually putting a patch for the game. So then, at the end of the day, when you look at all these reviews, safe to say a lot of people are saying that this is a solid game. To me, this is the best open world game I've seen in 2025. I'm part of the colorblind, so do keep that in mind. I do like vibrance and how it's turned up to the max on Borderlands 4. And for some people, that may not be their cup of tea. I know some people say they was getting headaches as far as playing the game because there's just so much going on the screen. But for me, I was enjoying it. I was like, this is how I want all my games to look. But when it comes to that, if you don't know about the story, I would break it down. But guess what? Don't nobody care about the story. Everybody goes into it playing with their friends, and that's essentially it. They shoot, they loot, and they shoot. And guess what? They rinse and repeat. So with that being said, just know the Borderlands 4 is out now on PS5, Xbox Series X and S, PC via Steam. Trying to see if I missed anything. I don't know, basically covered everything. All right, so with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think of Borderlands 4 currently? And do you think that hold on, let me pull full screen for this. Do you think that you should build your own engine if you complain about Borderlands 4? Getting into grandma's favorite, getting into one of the most popular mobile games on planet Earth, we have to put respect on Block Blast.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
As when it comes to mobile gaming reviews, you already know we have a plethora over at Notorious Mass Effect. But as far as Block Blast specifically, we're going to get into the sales and review roundups because, of course, over here at Notorious Mass Effect, we have to get into the games that notoriously impact the masses. Now, with that being said, the main thing I was wanting to get into, especially with Block Blast, if you don't know, the core game is basically a block/jigsaw type puzzle, and you place and stack blocks to form combos and maximize scores. So no, it's not Tetris. I know what y'all thinking. Hold up now. We got a lawsuit on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. When it comes to Block Blast, it's a little different because, of course, when it comes to the overall gameplay loop, and of course, a lot of people are enjoying this on their cellular devices. This game specifically came out April 3rd, 2022. Y'all want to know when Tetris was released? Actually, let's look that up. Tetris release date. Tetris came out in 1985. Safe to say that Block Blast is a little more modern than Tetris, but we're still putting respect on Tetris' name. I'm just letting y'all know what is the most popular block/jigsaw style puzzle in today's gaming economy. So with that being said, the main thing we got to get into before the reviews is definitely the crazy amount of engagement this mobile game has been garnering, from 593 million plus global downloads to date to 220 million downloads in the first 6 months of 2025, which made it the #1 most downloaded mobile game in that period. And then, of course, can't forget the 135 million generated in the last 30 days. So when it comes to that, the player base is definitely a humongous fan base for Block Blast, as the overall player bases had a peak of 14 million according to the daily active users. And when it comes to the retention, 28% of retention at day 60, significantly higher than the average mobile game. So when it comes to the release timeline, obviously I already said it came out April 3rd, 2022, but then of course it came out on the Android shortly after, as far as Google Play. And it's just continued to increase engagement in the player base to the point where in 2025 it's one of the most popular mobile games in the world. And you could probably see why, as you know, I have it up on the screen, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But when we're getting into runtime of Block Blast, safe to say there's no runtime. This game is very dependent on your pace and progression, right? There's no traditional story, there's no character roster, there's no ball, there's no gun. It's basically you, blocks, and a lot of fun to be had, right?
Shepard.
All right, my fault. So anyways, so as far as getting back into this specific game, Block Blast, and definitely being one of the more record-breaking mobile puzzle games that ever hit the App Store, I think with this game generating over 135 million in monthly revenue, and then of course all the other metrics, it's definitely shaping up to have a crazy run, especially when you look at this game coming out in the year of 2022, looking at it in today's age of 2025, and seemingly it is one of the more most popular mobile games in history, especially when it dominates the puzzle charts like it is currently. I mean, Tetris, somebody got to tell them to fight back. Now that's all right. Or somebody need to tell them that's all right, as far as them not going at Block Blast as far as beefing. Because, you know, as far as mobile puzzle games, I wonder what type of Drake and Kendrick beef the developers of these mobile puzzle games have going on behind the scenes. So, you know, besides the relaxing gameplay and things of that nature, now let's switch from sales to get into some of the review roundups of this specific game, as there's been a plethora and all high praise, and they hold this game in high regards as far as the mobile gaming community, as the US App Store gave it it has a 4.8 rating out of 5. And they say, quote, addictive, relaxing, and perfect for quick brain breaks. Offline play is a huge plus, but one of the critiques is the ads interrupt too often. Now, when it comes to the Google Play Store, because, you know, we can't leave our do-do-do-do, you know what I mean, however that go. Well, you know, the phone that y'all be using that be making that sound, even when you put it on silent, but that's a whole nother discussion. Google Play Store, they gave this game a 4.7 out of 5, saying, great puzzle logic and combo system, but, and once again, this is a reoccurring theme, the ads pop up mid-move. Hold up now. You telling me I'm trying to clear all the blocks in the game and the ad gonna pop up in the middle of me playing the game?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Anyways, Tap, they gave this game a 4.7 out of 5, basically saying it's relaxing, offline puzzles, and they do note that it's no ads in certain modes, but, you know, ads is another nitpick and a slight critique. But then they finish off by saying you can also have unlimited fun because of the friends feature, as far as being able to have high scores and amongst your friends and it boosts the competitive nature as far as puzzle mobile gamers out there. So the main thing I was wanting to get across, besides me putting immense respect on the mobile gaming community, because who's really out here giving deep dives into mobile puzzle games? Like, come on now.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Another thing, as far as the specific reviews, Google Play Guide gave it a 9 out of 10, which is the highest score as far as all the reviews I could find. And this is the highest score, and they basically say excellent for logic and spatial skills. Is that how you say spatial? Let me see, spatial, how to pronounce. I think it's like tomato, but you never know. Let's see what Driver says. I think we found it.
Word.
Hold on now.
But
nope.
No, it is. You do what? Spatial.
Oh, it is spatial. Okay, so we technically got it right. When it comes to the spatial skills, is excellent. Well, the Google Play Guide is saying this game is excellent for logic and spatial skills. And then, of course, they say the weekly challenges keep it engaging. And at the end of the day, you all know or have played a mobile puzzle game at some point, and you kind of realize how fun it is once you start to get into the gameplay loop of it. Like at first, it looks like some silly type of game that only people at the nursing home plays, and then you start to play yourself, and you kind of realize I'm having fun.
You guys.
So anyways, when it comes to that, that's basically my coverage of Block Blast, the mobile game specifically, getting into the sales and review roundup. Like I said, it's one of the more popular games to date. It's not even one of those games that's, it was great for its nostalgia, great for its time back in 2022. And 2025 is still one of the most played mobile games in the world. And objectively speaking, in the first 6 months, you got to remember that it had 220 million downloads. And it was the #1 most downloaded mobile game in that period. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Block Blast, the mobile game? Have you played a mobile puzzle game recently? And if you haven't, will you be willing to give this game a try? Now, before we get into Limbus Company, I do want to start off by taking you down some historical facts for a second. All right. As I was pondering, and I was wanting to give it to the masses as far as the origin of gacha games, because of course the game we're about to get into notoriously uses this mechanic. Now, of course, this traces all the way back to the early 2010s when I was just a wee little lab in Japan, right? And the term gacha derives from gachapon or gashapon, which was a Japanese vending machine that dispensed random capsule toys. Now you have to stick with me because of course we're about to get into Limbus Company, but I have to give you the origin of gacha games first. Now, anyways, the name gacha imitates the sound of the hand cranking action. What? Hold on now.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Followed by the dropping of the capsule. Gacha games adopt this mechanic digitally by offering players random in-game items or characters obtained by spending in-game currency or real money, aka the biggest villain in the video game universe. But anyways, similar to buying a capsule for a gachapon machine, this mechanic creates a thrilling experience based on chance and collectability.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Now, before we dive into the Limbus Company, I will say that the first digital gacha game in history, as far as video game history, is reported to be Dragon Collection. So do with that information what you will. But anyways, if you don't know what Limbus Company is, just know it's a complex turn-based system and it's heavy on manual input as far as relying on character collection via gacha plus card/deck systems. And it has a roguelite layer, which is a procedural dungeon runs to influence strategy. Now, of course, you could auto battle, which is very common in this specific gaming community, but it's ineffective for the more serious challenges. Now, if that's up your alley, just know that this game is specifically developed by Project Moon. And another reason why we're covering this is, interestingly enough, this game usually averages 10 to 20,000 concurrent players. But as of late, it's been surging through the charts, especially on Steam, to the point where it had an all-time peak just 12 hours ago, which was 124,000 players. Now, why in the world is this the case? Well, I'm glad you asked.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So what's going on is essentially the reason why the player count and the concurrent player count has rose. It stems from an update from a major crossover event with Arc Knights, and it introduced the collab exclusive EGO gear, new units, target extractions, and story content blending both games' dystopian worlds. So of course, when it comes to that, a lot of people have excitement for not only Arc Knights, but also for Limbus Company. So that really explains why the concurrent player count is spiking like it is. Because to have an all-time new high of 124,000 people playing your game, Project Moon, pun intended, has to be over the moon, as when you look at it, as far as the trending numbers for the specific game, they usually have 10 to 20,000 people playing their game. So safe to say that the marketing strategy and a crossover effort, the cross-collab effort with Arc Knights ended up working out. So anyways, the main thing I was wanting to get into is that this, aside from being an RPG, you also know, well, I mean, essentially RPGs have side missions and things of that nature, as far as having lore dense and many callbacks to other Project Moon titles, as Project Moon has been around for quite some time. And not only have they been around for quite some time, but this specific game, Limbus Company, has a large roster of characters, each tied to lore heavy arcs. So some could say this may be the One Piece of the video game universe.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. So anyways, when it comes to sales and performance, the total revenue is $4 million combined, PC and mobile. And then the mobile revenue peak specifically, just talking about the mobile side of things, is $2 million in the launch months. And the weekly mobile revenue as of the Q2 2025 reports is $20.9 thousand. Now that's a lot of money. And then the Steam peak concurrence is 69,000 plus players, but that was early 2025. Like I said, it started to temper off and basically lower the concurrent to like 10 to 20,000. So I'm not going to say people weren't playing the game anymore. It just wasn't as strong as early 2025. And safe to say 9 months into 2025, especially with the crossover efforts with Arc Knights, they have definitely made a resurgence, especially on Steam. So now getting into the review side of things, a lot of people are praising this game to the point where I had to pull up and give the actual review roundups for the specific game, because that's what we do over here, the sales and review roundup. So as far as IGN, they essentially had a lot of different scores, but one of the highest scores was pretty interesting, as it gave it a 10 out of 10, praising the story, gameplay depth, and unique mechanics. And of course, they highlighted it as one of the more peak gacha game experiences that you could have. Now, of course, Google Play Store gave it a 4.8 out of 5 from nearly 50,000 reviews, applauding for gameplay, world building, with minor complaints about tutorial and updates. And then you have Steam, they gave a general impression from the players who played the game, and it's maintained a strong popularity. And of course, with the concurrent player count, what we already talked about, they basically, Steam, like we just went over the specific numbers, is a great community, has great engagement, and of course, overall, it's very positive as far as reception. Now, getting into Metacritic, it gave Limbus Company at 85% overall as far as positive user scores, and it's very favorable amongst all players who's played this game. So safe to say, as far as the masses, they're really liking this gotcha game, and if they're saying it's a peak gotcha game experience, when several gotcha games exist in the landscape of video game land, this game definitely stands out amongst the rest as far as the gotcha type of game. So now, Limbus Company, made by a South Korea indie studio, seemingly has yet another win because of the cross-collaborative efforts with Arc Knights. Beginning back into the review roundups, Mini Review and Screen Rant basically noted the game's uniqueness and narrative depth as major positive, with some mentioning its niche appeal and challenging level designs. So that's the main thing I wanted to get into about Limbus Company. I definitely wanted to cover this game because I was wondering, as far as somebody who calls himself Analytic Dreamz, analytically, I was wondering, how in the world did it rise so much as far as in one particular month? And then you come to realize not only are people huge fans of Arc Knights, but of course, the fans of Limbus Company that may have tempered off after its early successful analytics as far as early 2025, mid 2025, a lot of people was leaving the game to play other games, but seemingly they're back because of this Arc Knights collaborative effort. But of course, we will have to see if it actually sticks as far as the 124,000 all-time peak for concurrent player count that they just set as far as a bar for themselves 12 hours ago. So a recent development, but ultimately this game is making Project Moon very happy. So when it comes to Limbus Company, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about gotcha games in general? Do you believe gotcha games should exist even with the microtransaction? And of course, will you be given, if you're a gotcha game player, will you be giving Limbus Company a try?
Listen in the pot, homie, I ain't mad at you. It's just disappointing when your OG turns snaggletooth. On the phone, no, I'm looking.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot to get into because, of course, the one and only Killer Cam is going at it with his OG, Dame Dash.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
And before you say, why are you saying that he's the OG in this situation, and why you put so much respect on Dame Dash's name? Because, of course, y'all probably have already seen the Dame Dash interview where he was unintentionally making a mockery of himself, and that specific interview on The Breakfast Club is currently at 3.2 million views in just 5 days.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
And the reason why I say and play the drop, I know that's not who I think it is because if y'all don't know, this is the same person that co-founded Rockefeller Records back in 1994 that gave us arguably the greatest rapper who's ever touched the mic. So that being said, him and Jay-Z has had a lot of business success, so that in 2025, when you look at his current mental state and how he goes back and forth with people about seemingly petty things, is very unfortunate, right? Dame Dash also organized Jay-Z's 1999 Hard Knock Life tour, and that grossed $19 million. And that was back in the 90s, right? And then he ended up selling 50% of Rockefeller to Def Jam in 1997 for $1.5 million, fueling his expansion. Then he co-founded Rockaware clothing line with Jay-Z once again, and that sold in 2007 for a whopping $204 million. And then, of course, Dame Dash produced Paid in Full, which brings us full circle in our entire coverage of Cameron versus Dame Dash, because if you don't know, obviously Cameron is one of the more respected rappers in the game, but obviously Paid in Full definitely gave him another boost as far as celebrity status, because he was unequivocally a star and Paid in Full. And who produced that? Dame Dash. Now, that being said, I could keep going on and on about how he founded Rockefeller Films, producing State Property series, how he signed and developed Kanye West back in 2002, how he launched a lot of just a plethora of successful companies, to the point where now you look at Dame Dash, who, objectively speaking, was one of the pioneers in the entrepreneurial lane, to the point where I believe of course, the people I look at as far as why I get into the internet, or not internet, why I get into the entrepreneurial lane, I believe Dame Dash laid a lot of the groundwork along with other people like Russell Simmons and things of that nature. But now, looking at him going back and forth with not only Charlemagne, but Cameron, and him now looking like the 90s version of himself, being one of the greatest entrepreneurs we've ever seen in the content space, is very saddening, to the point where I have to play the drop.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Because never in my very young life did I think that somebody who had this amount of success in the business lane will be looked at in such a fashion in 2025. Really a shame on letting your overall perception just go down in the dumps. For what? For petty reasons, right? And you saw all throughout the Breakfast Club interview, it was all type of petty reasons why Dame Dash wanted to come up there, calling them broke, calling them, and they said Dame Dash said they was recording in a what did he say? I don't know if it's a funeral box. I forget what he called it. Anyways, at the end of the day, he said he was coffin. I think that's what it was. He said they was recording in a coffin. But the main thing I wanted to get to was the back and forth between Cameron and Dame Dash, because you already know I'm a huge, well, not huge, pause.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
Which even a pause, you know, some could say that Dame invented that, but I wanted to start off giving Dame a lot of credit because, of course, what we get into is beyond saddening. So I want you all to know why we hold Dame Dash in such high regards, because without Dame Dash, some could say Jay-Z wouldn't have reached the heights that he did. I know that's a hot take, but I'm just laying it out why people hold or used to hold Dame Dash in such high respect. Anyways, with that being said, Dame Dash has filed a $300 million lawsuit towards Cameron.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
And then as far as the claims in the lawsuit, is for defamation, harassment, business disparagement, conspiracy, and unjust enrichment.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
He alleges that Cam falsely called Dame a liar on Instagram and podcasts. And then he came out and said that Cam admitted the lineup. Dash says that was sabotage or something like that. It was him alleging that Cam admitted the lineup, quote unquote, and Dash says that's sabotage. He alleges that Cam allegedly targeted Dash's partner, Rockwell Horn. Hopefully I'm saying his or her name right. Plus involved his children. Cam allegedly offered $5,000 to Dame Dash to appear on a podcast to embarrass him. So that's all in the lawsuit, right? And then Dame Dash basically co-signed this lawsuit, coming out in the Instagram caption and saying, "You, quote unquote, broke my heart."
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Imagine you produce Paid in Full back in 2002, and the person you put in it starts to elevate his star power and his celebrityism, if that's even a word, and then he turns around in 2025 and calls you a liar to your face. I mean, that just has to be, man, ain't nobody feeling bad for Dame Dash. She better suck it up. You know, at the end of the day, that's one of the greatest drops in history, because sometimes you just gotta look at the situation and say, don't nobody care. So anyways, Dame Dash is tripping with this $300 million lawsuit. I don't even know why he filed it in the first place. And to even go off of that, right? Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because we are going to play certain snippets throughout this coverage, because it is a lot to get into. But this right here, ladies and gentlemen, this is the whole reason why Dame wanted to sue Cameron in the first place.
In each other's eyes, I can't be violent, and I won't be violent, and I don't want any of my friends to be violent. My job is to keep them out of jail. So the only way I can deal with things, to keep certain things out of the algorithm, is to answer as soon as somebody says something. And my version of violence is just lawsuits.
So you heard it here first. He basically said his version of violence in today's age is just lawsuits. Now, who in the world could have started that movement?
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
So that being said, at the end of the day, when we come to Dame Dash, going in the form of lawsuits towards another rapper. Some would say in the land of 2025, that's fair game because, of course, we've already seen what Aubrey Karen had to say about that matter.
Is it okay I got my dope on me? I said, what the
But let's hear Dame Dash break it down a little bit more as far as why he's going about the lawsuit route.
If I could take it to the streets, I would, but we can't.
Hold on now. Don't say it a little closer to the wire so we can send this to the authorities. Oh, my fault. It's already on the internet. Oh, see? That's the problem.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Anyways, let's keep going.
And the Italian Godfather, part 2, he killed
This man always quoting the Godfather.
Black Godfather don't kill his brother. He teaches his brother.
Teach him.
So, again, if y'all want to sit down and work it out, I don't even want to be a part of that project that y'all doing. I don't really understand what it is.
He's talking about the 50 Cent and the Cameron project.
Cam, me, if together we show that we could be beefing, pause, and then come together and maybe do a TV show together, something different, or a movie or something, just showing the world that we can work together, then we would prove everyone wrong. They love us tearing each other down, and I'm not doing that shit. All
right, so when it comes to that, he's essentially talking about how it resurfaced as far as 50 Cent acquiring the rights back in September, this month of this year, acquiring the rights to the 2002 film Paid in Full that I just talked about that Dame Dash produced, right? And he plans to adapt it into a TV series with Cameron on board. Now, of course, Dame heard of this. He basically called it out, saying they was lying. And then at the end of the day, when you look at who's lying or who's not, it seems as if Cameron is telling the truth because the Paid in Full TV show that Dame Dash seemingly is upset that he's not a part of, Cameron basically came out and said that it's going to happen. And ultimately, he reveals the whole angle about why Dame Dash is going at it like this. So here's Cameron's side of things.
2-3 times, finally, when I say something, you've been wanting to get all this off your chest, and I feel good that you got all this off your chest, Paul. This shit that you've been wanting to say. You talk about bleak your ops. You using the word ops, B? Like, yo, it's crazy. What are you talking about, man? The thing about it is this, like this, and I get.
All right, man, before he keeps going, I can't lie to you. I need Dayquil, NyQuil, I need Mucinex. Somebody give this man a sponsorship. Because at the end of the day, that would be the biggest bag in their company history as far as ROI via commercial. You get Cameron in one of these commercials, you know, the little green man that comes out and basically the medicine takes him away. You get Cameron in one of these commercials, man, I'm telling you, $1 million per day at least. Now, with that out the way, you know, I'm just saying a little Dayquil, a little NyQuil sponsorship going towards Cameron's way could be very lucrative. That's all I gotta say. Let's keep going.
Everybody ain't there. And even on Bleak's show, I talked about, Bleak did an interview with me. I'm getting ready to be on his podcast as well. It's like certain people, and I guess Dame's not there, to where when you have people, I figure it's so long ago, it's so old, that you be like, yo, we over it. We done got some more money. We still alive. Niggas still here. Niggas ain't dead. We could talk about old shit. And that's where me and Bleak was at. He talking about I'm interviewing his ops. I'm like, you got beef with Bleak? Look.
All right, so obviously it goes deeper than just the Rockefeller, the Paid in Full rights as far as 50 Cent and Cameron being a part of it. Obviously it goes deeper than that. And of course, I did want to transition into Cameron's freestyle, because if you don't know, Cameron put out a whole freestyle over Fantasia's When I See You. Now, of course, this had a lot of shots at Dame, and it was very interesting how it was more of a sub because he didn't ever name Dame specifically, right? I mean, he said Snaggletooth, he showed pictures of Dame, but it's very interesting how the lyrics never said Dame Dash at all. So I think that was pretty solid. And with that being said, that's all I really want to get into. The Dame Dash versus Cameron is very unfortunate, especially the amount of success Dame has had in a business ventures. So now to see everybody looking at him as a joke or making a mockery of what his current aspirations are. And some of that is brought on by himself as far as talking about Dame, because Dame will say, oh, you're stupid. What's the view of your house? You know, a lot of things that just do not make any sense and is very childish in the grand scheme of things. So at that point in time, or at this point in time, there's really not a lot to get into besides talking about how Dame Dash was once regarded as one of the best entrepreneurs in life. And now Breakfast Club is making fun of him. Cameron's making fun of him. Obviously, the internet's making fun of him. I don't know if y'all went into the comment section or just on the internet in general. I see millions of engagement for a certain post talking about how Charlamagne said that my teeth are realer than yours when getting into that petty back and forth with Dame Dash. I'm not going to lie to you, as far as the way that Charlamagne handled that entire situation, that's essentially how you want a veteran spokesperson of hip hop to react to somebody who's fallen off and is trying to attack them because of him falling off. Just giving him that same energy that he came in there with, and I don't think Dame Dash was able to handle it. So now we're in the situation that we're in. And 50 Cent, I mean, I would give his side, but of course he's just basically trolling about urging resolution when at the same time 50 Cent probably the one who started this in the first place. So there's really no real solution to this Cameron versus Dame Dash. I just wanted to cover it to let y'all know what's happening in the field right now. And as far as a $300 million lawsuit, I mean, that's not little money, right? I don't know who in the world Dame Dash thinks he's going to get $300 million from, but safe to say Cameron isn't going to be the one. You know, if he wants to get the $300 million lawsuit filed and actually have somebody be able to pay it, he better get that NyQuil Mucinex sponsorship sent towards Cameron's way expeditiously. Now, that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Dame Dash versus Cameron? And at the end of the day, do you care about this seemingly bingo club beef? Or what do you think about the fall from grace that Dame Dash has had in the industry? Ladies and gentlemen, let me take you back to 2017, where the one and only Young Thug, which if you didn't know, Thug stands for truly humble under God.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
I know that's right. But anyways, as far as for that, Young Thug called himself the new Tupac back in 2017 and basically said, quote, Pac would have never wore a dress with a clown emoji.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like,
now you're going to have to walk with me down memory lane because I'm leading up to a specific point. And then we have YFN Lucci entering the picture. And once again, as far as the threats multiple times online with a bunch of tweets and things of that nature with Young Thug saying doing too much could become a deep sleep. And he also said, hold up now, truly humble under God also said, if I ain't like what you did for your mother and kids, I would have been killed you.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
Now, of course, I'm not Vlad, but Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because of course I may or may not have some pretty interesting evidence that Fonnie Willis may want to take a look at, right? Now, I know this was back in June 18th, 2017, but I just want to showcase how in the year of 2025, it's very interesting how this back and forth can ultimately come to a conclusion and them making a song together. You're talking about YFN Lucci, June 18, 2017, saying, quote, thank God you able to take care of your mama and be humble. Doing too much could become a deep sleep.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I know Fonnie Willis was watching this whole beef go down and she was saying to herself,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Anyways, continuing down memory lane, 2018 to 2019. Young Thug threatened to slap Lucci during Instagram Live and via post, and Lucci responded with insults and claimed to have slept with Thug's girlfriend.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
In 2019, this is the big point that I wanted to hammer home. In 2019, YFN Lucci's Mercedes SUV was shot up in Atlanta. Hold up now. Injuring a passenger, but not YFN Lucci, but the police tied the incident to ongoing beef. And then, of course, it all cultivated into an entire YSL RICO. Now, how in the world did that happen?
You guys.
And then street gangs affiliated with the Bloods, street gangs affiliated with YSL, which may be the same thing. I don't know. I'm a law-abiding citizen. But anyways, the whole YSL RICO was also involving a lot of YFN Lucci, as he was charged in a separate RICO case. It was almost like Fonnie Willis was Oprah Winfrey herself. You get a RICO, you get a RICO, and you get a RICO.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, both of these gentlemen are seemingly free, because I say seemingly because mentally, I'm not so sure if they're free from the shackles of the prison institution. I don't know what type of rehabilitation that their current prison facility was operating on them, but they did a horrible job because they're back again sending threats at each other. But of course, in the land of promotion, they're making it seem like it's just all for music. So guess what? Now we're up to date. 2025, Young Thug is basically promoting his album. And how is he promoting it, ladies and gentlemen, you might ask? Young Thug on his Instagram literally put the caption, and this is a PG podcast, so we're just going to say F, but you already know what F stands for, and it's not phenomenal. He says, F YFN Lucci. Album UY Scooty, Friday.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, of course, when it comes to YFN Lucci, you already know that he's also putting out his album. So he responded basically saying, I don't know if he said F Young Thug back. I don't know if he responded with that. But ultimately, both of them are promoting their albums. YFN Lucci's album, I believe, is titled Already Legend. 21 tracks. There's apparently 4 singles already out. And Young Thug's album, of course, is his first album since being out of jail, technically, because if you don't know, Business is Business was, I think Business is Business came out while Young Thug was incarcerated, I believe. So technically, this is Young Thug's first album being in the free world, which is very interesting because of all the information that has came out about Young Thug, to the point where we look at rats nowadays and we just say,
whoop-de-doo.
I mean, we could care less, right? Like, who cares that everybody is telling on the criminals in society?
Whoop-de-doo. And we beat these folk. Whoop-de-doo. We beat them. We go forward.
So as far as going forward, my coverage of Young Thug's track, Man, I Miss My Dogs, the track about the closing arguments track, which was very interestingly a Gunna diss, a Woody diss, and ended up being a Young Thug diss himself. I don't think he intentionally made it like that, but he was saying F all rats. And I don't think he took a look in the mirror.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Now, all jokes aside, Young Thug's album coming out Friday is something I could not care less about, because when we say antics and how people have to play antics to get certain eyes on their project, ladies and gentlemen, once again, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because right now, this is just a shame, ladies and gentlemen. What in the world are we looking at right now?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Now, this is his promotion, technically. So whoever's on his marketing team, I mean, a lot of eyes are on this. As you can see right here, this specific post, and there are a bunch of posts like this. This one specifically has 1.1 million engagement as far as views and people on Twitter. But looking at this image is just a definition of why we say certain artists have to do antics to get engagement on their music. And it's a sad day in history, because Young Thug is seemingly a legend in the game who doesn't have to resort to these type of antics as far as getting eyes on this project. But some people are probably looking at this and they don't see anything wrong with this picture, right? He's just trying to blow you a little kiss. And ultimately, if he gets that kiss, he's probably going to say,
whoop-de-doo.
You know what I'm saying? You just let Young Thug get a little sugar, and after, he's going to be ecstatic.
Whoop-de-doo.
Anyways, With that being said, let me get off that picture. So, as far as Young Thug, as far as YFN Lucci, I could keep going down the rabbit hole of how YSL was going at YFN Lucci and how the whole RICO literally came because not only is there a lot of shootings and things of that nature implying that there was a shooting at YFN Lucci's mom, not only was there YSL accused of greenlighting back in February 2022 when Fulton County Jail stabbing happened as far as attempted on Lucci's life. And it's very interesting, right? Then you transition into looking at the multiple reports of incidents between Young Thug's camp and YFN Lucci's camp, and then now it all brings it back home as they are reportedly. It could, it still could be a rumor, but it is seeming as if they are going to be putting out a track together on DSP. Now, what does that say? I have no idea. I think this is just a very interesting smoke and mirrors play as far as Fonnie Willis is concerned, because Young Thug has been doing a lot of things under God as far as making a mockery out of himself, right? He may actually be truly humble under God, because of course, one of the clips I put out on my social media, which shout out to y'all who follow my social medias, had the infamous Academics clip where he was talking about where is Wham, right? I mean, that man was crying like no tomorrow. Young Thug on Man, I Miss My Dogs should have just titled it Man, I Miss Wham.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
And it's so sincere because Wham isn't even a rap name he goes by. He goes by Little Baby. So Young Thug got nicknames for, all right, you get the point, right?
You guys.
So anyways, Young Thug's putting out an album. I couldn't care less. YFN Lucci and Young Thug putting out a track. It's very interesting because I want to hear the lyrical content of their specific track, because some of the audio has already leaked, and one of the quotes has Young Thug saying, Lucci told me to play it safe. All them pigs home.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
This man's still talking about ratting like there's not 2 hours of interrogation footage of him just singing to the police, to the point where he told the police, once again, ladies and gentlemen, this man told the police officer in the interrogation room as a alleged criminal, because if he was a law-abiding citizen, nobody would care that he was telling the God's honest truth to get these criminals off the streets. Nobody would care. But because he put so much emphasis on taking away the livelihood of rats, and he's in a whole interrogation, which you can find on YouTube, 2 hours of it, mind you. And he says during the interrogation to the police officer, and I kid you not, he says, I'm going to give you my number. Just don't tell the world.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So it's plain as day. If Young Thug's not a rat, then I guess as far as the criminal's definition of a rat, it must be changing by the seasons, because we objectively saw Young Thug rat on Pee Wee Roscoe as far as the shooting involving Lil Wayne's tour bus. But that's a discussion for the criminals, right? I'm a law-abiding citizen. I don't care that much. I'm just trying to hold them to their own standards. And seemingly, they're not going for that. So, with that being said, this Friday we should figure out if the album's actually released, because once again, pretty big deal, as these are the first album releases since their prison releases, YFN Lucci and Young Thug respectively. And as far as their collaboration, we don't know if it's one track, we don't know if it's for YFN's album, we don't know if it's for Young Thug's album, but one thing is for certain: all those people that risked their lives and had their lives taken away because of this Young Thug and YFN Lucci beef, Young Thug is looking at that list of casualties because of the YFN Lucci and Young Thug beef and saying to himself,
Whoop-de-doo. And we beat these folk. Whoop-de-doo. We beat them. We go forward.
He could care less. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Young Thug and YFN Lucci reportedly putting out a collab track this Friday alongside their first album out of prison? And which album are you giving a listen to first? 3/27/26. Now, what in the world could that mean?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the state of hip hop, Onika Tanya Mirage has announced some type of release date. reason why I say some type of release date is because we don't know if this is for an album. We don't know if this is for a merch drop, another leg of her tour. Because if you don't know, Nicki Minaj not only dropped a very successful album with Pink Friday 2, which ultimately landed her #1 on Billboard and sold 228,000 first week. But of course, it was the biggest week for a rap album by a woman in the last 4 years. So safe to say, Nicki Minaj at this point in time is still running the game for women rappers. And of course, in light of Cardi B week, as far as Am I the Drama and the marketing rollout that Cardi's been on, very interesting how that album, as far as the highest projections, is set to do 205,000 first week, and that's the highest. So obviously, I don't want to compare the two artists, but I do want to let y'all know when it comes to Onika Tanya Mirage, there's a reason why hip hop holds her into the high regard that we do. Now, that being said, as far as this release date, March 27th, 2026. What does it mean? The world may never know.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, it could be her, like I said, her 6th studio album. Could be a merch drop. But at the end of the day, her releasing this random, very mysterious release date in the midst of Cardi B highlighting and promoting her album as far as trying to garner those first week sales, I'm pretty sure it doesn't take 2 and 2 for you guys to figure out what's happening.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
As Nicki and Cardi, they've been beefing for quite some time. So the reason why I'm even bringing up them, because y'all probably thinking, why are you pitting 2 women artists against each other? Well, ladies and gentlemen, if it wasn't for Cardi B taking a 7-year hiatus, coming out with an album in the week that she has released the album and went on her marketing rollout, Onika Tanya Mirage took it upon herself to put a very, I feel like the word is conspicuous, right? Conspicuous. Let me see. Yeah, I think it's this one. Okay, let me see. Definition. Yeah, we're looking up definitions on podcasts. No cap. Conspicuous. Standing out so as to be clearly visible. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a conspicuous release date in the midst of Cardi B's rollout. I wonder, out of all the weeks in the year of 2025, will she release it on this week?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like,
so with that being said, it doesn't take rocket science to put 2 and 2 together. Nicki Minaj wants the focus to be on her, especially when it comes to the midst of Cardi B's rollout. And I can't blame him. I can't blame her or Cardi at the interesting back and forth. Because if you don't know, Cardi B also has some lyrics taking shots at Nicki. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. Minaj, Am I the Drama? Because a lot of people didn't catch it. But ultimately, when she went at Bia, when she went at JT, they thought those were the only women rappers that Cardi B went at. But she also dissed Nicki Minaj. As far as the specific line, I wonder if I could find it. As far as the specific line where she went at Nicki, she was definitely, here we go. Quote, guess who's doing shows, and this is a PG podcast, guess who's doing shows for basically free and pockets hurting. Now, interestingly enough, that track was titled Dead. And if you just want to listen to it for yourself and was wondering, who in the world could she be talking about? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've broke down the Nicki and Jay-Z beef like a kilo of Miley Cyrus.
but then, you know what I'm saying? I was like,
To the point where, shout out to the people who follow me on social media, one of the clips went viral as far as me breaking down why in the world is Nicki going at Jay-Z so hard. But if you really look at the behind the scenes nature of her tour deal and Roc Nation and Live Nation, that's also in cahoots with Roc Nation, it's very interesting how a lot of reports have came out that Nicki Minaj is essentially in one of the worst touring deals. But of course, we have no proof of that, so that's very alleged and rumored. But putting all that together with Nicki Minaj rants at Jay-Z, going at Desiree Perez, both who has a lot to do with Rock Nation and Live Nation. And then who could Cardi B be talking about when she says going on tour or going, let me see, where is this at? I think it's free. Let me see. Yeah. Why would she come on Dead, as you can see right here, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio? Why would she say, guess who's doing shows for free and pockets hurting? Guess who makes sure that she play nice when we in person? And guess who done bodied up more women than they surgeon? I'm collecting body bags like they purses.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Not gonna lie, Partisan, Teray, both of y'all doing phenomenal on the entire Cardi B album. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, whoever wrote that was straight fire. So with that being said, Nicki Minaj has a release date. We don't know what it's for. I just want to give you basically overview of what Nicki Minaj has been up to in the year of 2025. You know, definitely putting a lot of legwork in as far as her tour, which ended up grossing, I think, around $100 million, because it was definitely the fourth highest grossing tour by a rapper in hip hop history. Now, of course, inflation and things of that nature, but at the end of the day, I mean, it's still a significant stat because it basically still tells you who is the top performers in the touring space. So Nicki Minaj is still one of the most monumental artists of all time. And if you look into the conspiracy theories as far as her deal with Live Nation and it being a very interesting one, as far as her not being able to gross the amount, because I forget what it was. I think it was, I remember covering this, Minaj, Live Nation. I think it was the tour deal. Because the only reason why a lot of people are attributing the Cardi B bar that we just went over to Nicki is because at the random feud with Jay-Z and Desiree Perez. And a lot of people don't think it's coming from just out of the blue. Usually when Nicki goes at somebody, I think there's a reason why. So, as far as that, I don't want to theorize anymore, give you any more conspiracy theories. I'll let you do of that what you will. At the end of the day, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Onika Tanya Mirage putting a very conspicuous release date? And what do you think she's leading up towards as far as dropping on March 27th, 2026? Thank you so much to everybody that supported my album. 2 weeks ago, the album was projected to do 115K off of Outside and Imaginary Players. ... I didn't know what the outcome was going to be. I didn't put out an album in 7 years and haven't put out as much music in the last year, but we just surpassed all that expectation. In the words of Karl Anthony Towns, after all that, thank you to everyone who gave the album a listen, did a video to the songs and everything. You don't know the confidence and boost you gave me in my music to keep pushing. ... I can't wait to see you guys on tour.
You guys.
Tonight, we celebrate. I can't pop no champagne, ... but maybe, just maybe, I can open up some cranberry juice or something.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, speaking of my Onika Tanya Mirage drop, ladies and gentlemen, let's transition into one of the biggest brewing beefs we've had since Drake and Kendrick.
It's time for...
Wait, hold up, man. Hold up.
It's time...
Nah, you can't just be coming on my...
It's time for a rap battle!
All right, so anyways, basically, Cardi B just blew expectations out of the water because, of course, I was projecting her to do around 170 to 190,000 first week. Which shout out to everybody who supports my social medias. My TikTok, actually, that clip went semi-viral as far as it doing well and people enjoying my predictions because guess what? It was based off of real objective metrics, but who would have thunk that Cardi B was going to put out such a phenomenal album to the point where she ended up doing 205,232 units first week. So shout out to Cardi B for surpassing all expectations. I know some people had her around 130, 120. They were saying that I was projecting her to do way much higher than they had her doing. And when it comes to me covering the entire music industry, usually there's certain metrics that I can gauge where the first week metrics is going to be at. So even though I wasn't terribly off, 170 to 190 is a big gap, but 205 is not too far from that number, but it's definitely exceeding even my expectations. So with Cardi B reportedly selling over 200,000 first week, I think that is, objectively speaking, a W for somebody who, essentially speaking, was retired from putting out albums. I'm not going to say music because, she put out WAP, she put out Up, Outside, because a lot of people was upset. I think WAP is like a 6-7 year track or whatever. A lot of people was upset that Cardi ended up putting WAP on the album, which, at the end of the day, don't hate the player, hate the game.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
As when it comes to when the Invasion of Privacy came out April 6, 2018. I believe that did around 250 first week, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, let me see how much that did first week. So Invasion of Privacy first week, because this is all going to tie back in when we get into Nicki and Cardi. But Invasion ended up selling, let me see, Invasion of Privacy first week. So Am I the Drama did 205, but let me see. Yeah, okay, it did do. Okay, so see, I'll be covering the music industry, nothing too crazy. Anyways, my fault. I ain't want to glaze myself, you know what I'm saying?
You guys.
All right, anyways, Invasion of Privacy ended up doing 255,000 first week. Now, a lot of people say that's an L as far as your second album not doing above 255,000 or even near that metric. But to me, people thought Cardi B was essentially retired. I mean, it was a huge 2018 to 2025. If you're not Kendrick, Jay-Z, Drake, who else? Kanye. Well, before he went crazy. Nobody's waiting that amount of time to listen to your next project. So for her to still do over 200,000, I think it's a phenomenal accomplishment. And like I said earlier, she still was very active as far as singles, because if you look at it since 2020, I mean, she gave us WAP, she gave us Up. Both of those tracks I thought was phenomenal. She was on the Migos album, rest in peace Takeoff, before he passed away, as far as Culture 3. The track with Lizzo, Rumors, went crazy. I remember that track. What other tracks went crazy? Put It on the Floor, the remix with Lotto. So she's been active. It's not like she just stopped putting out music. It was just, as far as projects, we essentially thought she was retired as a album act. So coming back years later, almost a decade later, and essentially still doing around, over 200,000 first week is a phenomenal accomplishment. Now with that out of the way,
it's time for a rap battle!
Onika, Tanya, Mirage was not gonna let Cardi B enjoy her success. And before you say, hey, whose side are you on? Ladies and gentlemen, let me just let you know, I'm on the side of both ladies.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
I know Barty Gang, and as far as the Beehive would not be happy to hear me not picking a side, but I like to keep it 8 more than 92. I like both of these artists. I think both of them were phenomenal. And hearing how they both went back and forth as far as tweets is very interesting, as I covered recently, I believe last week, as far as Nicki putting out the release date. It was March 27, 2026. Now, nobody knows what that is. That could be a merch drop, a tour announcement, an album announcement. It could be anything, right? It's just a vague release date that coincidentally happened in the midst of Cardi B trying to uplift her first week sales as far as her sophomore album. So I don't think it was just a random week that she chose to put this date out. I'm just keeping it fair and calling it like I see it. So anyways, after the sales came out, Nicki Minaj basically came out and had a lot to say, because on X, I forget when this happened. Was it September 29th or September 28th? Anyways, I think it was 28th. Let me see if I can find the actual. It was the 29th. Okay, so yesterday, Nicki came out and essentially, we're gonna go through the whole timeline because I don't want y'all to miss any of these tweets, because this is back and forth. Is leading up to something interesting. If y'all thought Drake and Kendrick was something, they was never tweeting like this before the music came out, right? Which is another thing. I would rather them put it into the music, but you know, that's besides the point. So Nicki Minaj teased the March release date, and then on X, she began to tweet, and Nicki Minaj simply wrote $4.99, the promotion, which is the promotional price for Cardi B's new song on iTunes. And then she wrote Barney Dangerous.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
Ladies and gentlemen, you know what she's trying to do with that type of title. Anyway, she went on to say, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, falling off the charts with a big belly.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Sad day in history, because, you know, I do call myself Analytic Dreamz because I do like to get into dream-like analytics, ironically. And with that being said, when it comes to Cardi, she's far from falling off the charts, as she just put up the #1 album in the world, and she has not one, not two, not 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but 16 tracks on the charts. Once again, just keeping it 8 more than 92. Anyways, Nicki continued running. Whoa, hold up now. It's a PG podcast. All I'm gonna say is she's talking about Thomas and not the friendly train, right? Running blank, barefoot, still smelly. Dang. Still, you could not outsell me. Now, this is another point for Nicki for this one. Yeah, this one goes to Nicki, because I'm not gonna lie to you. As far as Nicki Minaj, which has been she's been more active, but you know, as far as you being dedicated to your craft, I don't think that should be a slight. Somebody being consistent and consistently putting out creative offerings year after year should not be a slight. So just because Nicki is consistent does not mean that her first week sales is not as impressive. As when it came to Pink Friday 2, that album, let me see how much that album sold. So Nicki Minaj, Pink Friday 2 ended up selling 228,000 in first week sales. And that is the current landscape of music. So when people look at the music industry, especially hip hop not being as valued, it falling off of the charts, there's not a lot of rappers on the charts. If you've paid attention throughout my podcast, there's been 3 artists who's had longevity: Big X the Plug, Drake, Kendrick, and then that's it. Even Tyler the Creator, even Playboy Cardi, all of the tracks started off hot and it ended up falling off as far as longevity. I'm not talking about it not being hot or not making the charts. I'm talking about longevity. As far as specific hip hop tracks staying on the charts, I mean, Leon Thomas is not a hip hop artist, but he has the most successful track from hip hop or R&B as far as Mutt, unless you want to count Bruno Mars, which I don't think we do. I mean, no slight to Bruno Mars. I don't think we just count him in the hip hop or R&B sphere. I think he's more pop. So that being said, and then of course we could count Shabuzi if you just want to. But you see how I'm just going out of the lane of hip hop, and usually it's not the case. Usually we have a Drake, a Future, who else usually? 21 Savage. Usually we have some of those artists percolating in the top 10, and they be releasing projects. I mean, Future and Metro released a whole double album. Future was on the single with Young Thug titled Money on Money. To this day, I feel like was the most underperforming track of 2025, because that particular track is high quality in my opinion, and somehow it fell off the charts. But anyways, I get into all that to say that Cardi B is putting up numbers currently, but we don't know how long it will stay on the charts. So getting back on track, Nicki basically saying cannot outsell me is hinting at, well, not hinting, basically showcasing how Pink Friday 2 sold 228,000 first week, and of course Am I the Drama by Cardi B ended up selling 205 first week. So very petty. And interestingly enough, one of my favorite tracks off of Cardi B's album, Pretty and Petty, essentially Nicki's being pretty and petty because she's basically pointing out that you still can outsell me even with an almost decade hiatus. So very unfortunate. Cardi B came back though, and she basically responded with the whole alphabet, type of phrase. And the Cardi B said, A, B, C, D, F, G, your man has to snatch what? Oh no, call the police.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
You know, throughout the whole Size 7 and Aubrey Karen battle, I was thinking to myself, where's the authorities when you need them? Anyways, as far as Cardi B coming back with that response, Nicki finally got what she wanted as far as Cardi to bite the bait, because now she can gloat about Cardi still not being able to surpass her musically. Because technically speaking, if we're going off the latest albums, Nicki's the bigger artist. So that being said, Cardi responded again and said, nah, because I was really baking ribs. Hold up now. Offset said you don't cook.
You guys.
Anyways, my fault. I didn't mean to say all that. You know, Offset said it, and I just wanted to repeat it. Cardi fans, don't kill me. But he said you don't cook. Cardi literally went on the Breakfast Club and said, I don't. So what? You know what I mean? So anyways, that's why this tweet is throwing me off. Cardi said, nah, because I was really baking ribs and making blondie brownies. And here comes this, what? Bothering me on a Monday.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
So after that, after Cardi did the whole ABCDFG, and basically went on to say her, I don't even know how to say this. It's a very provocative back and forth. I'm not gonna lie to you. Let's just say she said something tastes like honeycomb. Your bro, see?
You guys.
Somebody called the police. Anyways, she was streaming Magnet and as hard as H, So anyways, she was basically, I guess Nicki must have had like Magnet up. I don't know when that happened, but Cardi B came back because she had, she got tired of Nicki going at her and picking on her. So Nicki said, quote, and I'll start bringing up some of the tweets. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But here's the first one. Let me see where I pull this up. Okay, there you go. So I'm gonna try to pull them up as I bring it up. Why you keep bringing up my album? It's not the gag that you think it is. You've been in the game for like 16 years. Hold up now. Nicki's a legend.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn.
All right, so anyways, you need to compare yourself to your peers that started around your time. Rihanna, Taylor Swift, Drake. Those are the numbers. But I had to switch my screen. What is it? Okay. Those are the numbers you need to be competing with, and you can't because you doing lower than all of them. I was in high school when you came out. WTF is you comparing yourself to me for?
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not gonna lie to you. As far as a rebuttal, that's pretty weak. That's basically saying, oh, if I'm Shea Gildress Alexander, a person like LeBron shouldn't be comparing current stats because he's older. You see how ridiculous that sounds? If you're in the same sport, I don't care when you came into that league, you are competing with everybody in that league, no matter if you entered before or after them. So that's just a terrible argument. So yeah, another point to Nicki. But then she continued. She said, all right, this is the third tweet. Here we go. Yeah. All right, now this is the third tweet talking about my pregnancy. Well, hold up, did I miss something? I may have missed something. Let me see. Oh, I think, did Nicki delete her tweets? I don't know. Anyways, Cardi said, all right, this is the third tweet talking about my pregnancy. ... Like you wasn't going to, oh no, somebody called the police. Oh my goodness.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I'm just going to take that off the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all need to see that. So yeah, that was pretty provocative, right? And as far as Nicki, I think, yeah, okay, so they said the spat ended with Nicki Minaj sharing AI-generated photos of Jay-Z in a pink wig, crying and holding money alongside a photo of Cardi B as Barney. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to that, I don't even know if Nicki deleted her tweets because I don't know why I don't see it. So let me see. Let me see, Nicki Minaj. It'd be a sad day in history if Nicki ever blocked me. I ain't gonna lie to you. I feel like I'm a part of both teams. I never want to be blocked by either. I feel like I'm being pretty fair right now. Let me see. So she put up iTunes, Barb's, get off Twitter. I'm gonna retweet these win against stats, something like that. Okay. Nicki's trending. She tweeted that. Oh, she tweeted something about a crow. I don't know if y'all trying to read all that. I mean, if you want to see it though, here's the so let me see. So this is the first tweet that Nicki quote tweeted, right? And then Okay, that's her account. And that's fantastic. Here we go. Here's the quote tweet. And then basically her fan was having a whole theory as far as Nicki posting a crow. Because I remember so Nicki posted a crow. I guess it had something to do with Cardi B. And that's what it has to do. So the crow, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. I'm basically showing the image that she quote tweeted. The crow jumps on the eagle's back, pecking at his neck to provoke a reaction. While most animals will fight back, the eagle does not. Instead, it simply keeps flying higher and higher into the sky. As the air gets thinner, the crow struggles to breathe and eventually falls away. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you want to see what Cardi B's album cover looks like? Just take a guess, you know? Take a gander on what Cardi B's album looks like.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So Nicki's been going at Cardi for quite some time in a plethora of ways, right? And then there was another thing I was wanting to get into. Was that it? That may have been it. Let me go to Nicki's account again because she was tweeting some more stuff. But that was essentially the crust of the argument. It wasn't a lot that was going on. I mean, they said a lot of things I couldn't repeat on this podcast because, you know, it's a PG podcast. But I definitely wanted to let y'all know of this back and forth. So when people say that Nicki and Cardi don't like each other, y'all don't say that we're pinning two women against each other. You know what I'm saying? Like, they really don't like each other. So, let me see. Yeah, I think she deleted all of the tweets going at her. Mars, I love you. September 28th. Yeah, she deleted it. That's tough. Well, Cardi B kept her tweets up, but you know, that's, I guess, you know, to each his own, right? Let me see what else did I miss. Oh yeah, Cardi B called Nicki Cocaine Barbie. What in the world? And then, you know, brought up Nicki's husband, of course, you know, the, you know, sex convictions and stuff. And then what else did she say? She attacked Nicki's, oh yeah, I put up that tweet, you know, talking about her. I'm just gonna put it like X. Yeah, just put it like that. Reminding Nicki of the 16 years. Already talked about that. Nicki questioned Cardi B's reported 200 plus sold as far as Am I the Drama, which is interesting because some outlets came out and said she sold 199.6 thousand first week, which I was thinking to myself, hold on now.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I know these are not allegedly credible outlets putting out that 199.6 thousand first week was sold for Am I the Drama, because I could put up the actual objective metrics as far as Cardi B. As you can see right here, objectively speaking, she sold 205,000 first week. Oh, hold up. Let me change my screen so y'all can see it. So, as you can see right here, Cardi B Am I the Drama earned the Atlantic, which is a subsidiary to Warner Music Group Entertainment, which, as I was talking about earlier, before the album came out, y'all see the market share, right? Warner definitely, it was in her best interest to promote this album. But anyways, 205,000 first week, as you can see right here. Y'all like the arrow? Let me take that way because it's blocking the number. There we go. All right, that's a better arrow. All right, 205,000 first week. And then you have 90,000 actual physical units sold. I forget what these are called. But anyways, trying to see, what was these called? I forget. Anyways, when it comes to streams, this is streams, I believe. I don't know what TEA is. But anyways, let me take that way. So those are the objective metrics. So a lot of people coming out saying, oh, she technically sold under 200. After fact checking, she definitely sold over 200, 205 to be exact. And that's why I wanted to show you the numbers so you can actually see a credible source as far as what chart data gives us. And the main thing I was also wanting to get at is that if Nicki really wants to go at Cardi B, she should do it musically. If she would have dropped a single during Cardi's album week, I think that would have been better than just tweeting. I don't know the exact marketing strategy for Nicki going at Cardi B via tweets when you already know as a lyricist, you're one of the greatest ever. I mean, there's a reason why if you look at my banner, Nicki Minaj is on it. So as you can see right here, Nicki Minaj is on my banner. And It's not for no reason. I think she's one of the greatest rappers we've ever had, grace the mic. So when it comes to that, if you put together a lyrically intensive track going at Cardi B during her album rollout, I would have said that would have been a more effective marketing strategy. But of course, I don't want to see two women beefing. I'm just letting you know that you could have came a lot different and would have been way more effective. But anyways, as far as the release date, as far as what was it, March something? It was March. Let me see if I can find it. It was March 27th, 2026. Why does it say 36? What in the world? They probably like, oh, it's coming out 2036. I don't know how that happened. Let me see. 26. I'm literally I'm editing on the spot. Ain't that crazy? So March 27th, 2026. You could have literally, along with that release date, talked about how you could have put out that single along with the announcement of that specific date, and it would have hit a lot harder than just tweeting Barney B at Cardi and talking about never provoke a writer, rather write while they're writing. If you're being provoked while you're writing, how come we haven't heard any of that musically while going back and forth with one of the biggest musicians in the world in your same genre that you just seen that whole formula work as far as Size 7 and Aubrey Karen? But that's besides the point. Maybe I'm just making too much sense. So at the end of the day, Nicki, Cardi B, they're beefing forever indefinitely, and we'll never see the end of it. But hey, at least we got the Ice Spice. At least we got the Ice Spice and Lotto beef squash so we could, see the video. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Nicki Minaj and Cardi B's back and forth? And at the end of the day, do you think this will actually ever end up in a musical rap battle? Getting into the overview of episode 153, which of course, as you can see right now, was titled, "Is Hollow Knight Silksong the best game of 2025?"
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
And when it comes to Hollow Knight Silksong, obviously I have my personal gameplay as far as up on Analytic Dreamz video to see the video along with the audio. But then, of course, I also dropped my sales and review roundup. But when it comes to that, we also started off episode 153 with Cardi B, who is on the cover as well, as far as the musical portion of this episode. It's safe to say, someone wasn't too happy with that.
But then, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
But, that's besides the point. So anyways, well, actually it's not. As getting into Cardi B, we covered her album coming out, but then, of course, we talked about her saying that she was expecting a baby from Stephon Diggs. I said Giggs. Why I say that? Diggs. And then, of course, Nicki Minaj coming out throughout the promotional release of Am I the Drama, and she basically released a very what was the word? What does it say? Ubiquitous? I think it was ubiquitous release date, to the point where we started to realize why in the world that was happening. And of course, the battle that didn't happen musically, which I'm still sad about.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
I mean, if Size 7, White Tank Top, Kendrick, my fault, Duckworth, you know what I mean? If he could call...
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
A pedophile. If he could call Aubrey Karen a pedophile, then safe to say, what Cardi and Nicki was saying at each other kind of fell inside the same lines of, hip-hop being in a place to where they just see somebody go low, and instead of doing the Michelle Obama, they just take it to hell.
But then, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
So anyways, Cardi B and Nicki Minaj had their spat, so we went over everything about Cardi B, her musical releases, going at Nicki Minaj, her going at Bia, JT. We really dived deep into Cardi B's overall just musical promotion, I would say, because it definitely helped us, the album sales, as it ended up going #1, which, shout out to Cardi B for that. It ended up debuting at #1 as far as 205,000 first week copies. Very successful in its own right as far as coming out the gate. So shout out to Cardi B, definitely made history as far as her impact of being one of the most notorious and engaging female rappers we've had in quite some time in hip hop. Now that being said, then we transition into the one and only.
Is it okay I got my dope on me?
we talked about Drake. So you know we can't go an episode without giving you a Drake update. So of course, we talked about Iceman. We talked about his unreleased tracks with Central C, with Kodak. Of course, his DeMar DeRozan disc, which was titled National Treasure. I mean, we covered any and everything when it came to Drake. And of course, the Kaizenat review, you know, basically calling Iceman episode 3 just straight up garbage.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I was thinking to myself,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
because whole time, I thought Kaizenat and Drake was on good terms, but I guess not, man. Sad day in history. Then we got into Jeffrey. And if you don't know who I'm referring to, we got into Young Thug. And when it comes to Young Thug, if he wasn't giving musical offerings, I would not care about the whole Ratlanta. But of course, he came with some heat, and that made me pay attention. As closing arguments to this day, I think was heat. And then he had Man, I Miss My Dogs. I think that was heat. Even though I had a funny clip of academics, you know, making fun of the track, saying where is Wham, I still think that track was fire. And then of course, out of that whole debacle, as far as Ratlanta, Glorilla came out of the cut because of everything that was leaking out about what Young Thug was saying about her, and she basically came out with a whole diss track to Young Thug and Mariah the Scientist, just basically roasting them. It was a very humorous listen, if I do say so myself. And then of course, we got into Young Thug's album and his track with Wife and Lucci, as far as that track Still Waiting. So then we transition into Bad Bunny, and of course Bad Bunny, congratulations to him. He just was announced as a performer at the Super Bowl 2026 halftime show. So I talked about everything surrounding that, how Taylor Swift and Adele was approached, and they basically declined. So, you know, they tried to get the baddest bunnies, but ended up, ironically, with Bad Bunny. All right, my fault.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Just a little jokey joke, you know what I'm saying? No, it's funny. So yeah, they ended up with Bad Bunny. I think he's gonna kill it. I think he's a tremendous pick. I have him on my banner for a reason. I think he's one of the artists in the music industry that notoriously impacts and notoriously affects the masses. So I like to see Bad Bunny, and I think he's gonna kill it. So with that being said, then we transitioned into a little industry news as we got into Nintendo securing their patent. And you're probably wondering, what type of patent did Nintendo secure? Well, I'm glad you asked.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
If Pokemon Pocophia wasn't enough to tell you and let you know that Nintendo could care less, they could care less about what you have to say about them. They essentially came out with, I think, a straight up mimic of Minecraft and Animal Crossing, but that wasn't enough, as they came out with a patent to secure the summoning of characters to fight other characters. Now, ladies and gentlemen,
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
What is going on to where Nintendo can increasingly gain power in the courtroom to the point where they're getting these patents passed, to the point where they're looking at a monolith situation like they had with the Nemesis system. The evolution of summoning characters via a ball is non-existent now that Nintendo has patented that. And that's the whole reason we even got a Power World type of game, which I feel like did enough to make itself unique. But of course, Nintendo wasn't having any of that, as they patented it in the midst of them suing Power World, which even strengthens their case even more, which we dived into as far as that specific segment. Then we got to NVIDIA making a big boy play as far as investing up to $100 billion into chatbot GPT owner. Let me start over. NVIDIA investing up to $100 billion in chatbot GPT owner OpenAI to create new AI breakthroughs, which is a significant development, especially in the technological advancement lane. That type of investment is definitely going to change the world. And I'm not exaggerating in the slightest. It's going to change the world. And I think we already see it as far as what AI is capable of doing already. So that was a huge deal. We dived into the crisp of that specific details. And then we got into specific games as far as Hollow Knight, Silksong. I dived into that game. We dived into Borderlands, Blockbuster, the mobile game, and then Limbus Company. Those specific reviews as far as those specific games, I was really proud of. I like the way my game reviews are starting to come out. You know, usually it takes you a while to get a footing as far as how you want to come at certain reactions. And I think we've set a certain standard as far as the review and sales roundups that a lot of people enjoy as far as from the musical and the gaming side. So it's really informative, I believe. And I think that's why y'all keep coming back day in and day out and week in and week out, which is why the game review and sales roundups I'm really proud of as far as those specific games. And then, of course, when it comes to the drama portion of the episode, boy, you know we had a lot of that. Like, hold on now.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
As we had...
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Dame Dash versus Cameron.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Young Thug versus Wyatt and Lucci.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
And then, of course, last but definitely not least, the end off the episode, Nicki Minaj versus Cardi B.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So when it comes to that, that's what we covered as far as episode 153. I may add more as far as the overall topics that we get into, but those are the main plot points as far as what we got into for the episode. And of course, rounding off episode 3, I do want to let y'all know I did get invited. For the people who stayed to the end, I'm just gonna let y'all know. So I got invited to New York Comic Con. I know, right? Drop a bomb for that. Somebody saw Analytic Dreamz talking about his love for superheroes, and they thought to themselves, let's invite him. Let's invite him to the event. And not only did we get invited to the event, but we got invited to a special VIP event. So as far as the VIP event, I don't know what we're going to be doing in it, but hey, I think that's going to be a great networking opportunity. And as far as giving you even more insight, because I didn't even really tell you what I got invited for. Let's just say the character that we got invited to test out early may be in a show where the main character is seemingly invincible.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
I know y'all thinking to yourself, man, what could that be? Well, I guess the world may never know. But anyways, it's coming up soon. Not this weekend, but next weekend. I will be going to that event. It's going to be crazy. I can't wait for it. I've never been in New York. For this being my first time ever being in New York, I'm expecting to see Young Thug. I'm expecting to see a huge rat, just like a huge Master Splinter running across, and just hopefully it's not in my hotel room. That's all I ask, man.
You guys.
That's all I ask. If I see a rat in my hotel room, I am going to film it in 4K and put it up for the Notorious Mass Effect viewers. I ain't gonna cap to you. So hopefully I don't see a rat too big. And I'm definitely not gonna be eating outside in New York. But safe to say, I am excited. I'm gonna be filming a lot of content. So with that being said, that's the end of episode 153 that's titled Is Hollow Knight Silksong the Best Game of 2025? So before, so that's about it for the Notorious Mass Effect episode 153, which I already went over the title. But thank you for tuning in to the Notorious Mass Effect podcast, and don't be afraid to send me an email letting me know what you think of the show and what you want me to talk about in the next episode. Click my link tree in my bio to access my social medias and to keep up with my latest activities. If you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my link tree, as it helps the show overall. Make sure to share this. I lost my place. Make sure to share this podcast and rate this 5 stars on whatever platform you're currently listening on, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. New York Comic Con vlog coming soon. And with that being said, thank you for tuning in to another episode of the Notorious Mass Effect. Because without y'all, this event, as far as New York Comic Con and more, as far as exciting developments in the future, would not be possible. And that being said, that's basically it. But I'm gonna say my last line again. So rate this 5 stars and help this, as it helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses.